this to order. We can go ahead and go live. I appreciate everyone being here this morning. We will officially come back out of recess. We are just a reminder, and I really want to emphasize this. This council is all professionals another way. We have folks that are using their professional leave from their other obligations to be able to be here. We have folks that are stepping away from their own businesses to be here, and that is not lost on me, and certainly not lost on staff, that this is their day job. This is our vacation time. So I just want to emphasize that and just say thank you for being here and setting aside these 2 days for it. All right, Madam Getz, do we need to redo roll call, given that we're simply coming out of recess?
We can.
Okay, for the record, if you would.
Mayor Gaylor?
Yeah, present.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones?
Present.
Councilman Boyette?
Present.
Councilwoman Taylor?
Present.
Councilwoman Matthews?
Present.
Councilman White?
Present. Perfect. And Councilwoman Weeks will be joining us. Lately. She did check in, or later she did check in, and of course she'll be available on video to see that she is present in future votes or future discussions. All right, Mr. Livingston, if you'd give us a briefing on how we're going to do the next few things.
Thank you,
And
Mayor.
then if you would also mention all the different displays. I
Yes.
neglected to mention those yesterday. They're fantastic. A ton of work went into those. If you would, please brief us on what those are.
Absolutely, Mayor. Thank you. Just a brief recap for everyone here this morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Echoing Mayor Gaylor's comments about your time. It's very valuable, so we're trying to make the best of it. So what I'm going to do this morning is kind of go back over what you wanted and what we agreed to yesterday. We did talk about the priorities. We've got those on the board, so we'll take some time there. We'll use the sticky dot exercise like we did last year to kind of make sure the priorities are done the same way we did last year. So we've got that list together. We're ready to go with that. We had a business development visioning session, had a good discussion with a group of panel experts. The next steps I think we recommended was to adopt the vision statement, which we'll bring back in February. There'll be a theme for that. That'll be the theme for our business development plan. And then the next steps with that will be to examine all parts of the city, focusing on business development plan, and maybe in conjunction with the downtown master plan. Financial modeling, we presented a priority A list on that as presented by or submitted by the department heads. We'll have a full scope of that initiated within the budget, and that'll be talked about a little bit more today in Catherine's presentation. There was a mention about consider adding a grant writer to help fund city activities. We'll talk more about that and possibly put that in the budget if you guys so choose to fund that. We talked about public utility rates. I think that's going to be a discussion going forward as we move into the budget committee meetings and present a budget to the council. Code enforcement discussion. We talked about a need to meet with the Register of Deeds. That will get scheduled, and so we can more efficiently coordinate and communicate with the Register of Deeds office and get a good process going there. They have a new elected Register of Deeds, and I'm sure she'll be anxious to work with us in coming up with a good process there. And then also along that same lines, we'll be bringing a list of structures that we've done a bid on for 10 structures. It did come in higher than what the budget anticipates, so that'll be coming back in February as well. So today, just some things on. We shifted some things around. We've got a new agenda. We'll have the MAG study right after we do the council goals and expectations, and then we'll also be talking about downtown parking management. We'll have a Civic Plus training session as we go to our paperless agenda, and the bulk of the remainder of the day will be on budget estimates and funding scenarios of some of the initiatives that you guys have expressed interest in funding. That's it, Mayor. I'll ask any questions before we hand it over to the facilitator.
Council, any comments, questions, or clarifications as a part of the recap?
And one last thing, as the mayor mentioned, I'm really impressed with our department heads. I asked them to do something, and they put together these static displays, which I really hope you'll take the time around the working lunch today to go back there and talk with the department heads, and they'll tell you about some of the best management practices that they've implemented throughout this budget year, and also the information that they have on their displays. So really like what they've done there, and I think it's pretty impressive. Now let's leave it at that.
All right. Well, then with that, council, as we do have a freshly modified agenda to just document all the different things from yesterday, do I have a motion to adopt the agenda that is presented to you today, the fresh version here, as the business order of the day?
So moved.
All right, motion's been made. Do I have a second? All right, motion's been made and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. All right, seeing none, motion passes. All right, just for easy minutes, now we have a properly documented agenda. All right, I believe it's now my turn to turn it over to Mr. Durham. Actually, Archbishop, perfect timing. Do you mind? If you want to take off your jacket, take 30 seconds and then.
Good morning,
Good
good morning. I guess 8:30 is not today.
That's all right, that's all right.
Shall we pray? Our Father and our God, we thank you once again, Lord, for business. We thank you for your kindness, your mercy, and your grace. Father, we ask you to continue to bring great ideas and great movement for this next year. Bless these who have been selected by the city, Lord, and let them continue to move forward for your purpose and understanding, Lord. We thank you in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen, thank you. All right, so with that, Mr. Durham, the floor is yours.
Thank you so very much. Good morning to all of you. It is a bright, sunny, sunshiny day. Glad to be here with you. Want to spend a little bit of time today this morning, and again, respecting the time that you have, we've got a lot of things to cover, is to talk about roles and responsibilities. And I've had several conversations with Matt about that, and some of these things may be redundant to a certain extent, but I think it's important for us to have the conversation. And again, conversation is with you, and it's about city council, it's about relationships that you have with staff, it's about relationships that you have between yourself, it's about your relationship between the mayor and the council. All right, is that better?
It is.
Can you hear me better? Yeah, I can. All right. So we want to spend some time talking about that. And hopefully, again, I'm trying to, as the mayor has indicated, my job is to facilitate them. Again, encouraging you to have those discussions, to ask questions, stop me at any time. So key up the PowerPoint. Got a quick PowerPoint that I'm going to go through, and talks about government, local government leadership. Spent some time talking about the roles, mayor, council, city manager. First of all, mayor, of course, again, some of this is redundant. Mayor resides at city council meetings, all special meetings, votes to break a tie, assumes all those duties and responsibilities that are enumerated in general statutes. So that's what the book says. That's what the law says for the mayor. Council, authorized to organize and reorganize city government. And again, one of the things that I'll say all along here is that emphasizing that council, none of you can act independently. None of you can act independently in getting anything done. You're going to have to work with your other council members. Is that understandable? Does that make sense? Okay. Number two, except as otherwise provided by law, government and general management of the city shall be vested in the council, conferring the powers and duties upon the mayor through the law. You have adopted a council manager form of government. Okay? Body appoints city manager, serve at the pleasure as employee of the manager. What does it mean, serve at the pleasure of the city council?
Exactly that.
Okay, all right,
Thank you.
all right. So with the pleasure of the board. So you are the CEO. You have the ability to appoint your city attorney, city manager, clerk, okay? Do you have the ability to appoint the public works director?
No.
Do you have the ability to fire that public works director?
No.
Okay, all right, good, good. City manager is directed by law to administer all the departments. This is the CEO of the organization. She has the ability to appoint, suspend, and remove all city officers and employees not elected by the people. Okay? And number 3, he or she sees that all laws of the state city charter are carried out. Number 4, attends all meetings of the council and recommends the measures that he deems to be expedient. Has the responsibility to prepare the annual budget and the capital program to the city council. One of the big things that you do is to adopt a budget. That manager is the person who has to prepare that budget, obviously with assistance from staff, and present that to you. Number 6, he makes himself available to the public to complete a report on all the finances. That's an audit or an annual report on that. Makes sure that gets to the city council concerning the operations of the departments, officers, and the agencies subject to direction and control. One of the things I want to talk about is communication. How do we do that? How do we make sure that you are informed, that it meets the expectations that you've established in terms of getting information? Mayor, council, form of government. So this is a form of government where the mayor, name implies, the mayor, of course, is acting as in this form of government, again, descended from the English borough. This is more stuff than you ever need to know, but this was one of the original forms of government for city government. Then, as we move forward, we emerged into the council manager form of government. Cities became more difficult to manage, providing a lot of different services, complicated services. There was a need for having a professional manager. So, in North Carolina, it's interesting. Council manager government is greater, and those cities are 25 to 2,500, 250,000. Mayor, council are those smaller cities less than 2,500. So you guys are at 35,000. So have been accustomed to that council manager form of government for a long time. Improving board management relations. And again, one of the things there is staying community focused. Back up from there. The relationship between the board and the management and management is critical to the organization's long-term success. Okay, so if there are challenges in communication between the board and the manager, it makes it difficult for you to handle it. Okay? Building trust is essential to working together effectively. What are governing boards? We don't need that in there. Common problems. Interference by board members in operational matters. Again, it is not my goal today. I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm just talking about some of the issues that come up as it relates to things that could impair you being effective in working together. So who is in charge of all of the operations for the jurisdiction?
The manager.
The manager.
It's the manager, okay? So if you are calling in department heads, again, there are expectations. There are some managers who are comfortable with you talking to department heads, and again, if there is an issue involving trash or something like that, it may be just to call directly to that person, or there is an expectation that you come to the manager. But one of the things that you don't want to happen is for you to direct staff to carry out, to do reports. You want them to go do this or go do that without there being that conversation with your manager. Is that okay? I see heads nodding. Everybody's okay with that? All right, good. One of the other things that comes up that leads to problems is managers hesitate to make decisions. Managers are in a role, a responsibility for managing their jurisdictions. If a manager does not want to make decisions, it makes it hard, doesn't it? So Who's in charge then? So it's important for that to happen. Managers delegate difficult decisions upward. Again, this is a problem. I'm not saying these things happen here, but some of the things we need to be aware of. When the manager gives up his responsibilities and say, you guys make the call. Okay? Not me, you guys are gonna handle it. And sometimes there are managers who are risk averse and don't want to take any risk at all. And again, some managers are that way because they serve at what? The pleasure of the board. So if they serve at the pleasure of the board, they may be concerned about jumping out there. Okay? Effective board management is teamwork is characterized by flow of information. Let's talk about that. So the two-way flow of information is needed. So Matt, how do you communicate with city council?
Well, I do a weekly update. Departments provide that for me. I'll also started making weekly phone calls as well. It's one of my things that I feel like we need more communication. So I'm doing that as well. And they also know that I have an open door policy. So
Okay.
I strive to them to say, if you have a question or concern, let me know. And also use the mayor sometimes. Maybe that's not, because there's certain sensitive things maybe that he can communicate with them as a little bit of a tool. Maybe that's something I need to change, but that's it in a nutshell, Joe.
Okay. I want to hear from the board members as to how you communicate with Matt. How do you, if you see something happening in your community, there's trash out on the street or whatever, and are you texting, emailing, calling, you call the mayor, or you talk to somebody else? How does that happen?
I have a good relationship and form of communication with the manager, and no problems communicating with him and letting him know when I have issues, and he always has answers and a solution.
Okay. Let's
Call
take,
him and text him.
call him or text.
Text him or go see him.
Okay,
He,
all right,
he makes himself available.
okay,
I meet with him,
okay. So you're a face-to-face person?
yes. Yeah, I meet with him, and I have my list of concerns that I have in my district, and I asked him to share anything with me that is going on that he knows
Okay,
in my district that I am not aware of, or anything that I did not cite. And we try to work that way, but I do want to say this, that, and have anyone ever heard of political messaging? Are you familiar with that term?
I've got my own definition as what that is, but yours may be
Okay.
different than mine.
Yeah, well, political messaging is very important, because whenever you meet, and I'm not just talking about Matt, I'm just sharing this, but whenever you are meeting with your manager and you have other people under you, whenever you are talking about a particular situation, it's very important that you say the same thing to your answer is very similar to the other person. For an example, if Jamie and I meet with the manager and we have a situation and it's very similar, or whether it's in my district or whatever you're talking about, then that person needs to communicate the same thing to us. It shouldn't have shouldn't have a different answer for you than he has for me. Even though he might not word it the same way. I understand that he may not word it the same way, but it needs to be the same answer.
Okay, and that's consistent messaging, again, from
Okay,
staff to you, and everybody
You're right.
understands. Matt has communicated that to
Okay.
his staff. They're aware of it, and so when they're communicating.
and I'm coming from a state level, so you're right, it's consistent, Matt, it's
Okay.
messaging,
Yeah.
but
I didn't just create that either way.
No, it's consistent messaging, but in the other setting that I'm used to being in, the other we call it political
Ms.
messaging.
Taylor?
So basically, you're saying that if you tell one person one thing, tell everybody everyone else the same thing.
That's right.
So your story don't change, okay, gotcha.
Right.
Yeah. One of the things that's important is just, I give you my history is that when I ask staff for questions, I had issues, and I said, well, understand, whatever you tell me, I'm gonna tell everybody else, okay? So everybody understands that if you tell me something, I'm gonna repeat it. And so to make sure we've got that clear message, so if you're getting ready to put something out there, let's make sure that we are absolutely correct. So Mayor, how do you communicate with the manager?
Matt and I have standing weekly meetings, Wednesday mornings. So council meets Monday evenings, he has staff meeting Tuesday, Wednesday morning, he is meeting with me. Generally, the clerk is also there. That happens every Wednesday, whether it's a council week or not. We either talk about what we want to see going out the following week, or we talk about what's getting ready to be released that day as we get the agenda out. The city manager the city attorney generally attends the one that is the day that we're releasing the agenda as well. So that's a standing, every
Okay.
week, consistent, that we'll meet at that time. We're going to hold that. And in addition to that, he and I have phone calls, text messages continuously. He does his weekly update that is always very robust and detailed, that goes out to everybody. And then my office is also just simply geographically located very close to his in the suite, and so we also bump into each other in that way when I happen to be working out of that office.
I read a copy of that weekly update, it is indeed thorough.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Ms. Matthews,
Primarily, I think Matt and I talk via text, but we
Okay.
definitely use other methods, phone call, email, and face-to-face.
okay, very good. Mr. White,
Usually, me and Matt, talk with my, hour commute to Raleigh, so that's my time to talk
Okay,
to Matt.
all right.
Try to get at all my things that I usually would like to talk to him about. And every now and then I'll do a drive-by, come by his office and, sit down and talk with him face to face. But primarily, I usually call because of schedule dictates.
all right, very good. So you're communicating, and you're doing that in a form that's comfortable with each one of you. It could be texting, it could be calling, face-to-face, and those are all tried and true methods of communication. Constructive debate, always important to have that. Okay, how do you handle that when somebody gets upset? Does anybody ever get upset?
I heard that happen somewhere one time, but we've never seen it.
Every now and then. Of course, you've seen boards, it could be YouTube or wherever else, there are councils actually physically fighting with one another. But, that doesn't happen here, and I'm sure it's never happened. But, again, it's important to have that constructive debate. We live in a democracy, okay? That everybody has the opportunity to express or voice their concerns and their issues and talk to and question the other person. So, Mayor, so if it goes too far, what do you do?
Generally speaking, I try to be a bit of a attention sponge, just
Okay.
kind of suck it out. Either intentionally add levity to the moment, or intentionally try and bring it back to, okay, guys, let's focus on, here's the actual thing that I think we're talking about. What are we focused on here? And so, of course, sometimes that's in meetings. Other times it's just in general conversation that's going on in between meetings. But I think that this is something, I'm going to be bold here, guys. I hope that no one gets too upset with me when I say this. I think that this is a piece right here that we're still learning as a council how to do. Because lively, robust debate is a fundamental cornerstone of the democratic process. But you have to be able to do that in such a way as that it's not perceived as personal attacks or attacks on someone's integrity. We have to make sure that we phrase things in a way that it is not attacks on someone's personal or integrity. And we also have to be careful about understanding that other members of the community that are our friends, neighbors, colleagues will sometimes try to rile us up. And sometimes it's well-intended, sometimes it's not. But we have to understand that we as a council, what we're debating as a policy, is a specific thing. And when folks come to us and say, oh, you're not gonna believe what Councilmember A is saying about you behind your back at their meeting that they go to. Stop. Folks are allowed to like each other, folks are allowed to not like each other. That is gonna be what it's gonna be. But the constructive debate about a specific policy, I think, is something that we're still kind of learning about. And I think that over this next year, we're going to be a little bit more deliberate with the agenda piece of putting policy, giving folks things to specifically sink their teeth into, to help kind of get over that hump. Because each of us have done it in our personal and professional lives. It's doing it as this group.
Yes.
And I hope I don't end up
No,
getting.
I think personally, that's a great point. I'd love to hear if the other council members that have other thoughts about that.
Constructive debate is fine. I think there can be a thin line, because we should never lose or appear to lose our respect for the individual council person. You should never do that, if you have a problem or concern and it's settled away from the mic or away from, because just like when when you have a constructive debate, we're open, just like everybody is hearing us now. Whoever's listening is listening to us now, and we may begin to debate with each other, and then you have your people outside that may tend to take offensive with the other person, because this person likes this person and this person likes that person, and okay, well, I'm on her side, and you don't really get anything done with your constituents or with your council. So you have to really be careful with your constructive debate so that it doesn't turn into or appear to turn into disrespect of
Right.
the other council.
Great point.
Yeah.
Great point.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to chime in?
Me personally, I think before it even gets to any outside influence, I think there are internal problems amongst the board that I think us as adults need to be willing to deal with, because those problems sometimes subconsciously meet us at the table. And my first term was very contentious. It was very contentious, and it was very difficult to navigate getting anything done because we didn't get along as a board. And there have been some things that have happened in the short time that we've been together that has also created hardships in getting along as a board. And I want all of us to be really honest moving forward, which is why I thought this piece was so important, because I do want us to be successful, and I do want us to iron out whatever needs to be ironed out, because we really have an opportunity to do something extremely special and show the city that it is possible for us to work in unison for real, not just us making these grandiose statements saying how well we get along, because in all honesty, that is not 100% accurate. And I think what I want people to understand, and what I've been trying to yell out since I've been an elected official, is it's okay for people to have emotions. We have to be careful how in managing our emotions, but if I'm passionate about an issue that's important to me and it's perceived as anger, it doesn't mean that it's anger, right? Or I can be passionate about something and it's like crucified, and someone else can have that same level of passion or even more, and nobody says anything. So what I would want us as a council as to be, if as my partner in crime, I want to be able to stick up for my partner in crime. And I want to feel safe with him outside of being in his presence. And I don't feel that way amongst this board, and I think it's because of things that happen beyond the board. So I feel like before we can even get to saying, let's respect each other in a conversation talking about policy, we got to deal with the real issues. And the real issue is that we really need to have conversations about how we are going to coexist in this space, whatever our personal issues has caused a
Okay.
gap in us being able to do that.
Okay, all right. Other comments?
I'll comment on the communication piece. I think, you know, just hearing everybody except for, Ms. Weeks who just came in, how they communicate with Matt. I think everybody communicates well with Matt, but I do think we have a communication problem with each other. I think that, a lot of information that's given out is not given to everybody. Just my perception, could be wrong, could be right, but that's just how I perceive it. When we come in meetings and people can talk about certain things and have great knowledge of it, and then I just hear it for the first time. So I do think there are communication issues amongst us, so we don't communicate effectively as a unit.
Okay. Comments on that, other comments on debate or communication? Okay, I want to come back to that. Next one, okay, board manager relations require, understand, again, this is part of that communication. Organization's mission and vision. Do we have a mission, vision statement? Okay, got that. Strategic and business plans, we've got those. Capabilities, implementation plans, the probability of achieving those outcomes, and each other's expectations. And perhaps, you know, that's a opportunity for us. Again, we're not gonna get that done over the next short time period, but that's something to work on in the future, if that can be acknowledged. And again, it's important, and in order for us to be successful, there has to be those effective relationships and communication between manager and board, the board and the manager, and obviously among yourselves. Sharing information, respecting one another. And one of the things that I'll bring it up now is, does this board have a code of conduct?
Mm-hmm.
You got a code of conduct. How about a code of ethics? Is that something you have also, or?
Yeah.
Okay, they do, okay, all right. You're the attorney, right, so I can rely on you for all legal consultation, right?
Not at all, but I'll do my best.
Okay. All right, understanding board's role, distinguishing governance from management, and the role with regard to the manager. Chairs the link between the board and management meetings and should be aware of any developments that require him or her to act on behalf of the board or summon an emergency meeting. So, next question that comes up, Mr. Mayor, how are you communicating with your fellow council members as things come up from time to time? Routine things, or it could be emergency types of issues?
Right. So a lot of if it's an emergent situation, I'm going to ask our public information officer or Matt to get that email blast out. If you're doing a press release that's going into the newspaper, get it to council at least before you click send to the newspapers as well. And now that's an email, which is not great, but that's that. Every week, or excuse me, before every meeting, I send at least one text message to every council member to check in either that Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday before. Sometimes it's that Sunday, I do admit, but I try to get it the same day as the agenda goes out or the day after, just to check in. Hey, the agenda's out there. Do you have any questions? If you don't want to ask me, ask Matt, do something. Majority of council members reply, some do not. Some haven't responded to text messages in months, and that's their choice. That's okay. Others, call me consistently, and we have conversations about things that are going on in their districts. And those that I don't hear from, I try to call, I try to reach out to. Some choose not to call me back. That's their prerogative. That's okay. I'm not offended. I'm not a big emailer. It's just not my communication habit. Of course, anytime I see members out in public, I always make sure that I walk up and say hello, even if it's brief. But I try to, in a structured way, ensure that I, at a bare minimum, send a text message to every member of council before every meeting, just reminding them that I'm here, I'm offering to have conversations if there are things that you see on the agenda that you're curious about. If you don't want to talk to me, reach out to Matt, reach out to Kelly, reach out to somebody. And that's kind of my floor of communication.
Okay.
Now, those that choose to engage me more, naturally. But I try to make sure that there's a reasonable floor across the board, regardless of if someone responds or not.
Okay. All right. You know, one of the things that the manager has to be able to understand those political issues that are out there. The manager does not operate in a vacuum. I always say in order for you to be effective, you need to be politically astute. So you just can't just be, I always like to, when I'm counseling younger managers, again, what you say is the right thing, and this is, you know, I have professional guidance, and I've done everything I'm supposed to do, but that may not be the right thing in that in that particular community. So having political astuteness is also important. Board mayors, serves as spokesperson, communication, we talked about those things, and managing conflict is one of the ones that is, again, we spent a little bit of time talking about that early. We've talked about perhaps the ability for us to spend some more time talking about how we work together in order for us to be effective. Key points. I think it's important to understand the roles and responsibilities that reduce confusion, improves working relationships and accountability. It's always important. I think everybody sitting here that's an elected official, you ran because of some particular reason, right? You want to do something to better your community, to help your community. So in order for you to be effective, it's always important to keep the community needs and interests at the center of your work. Good communication strategies and personal self-awareness can minimize and resolve conflict. It's always important. Using good data to make good decisions, that's going to start with the manager, and that manager communicating with you, providing you with the absolute best information in order for you to be successful. And also that involves providing information to all of the board members. And in order for that to be effective, that's important. Okay, so that's it for that. I want to start a few more things, mention a few more things for you. One is you're getting ready to hire a new manager, correct? Started the process. One of the things that you may want to consider as you move on to that is establishing some type of, are there performance goals and expectations? Have you established those for the manager? Does he or she have a work plan that you're going to manage? Okay, work with that person on. Great, fantastic. Any other issues or comments? And Ms. Weeks, I'm sorry you came in late, but any other issues about relationships, communication that you want to talk about?
No, I keep current with Matt every week. I share clear expectations with him and through every conversation to make sure. I believe good communication and leadership starts with being present and
Okay.
also being current with communication, so I communicate with him at least once a week.
Okay.
Mhm.
Very
But
good.
your last statement you just made, I have clear expectations been shared with Matt. Go in a little bit deeper because I don't know what those expectations are. I've not seen any KPIs that have been shared with him. And even with the previous city manager, I didn't see completed performance evaluations. I didn't see, I asked for KPIs, evaluation questions, and I was giving nothing. So go in a little deeper with that.
Yeah, it's always, being a manager, or being past manager, you want, if you're holding me in a position that involves all the operations, that's my responsibility, accountability rests with that manager. So in order for you to effectively evaluate my performance, I need to have some KPIs or performance indicator, goals and objectives, something that you can measure my performance on. So at the end of the year, you don't come up and say, well, I don't think that Joe did a good job. Well, what did Joe fail in? And you've got to be able to discuss that with the manager. Again, evaluating that manager, holding the manager accountable is the important part there. So every man, I think, well, I would say every, but most managers are going to want to have some type of goals and objectives where they can be measured upon in terms of their performance. rather than there being, and again, any performance system, regardless of what it is, has a certain level of subjectivity associated with it, but make it as objective as possible so you can accurately and fairly evaluate that manager. So the things that you talked about, so you'll know we can, and again, this is done by the entire board when you're evaluating the manager.
So it wasn't done by me. So I have a question for you, Matt. Where are your KPIs? Where are your SMART goals? Who has sat down and shared clear expectations with you? Where is that written so that because I did not have an opportunity to evaluate it, where can I review it at?
It's not written down.
Okay.
What I tried to do is communicate, sort of what it is that, whether it's something that needs to happen in a particular district, or whether it's something that you all agree to, like this retreat today, what our goals and priorities are. I take that all upon myself and the departments, but there's no specific ones that I'm aware of that say, we want the manager to accomplish X, Y, and Z timelines or anything like that with it.
If I could inject one minor point of information, the board voted to fund as part of our search, because we all agree that this is an issue. And this was part of the search that we agreed as a line item in the search for the next manager, whoever that is. We want a evaluation sheet
Wow,
that we
good.
can use at the 6 month and 1 year mark. Because
Fantastic.
every member of this council pointed out that was a failing in the previous, with previous manager.
Right.
And with Matt being in an interim role that is, going on for so long, there's not been a clearly articulated sheet. There are certainly things that you can pick up on as needing to be done, that are self-evident. But to your point, and to council's point, by having that as part of the agreement with developmental associates,
Good.
we acknowledge that is something that is not in place that should be in place.
Good. I've also worked with developmental associates, so I think that's great
Yeah.
to be able to have those performance expectations. And for that, again, that is something that the entire board does with that manager, regardless of who it is.
And this board will need to, and I realize slightly outside of the context of this conversation, but this board will need to, at least I will ask this board to adopt those formally once we conclude the search. And that way we can all agree, these are things that we're gonna judge this individual on.
Good.
And be able to have some objective stuff. It's always gonna be subjective to an extent, but you try to create as much objective data out of subjectivity as you can. So.
Okay. Other comments, questions?
Mr.
Go
Durham,
ahead.
I do like the point of what you said about true transparency when you was in the role, and you said that, listen, when you come, you talk to me, just know this information I'm going to share with everyone. I am going to repeat it, and I do like that. I kind of like
Good,
that.
good, absolutely. Yeah, effective, again, I've said this probably a dozen times here, effective communication. Again, in all lines, that's between you, among yourself, with the manager, it's important. And again, it creates, when there's so much, a lot of, in my experience, a lot of strife comes up in relationships due to lack of communication, lack of expectations. So it's important to have those in place. And it's also important, getting back to the points that were made earlier, having effective working relationships. And again, I'm hesitating when I say this, but it's important to have it's a professional relationship. And again, doesn't mean that you have to, you're having dinner after church on Sunday with everybody, but it does include that you respect that person, okay? I will disagree vehemently with councilman here. We will go at one another, we're going back and forth. He gets upset with me, I'm upset with him. But at the end of the day, I'm using you as an example. At the end of the day, we leave and we're fine, okay? We're gonna continue to communicate with one another. I'm not gonna hold a grudge. I will tell him he made a bad decision, but at the end of the day, this is how we get business done. Again, it ain't the point that I made earlier. Democracy, going through a democratic process, it's not, sometimes it doesn't look good.
Joe, I will say that I think this board, what I've seen is they are very resilient. We all get offended, we all do, it's human nature.
Yeah.
But we treat each other, and at the end of the day, we go back and we say, all right, well, I'm good, we're gonna move on. They're good at that. That's an observation that I hold.
Excellent.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
In a very pragmatic level, how did you share information? You know, for example, it's unreasonable to ask you to send a summary to every council member every time another council member pops by your office. It's also, I don't think that you should be asked every time a council member schedules a meeting to have a conversation with you about their district, or every time someone picks up the phone and calls you, to expect you to then sit down, take another 20 minutes of your day, ping out an email, hey, council, I just met with this council member, they're currently concerned about this. So if that's, and I'm assuming that that's a bit of an unreasonable threshold, if it is that an unreasonable threshold?
Well, you could go to the extreme. Every time you meet with everybody, anytime, you meet, document it, send it out to everybody. Okay? Or again, there are lots of times you'll meet with the attorney. And it may not be, again, just not information to share at this stage.
Right.
Or you're meeting with Ms. Weeks and she has a question about something. But again, you've got to, at what point does that require all of the council members, this is knowledge, that information that they need to have?
Right.
If it's just basic stuff, a lot of times it's basic stuff where there's a stormwater problem over in the southern part of the town, District 8 or whatever.
Sure.
Yeah, okay, that's really, again, I'm over in District 1, that's important, but maybe we'll talk about it later on. When Matt gives us a report, I'll see that in there.
Right.
So things that are important that involve them, that may come up as an agenda item at some point in time, they may get a phone call, the press may call on certain things.
Right.
There's pending litigation, then, those are things that you want to make sure that
Sure.
they're aware of.
Those material meat and potatoes of the conversation sorts of things.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, that's
I
it.
get
That's my suggestion to you as to how you effectively handle those types of things. Because, again, the important things that's gotta be communicated. I've gotta know what's going on, things that impact my district, or things that may impact me in the future as a council member. Yes, ma'am.
Just a couple things to that point. I think for me, and the issue that I've had in communication as it relates to need to know, I feel like I'm a need to know individual, right?
Okay.
But I do agree, when something is happening in District 5, as District 4, we do kind of party lines, but I don't have to be all up in that. If I can support her in her district, she knows I'm available to do that. What concerns me is that some decisions are being made, and I'm unaware, but the concerns come to me. And it's decisions that are being made that I don't think should be made without at least stretching outward to the other people on the council, just to make them aware of these things are going on. I'm not asking for your input or what you want to do. I just need you to aware of this particular situation, because it was a recent situation. It was a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
And I was unaware of any of the things that was happening and going on. And that completely blindsided me, and it affects the trust and the communication moving forward in some capacity. But I do want to go back to a bullet point that you put on that slide that really jumped out at me, and it talked about, and Mr. Durham, you don't have to go back if you don't want to.
Okay, all right.
It says, manager hesitates to make decisions, delegate difficult decisions upward. And I kind of wanted you to explain that to me, and I also wanted to share with you how I read that and some issues that I have seen as it relates to that.
Okay, let me, first of all, comment on the comments you made about communication and representation. You are elected council people. I always tell elected boards, whether or not you're representing District 1, 5, 4, 6, 8, you are representatives of the city of Goldsboro. So you are concerned about what happens in the city of Goldsboro as a whole. So it's important for you to, that information that's pertinent, it's important for you to know. Again, it's important for that to be communicated to you. Delegation up. So you've been a manager for how long?
A while.
A long time. I was a manager for a long time, never say. But you, okay, that manager has the experience, the knowledge, the education to effectively do his job. If he or she want to be able to, a manager that, gosh, things are difficult, or it's controversial, or it's things that I just don't feel comfortable about, I'm going to talk to you about it. What you guys want to do about it? Just tell me what to do. That's not a manager that you want, okay? You want that manager to make that decision, right or wrong. Again, make a recommendation to you based upon the best information, their professional skills and knowledge to enable you to make a decision. Again, it's not that manager's decision, it's yours at the end of the day on those important issues.
Okay, can we go back, and this may be redundant, but I want to make sure, and I'm going to use myself as an example. When I meet with Matt, I have a list of things that I'm concerned about in my district and what's going on, and I want him to share things that is going on in my district that he hears that I need to know. Now, to me, do you feel that he needs to send an email to everyone about what I just shared with him in my district?
Well, that is, I don't have the information, so.
Well, I don't, so that's what not at that level.
Again, what's important to share? How much would Ms. Weeks want to know about what's going on? Is that going to impact her? Is a city policy going to be developed on this later on?
Right.
Or is there an ordinance that's coming because of this? Then that's important for that to be communicated.
Okay,
If it's
okay.
I'm not downplaying what the issues are.
No,
but
no,
if it's-
no.
If it's those smaller,
Right.
less impact types of things, then no, probably not.
There's kind of if I don't mind, there's kind of a fine line sometimes about with that dual dichotomy in James Severa's model of what a city manager does. And that's just a textbook example, policy versus managing. You guys are the policy makers, but it's my job and the staff's to make solid recommendations based on the data, like Joe said. And so how far does it look like we're pushing a decision off on the council, but it's more of a policy versus, okay, this is an implementation that you want to see happen and you're less concerned about the policy end of it, you just want to see something get done. So those lines are, my point is those lines are kind of blurred sometimes.
Yes.
Without clear guidance.
Yeah, that's important. Matt makes a great point that has come up in management philosophy for years about, okay, we clearly say, oh, this is easy. You guys are involved in policy development, okay? Manager, the only thing that person does, I just carry out what you say. No, it doesn't work that way. It's a blurred line. In order for a manager to be effective, he or she needs to be involved in policy, making recommendations to you. At the end of the day, those are things that you do. You gotta adopt that, you gotta adopt those policies. But you can't do that in a lot of instances without the assistance and guidance and direction from your manager. Okay? Other questions or comments? Good discussion.
I'll make a comment.
Okay.
Regarding communication, I can see that maybe different council members have different perceptions of communication and what that level of communication is, because like each one of us have our own districts to be concerned with. Each one of us have our own constituents that reach out. And I think that I probably communicate more with the mayor and the manager. As possible, I may communicate with those two more than I do more than someone else does, and just because of the different circles that we all travel in and how we arrived at the place that we are all sitting here together. Like, for most of this, I would probably say 80% of what I communicate with those two are about is not anything that's district specific to me. My district pedals along pretty good, and I've had a couple of issues that over the last year that were very specific to my district that we've dealt with, but I would say the majority, or 75% or more, of my communication with them is beyond that, because I serve on a 5-county regional level transportation committee, and I serve on a couple of other boards and things that what we're discussing is sort of county-wide, some of it regional-wise, a lot of things city-wide. So the things that I communicate with them about a lot of times are not, again, not district-specific. They're just broader than that. And some things it's across the city, just because as I mentioned yesterday, I served 20 years on the planning commission before I got on council. And so over those years, you know, I just receive a multitude of phone calls from all over everywhere. If for no other reason, just question XYZ, I don't know, call Chris, he'll know what to do, or he'll know who to tell you to call or whatever. And so I may end up communicating with those two more than someone else does, just because of what's coming in to me to be communicated.
And another thing, that's a great point. Another thing to understand is that we all have different communication styles. We all have different interests, okay? So your interest is not gonna be the same as mine. I wanna spend a lot of time on environmental stuff. You wanna spend a lot of time on police and fire, so you may become an expert in police and fire, okay? I'm gonna be that expert in environment. I remember counseling a young elected official first time. She was concerned about one of the other council members who came in, and he knew all about all kinds of stuff. He had been there like 12 years or something like that. She didn't. She was new. Well, I want to know what he knows. Again, you got to pick where you want to go. Pick what your interests are. And it's important for you to understand that somebody else may have a greater interest, a greater focus. We'll get more information. We'll talk about, picking on you, talk about police and fire more than others. That's their interest, and it's important to understand that we all have different interests.
Vice versa,
Okay.
him to me. So I would love to see how we can incorporate this outside of the business sometimes, so that it doesn't get lost in that.
Yeah, I would suggest, and again, I wouldn't do it, but there's people who would, pardon?
You say I wouldn't do it.
I would do it. Again, because there are people who have greater knowledge and experience in education
Okay.
than I do in those, or as far as working together.
A very modest side step.
Okay, but they're having spend a half day. Call it team building, call it understanding one another. Who does, you done Myers-Briggs before. The thing that I do, I'm certified in EQI. And again, understanding who you are, who am I working with, okay? I think it's important to have that. And you do that in a retreat. And again, I agree with you, it's a continual type of thing. You continue to check in. And if you do that, I guarantee you will be much more successful as a board if that happens. So if you want to move forward with that, yeah, I can talk to Matt or talk to you or talk to the board about how you can accomplish that. Yes, I'll come back to you.
We don't need to, we're good.
So for me, I think that each of us individually are, so to say, I would call it, we all have our own subject matter. We're an expert at something.
Right.
And that's what makes us all great, and that's what I think, when we come together, we can learn from each other. And so one thing I try to communicate to everyone on this council is like, let's talk, let's get to know each other, let's be able to utilize what we each know to make it where we can make the city better. But I do think that we have a problem sometimes. I'll hear things about District 3 and I didn't know it, you know, and then I have to go to Matt and say, hey, what's this? So I feel like that needs to be improved on. But I also feel like as a board, we all really like, everyone is pretty much saying we need to get to kind of know each other and be able to talk to each other and communicate, because putting us all together, that's what makes the city, will make the city great.
Yeah, and that's the diversity piece in terms of your tenure on the board and your interests. And again, that's what all boards have to deal with that. There are members who've been there for a long time, members who are a short time, but you've got to, in order to be effective, you've got to work together. So, yes, sir.
Board, I just kind of want a consensus on this. It was my intention to either have the league or Bo Mills Group or Developmental Associates, once we conclude our search, to have another session where we can just simply talk about goal setting, our communication expectations, those things. I have not brought that to council, because obviously we're getting ready for this. Is this something the council wants us to pursue? It will, of course, require a little bit of funding, but not as robust as 2 days of this. But if we do a 4-hour session or something like that, is that something that council would support? Because it would require a budget allotment.
Yeah.
Maybe?
Yeah, mhm.
Okay. And we've got some yeses, we've got some abstentions, that's fine. But we got some, I think, some guidance that I'll move forward in getting a proper.
Good, excellent. All right. We're at about 9:05.
Yep.
And anyone have any other questions? All right. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today, and I'll be around the rest of the day. So if you have any other questions, feel free. If you want to have a one-on-one, just let me know.
And you're still facilitating the rest of the
I'm
agenda,
still
right?
facilitating the rest of the day.
I was
Good.
like, you gone?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I had my expectations laid out. We do have a Zoom session, and I know they are on a tight timeline, and then after that, then we're going to hear from our attorney if there's anything to talk about. We had a situation pop up yesterday afternoon late that, full communication wise, we had a situation pop up late afternoon, and we're trying to find out if there's anything for us to do about it today. Long story short, is a workers' compensation matter that needs to come before council in a closed session. So that's all I know. So that's a workers' compensation matter that needs to come before council. And if we wait until our next meeting, it'll be past a deadline. And so if there's anything to discuss, then we may need to discuss that briefly today, if you hear back from the league. No.
Not have an opportunity to, because the executive director's mother has hospice care.
Oh, no.
Since they're expecting she passes away, maybe last night or this morning.
I'm sorry.
So, who to talk to next? I didn't want to bother her with that.
Yeah.
Last night I told her husband.
Well, then we'll get through our 9 o'clock and 9:30 conversations. If you can just kind of sit with us, and if you happen to hear from them, great.
I'm not going to.
I know.
I'm not going to hear from them because I need to reach out to somebody, because I told Rose.
Okay.
I'm not, Rose, you go take care of that, don't you think about what I need to do.
Okay.
Take television specifics, I didn't get that far, talk to her husband.
Okay.
Just tell her, don't worry about it.
Then you go handle that. We're going to move into our 9 o'clock and 9:30 sessions. And Joe, I'll turn it back over to you. And you just come back in here and just tell us, guys, we do have something or we don't. Just communicate with clerk, and she can communicate with me.
I want to add a couple things.
All right.
If you don't mind. Just from an observer.
Grab a microphone if you would, please.
I don't like these things. Just as an observer from some of the meetings, I would just suggest sometimes that if you have a question, once you've looked at the agenda about a specific issue, to email that so he can talk to the department head that's going to be presenting the agenda item. Because sometimes things come up, and I think that preparation is always key. And the opportunity for them to prepare to answer your question as they're standing in front of you at the podium isn't there. And I say that because when I see the agenda, I send out an email to certain people, like planning department or somebody else, and I'll say, okay, is there something I need to anticipate about this particular issue for Monday? You know, I don't like pop quizzes. Most people don't like pop quizzes. Lawyers like to prepare. So for myself, if there's a problem or anticipate a problem, I want to know about it before we get to the meeting on Monday. I guess what I'm sort of saying is, if you see something that's on the agenda and think, I'm kind of wondering about this, I got a question about this, send the question, go ahead and send it to Matt so he can get the person prepared to go ahead and answer you at the meeting, if not before that. That way, they have a chance to go ahead and look at it. Sometimes I see the staff standing up there and they're getting sort of stammered because they're like, oh, wait a minute, maybe I didn't think about that. Maybe this is a concern I didn't consider and I should have, and I don't know how to answer it yet. And I think we've all seen some staff members sort of stammer up there, hesitate, and they're trying to figure out, okay, I need the answer to this. And you may not know it till we're there, but I'm just suggesting if you do know it, reach out to Matt so he can reach out to them and say, hey, look, this is a concern I've heard from so-and-so about this item that's on the agenda. What can you be prepared to respond to that?
And to Ron's point, we moved up the agenda release a whole day to give council more opportunity to be able to pose those questions and get them answered. Because we used to not really get the agenda until like Friday morning. I think it was released at maybe Thursday evening and we get it Friday morning. Or at least that's when I would get it. And so now we try to release it middle of the day on Wednesday to facilitate more opportunity to ask questions. So, all right.
One last thing.
Go for it.
Just to add, as far as Mr. Durham's presentation goes, particularly with regards to the mayor itself, just remember the Goldsboro Charter, section 3.3, does have a section where the mayor votes on all matters, not just ties. And so that was one item that's sort of general in statute, but if your charter overrides that, then the charter overrides that particular section. And then the council voted at some point, so it's in the ordinance, I believe, it's 30.11 as far as the mayor setting the agenda. And so those were a couple of items that were up there that I just thought maybe needed to just be expounded upon just a little bit.
And if you would, Ron, if you would just send out the snippet, especially as it relates to the agenda, because it's kind of prescriptive. Like if any member of council has something they want to see on the agenda, in addition to, of course, Robert's Rules of Orders, we can follow to get on the agenda during the meeting. If you send a request like 4 or 5 days in advance, then the mayor is obligated to include it as well. I mean, there's a lot of ways to try to make sure that things get up there, in addition to the fact that I don't think I've ever told anybody no. So, anyway.
That's all I had to add.
One quick comment, Mayor. Councilman White's going to need to excuse himself around 9:45, so make sure we follow the proper protocol for excusing him.
I'll be back, but I do have to run at 10.
All good.
You do have the disclosure forms that are due each year, and the code of ethics verification that you've received a copy. Laura's going to hand those out, and just have those filled out and get back to her. I can't remember the February deadline, but I think there is one.
At the meeting, the next meeting.
Yeah, you need to turn them in at the latest the next meeting. All right, so we don't run out of time on our friends. I see Dr. Campbell up there in the corner. Good to see you, sir. Brad, good? We good?
Yes.
Can they hear us? Dr. Campbell, can you hear us? We cannot hear you. Check and see. You're muted.
How about that?
Lovely. All right, sound check. Dr. Campbell, if you would, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Perfect. And you can hear us clearly.
Good morning.
Yes.
Fantastic.
What I'd like to do is just revisit the overview that I provided the other night. I believe it was on January the 6th. I have some updated numbers to share with respect to the cost of implementing the comprehensive salary study. So I wanted to go over that. And then also I wanted to see if you had any questions from either of the two projects, the compensation study or the organizational review. And I would certainly be happy to address those. Dr. Long is dealing with some health issues, so he is not here with me this morning. And so I'll be going through the presentation with you.
Mayor, just one point. On the agenda, it says that we'll be talking about the pay and compensation plan first. So I think as long as
Just to remind everybody the goals and objectives of the project, was to look at all the positions in the organization, to provide a competitive salary range for the position. We also provided some recommendations for council positions and stipends based on comparison of other jurisdictions in the area. We looked at several different labor markets and specific organizations, which I'll share with you in a moment. And the goal was to make sure that from an internal standpoint, there is equity or fairness within the pay structure. In other words, those positions that have equal responsibility, qualifications are pretty much similar. They should be paid relative on the same pay line or pay grade because they are very comparable to one another. And then those positions that are less comparable based on the actual duties or requirements for the job will be paid less. Those that have greater responsibility and duties and require greater, whether it be formal education or certification, would be paid above the two above the two previous scenarios I laid out for you. The goal being that you can improve recruitment as well as retention within the organization. There are some positions where the city has experienced some difficulty filling the job. Generally speaking, any position should be fillable within 45 days. From the moment the department head initiates a request to hire and sends that to HR, and then the clock begins and the process begins from job posting to screening to scheduling interviews to selection. So generally, any position should be filled within 45 days. Typically, if it takes greater than 45 days, it's what we regard as a hard-to-fill position. And then that will trigger other processes in terms of expanding the applicant pool and or doing some targeted recruitment to try to get a pool of qualified applicants for the position. And lastly, in terms of goals and objectives, we developed some policies and procedures to support the comp study. For example, we created a matrix that should serve as a guide for hiring new employees in terms of placing them within the structure based on their actual experience and education. Also, when a position is reclassified to a higher or lower grade, some guidance there, as well as for promotion and voluntary and involuntary separation, so that there's consistency in terms of how compensation issues are handled within the organization. As far as the labor market and specific organizations we looked at, we have the cities on the left side: Wilson, Greenville, Rocky Mount, Fayetteville, Raleigh, Durham, and Jacksonville. And then we have several counties on the right: Wayne County, Johnston, Pitt, Wake County, Nash, Duplin, and Onslow. And then there you see the note at the bottom of the screen. It says ONET. This is where we collect our private sector data. Once we collect the information from the local government organizations, we go through the ONET database, which gets its data from the Federal Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics, and we identify jobs that exist in the private sector in the region that also have comparable counterparts within the city of Goldsboro organization. And so we're able to pull the private sector data in as well. What the market data showed us was that on average, in terms of the pay structure you have in place now, the entry level of starting salaries are about 8.5% behind market. At the market average, you're about 10.5%. And then at the top end value for the different classifications on your current structure, it's about 11.9% or 12% behind the market based on the data. In the study were 308 positions, which covered 184 titles. We recommended giving everyone a 3% cost of living adjustment to make sure, for a number of reasons. One, if you weren't doing a study, you would probably still be doing something in terms of pay raises based on looking at the CPI, Consumer Price Index, as well as the Employment Cost Index. We think 3% is a competitive COLA. Just last week, the Department of Labor released data for the end of the year, and looks like inflation will end of the year at about 2.9%. So we're right in line with where we think you need to be in terms of a cost of living adjustment. The total cost of that cost of living adjustment is $467,811. As we developed a new structure, the first step is to increase the current base salary by 3%. Then we look to see after the 3% has been added to the base, does that get the incumbent at least to the minimum or the entry level of the new pay grade range that we established. And so there were 162 people out of 184 job titles where they were still below the minimums of the new structure prepared. So to get those 162 individuals up at least to the minimum is 503,738. Then we do an analysis based on some hypothetical forecasting. In essence, looking to see, based on how long each person has been in their position, what should their compensation be today in today's dollars? And so we call that their target salary. And we're looking to see if they're at or above their target salary. In this case, we have 189 folks that were not at their target salary. In other words, based on how long they've been in that position, they should be placed at a certain salary within the proposed range, which we call the target salary. So to get those 189 individuals to where they need to be, that was 238,705. So the good news is, when I spoke about this on Monday, January 6th, the total annualized adjustments or costs were about 1.4 million. Well, after that meeting, HR and MAG got together and started reviewing to make sure that employee data file was up to date that we received. We found some discrepancies with some job codes as well as some actual salaries. So we updated the database, and the cost dropped down to 1.2 million. HR tells me there may be a few more adjustments that need to be made, so it may come down a little bit more. But right now, it has decreased from 1.4 to 1.2, and the change to payroll has come down from 9.4 to basically 8%, which is a good thing. I mentioned on the 6th that we look at 5% as a benchmark from a number of perspectives when we're looking at the cost to implement a new study. When we look at the change to payroll, we look and see how you are relative to that 5% baseline. So you're at roughly 8%, so you're only 3% above that 5% baseline, which is pretty good. So that's kind of middle of the package, if you will, in terms of where you are relative to the market. So that was the first phase of the project, was the compensation classification study. I will say on the comp and class study, we also looked at the exempt and non-exempt status of the jobs for Fair Labor Standards Act compliance, identifying those jobs that are eligible for overtime and those that are excluded from overtime pay. And now the next step is to write new position descriptions that detail duties and responsibilities and requirements as they are today with respect to the jobs, the 184 jobs that comprise the workforce in the city. The second phase was to take a look at the organizational structure and staffing, looking at functions and responsibilities within the different divisions and departments, collecting information from other communities, cities, with respect to best practices and approaches to organizational structure and design, as well as responsibility allocation among the different departments to provide information and guidance in terms of a more efficient organizational structure, as well as improving accountability and communication within the departments and among the departments themselves. And so with that said, I want to share with you the major findings and recommendations of the Phase 2 report. The most, I think, significant finding was that the span of control of the city manager position was just far too great. One of the things you learn in a basic management course, if you're pursuing an MBA, is one individual should not have the responsibility for directly supervising more than 5, 7, maybe 8 people. About 8 people is considered the maximum for one person to directly supervise. And when I say directly supervise, that means not only providing guidance and direction in terms of operations within that department, coming from orders or direction from the council and the city manager, but also serving in a mentor capacity to some of those department heads who don't have a lot of significant experience, but making sure that they have the tools and resources they need. So with that said, generally 5 to 8 is the maximum span of control. At the time of the study, there were almost 19 different people at various levels reporting to the city manager, which makes it difficult for the city manager to respond to the needs of council, the community, as well as to provide direction to the departments. And so that was one of the major objectives of the study, is to come up with an organizational structure that would reduce that span of command. And so the proposed organizational structure reduces that down from almost 19 to 7 direct reports reporting to the city manager. We've also recommended consolidating some departments. There were a number of what we would consider work units or divisions that were labeled or considered departments within the city's organizational structure, when really they should be subordinate to another department or consolidated with another small department, which will cut down on the reporting relationship, and also, we hope, improve efficiency within the two departments by allocating resources together, as well as looking at achieving some economies of scale through that process. And so that also included recommending changing roles for some folks. Probably one of the biggest things when you do this in government is some folks care as much about a title as they do their salary. And so some people may feel slighted if their title is recommended to be changed from a director to a manager, but we're not recommending reducing their compensation. We're recommending putting a structure together, and at the different levels of management, you cannot have a director reporting to a director. Generally in local government, you've got a director, you can have an assistant director underneath that, then you'd have managers, then you'd have supervisors, and then you'd have coordinators. And so we cleaned that process up and led to the following recommendations. We recommend creating a second assistant city manager position within the city, retitling a few departments and consolidating some functions, reducing the span of control of the city manager down to 7 direct reports. The position titled assistant to the city manager, we're recommending reclassifying that position to a manager level position and focusing that position on strategic planning. One of the things that we found during the course of the study, the responsibility of that position were not clearly defined to the degree that we thought they should be, and we thought there's a need for greater strategic planning within the city, and so this person would serve as a resource to the city manager in the area of strategic planning and organizational development. And so with that said, that position would become a strategic planning manager, and then we would have 2 assistant city manager positions. One would be aligned over the operational departments. The second would be aligned over what we call community services departments. But those that report directly to the city manager would be the police chief, the fire chief, the finance director, HR director, and city clerk. They would report directly to the city manager. The other departments would report up through one of the 2 assistant city managers. And what you have on the screen now is your current organizational structure. As I said, it has virtually all the departments reporting directly to the city manager. Here is the proposed structure that we've come up with. Of course, we got council, then the city manager box, and then to the right there is the city clerk. That's a dotted line because day-to-day supervision comes from the city manager office, but the dotted line also indicates that council has some involvement in directing duties of the city clerk. And then underneath, you see the rest of the departments. On the left side are the operational departments, which include public communications, which is previously referred to as public information. We have the utilities department, public works department, engineering services, and information technology. And then you'll see the direct reports of human resources, police, fire, and finance to the city manager. Then on the right side, the other assistant city manager position, which will be overseeing what we call community services. There will be the strategic planning manager, which I just talked about, which has a dotted line to the assistant and also going to the city manager. We have development services, which will consist of the planning department, building and codes, and community development. One of the things that we discussed with the city manager, and he shared some insight as well, is that there have been some struggles with the community development function. And so we wanted to make sure that, because that is part of the development process in local government, that if we consolidate community development, planning and building and codes, and we get the right leadership at the top to assume the position of Director of Development Services, not only would it make the internal processes more efficient and effective, but it will also benefit the development community, where they're having one key contact in terms of a leader if there are issues or concerns with respect to development within the city. Parks and Rec, we've recommended including what we call cultural arts into the the Parks and Rec department, which means the Paramount Theater would fall into the Parks and Rec department. It would be a division of Parks and Rec. We are recommending consolidating downtown development and tourism into the Visitors Bureau and business development. We think there's some synergy there with respect to what those individual divisions were doing. And then we're going to strip out, or we're recommending stripping out, the outreach portion from community development, and move the current community development director into the community outreach manager position, which will allow the outreach portion to be more focused, most targeted with respect to community involvement, and then allow the community development staff to focus on things like housing and other programs that are run out of that department. Much more comprehensive and efficient process, we believe, by doing it that way. And so this is the proposed structure. Obviously, as you go through, certainly, as with all of our recommendations, you may have some thoughts as an organization about tweaking or making some adjustments, which is fine, because ultimately you have to live with what you put in place. But we do believe that the current structure is not effective in terms of communication and accountability when so many people are reporting to the very top. And so this is how we propose to address that situation. Are there any specific questions about the structure in the ARC study, or any questions about anything that was prepared in terms of the compensation study?
Matt, did you want to preface
I
anything?
just
before?
have a comment, and that I just really want to say two things. One is my hat's off to our HR department. They worked very hard with the consultant in looking through all the data and making sure that everything's as correct as it can be at this point in time. We're still kind of finalizing things, but they had to do a tremendous amount of work. My hat's off to them. And the second comment is that, you know, a lot of this stuff is still fairly new, and I think it's going to take a lot of analysis on the part of myself and Kelly to see, you know, what makes sense from a management perspective. You know, I appreciate their judgment and guidance, but we also have to look at it as, you know, what really makes sense and what's going to work for us. And we're still kind of looking at that. So this is an idea that we want to share that with you and get your thoughts and guidance as well. And that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Back to you.
Questions for the board?
All right.
I have questions.
Go ahead.
I have questions. Yes, sir. First of all, I want to thank you so much for your report, and also for your due diligence and making yourself available if we wanted to meet one-on-one with you. So I'm extremely grateful for our time that we had together and for you allowing me to ask you the questions. A couple more questions after reviewing your report. I first want to start with the Human Resources Department. I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Instead of progressing, I think we're regressing. We are paper in our Human Resources Department, and I want to understand why it is 2025. I was reading your notes. I've been asking you questions. Why have we not converted digitally? Why has the IT department and the Human Resources Department not combined to make everything digital? Where was the holdup in that?
Well, based on the information that we were ascertaining, one of the first things that we asked when we did the review of the HR department is why is it still so paper-based and not digital or electronic as most modern HR departments? And the department quickly recognizes that it is too paper-dependent in terms of processes, procedures, and having difficult times pulling reports. For example, the employee data file that we needed, which identified all the employees by name, titles, hire date, start date, promotion date, current salary, HR can't produce that report by itself. So it has to get help from IT to produce that report, which is one of the reasons we felt, we realized that, there was some information that needed to be updated. The issue is the city currently uses the banner system for both finance and HR.
For
But at the time it was originally.
For clarification, is Banner a methodology or a software package? What is Banner?
It's a software package. It's a software package, software application. It keeps up with all the financial records, invoicing, and it also has the capability to be the data repository for all the HR files. When it was originally purchased, it was not fully purchased with all of the HR modules that are available. And so HR at some point in time had proposed that the city buy the additional modules, keep the Banner system as the primary enterprise system, but buy the most recent HR modules that are manufactured by that vendor so that they could have more access in terms of data management and reporting and reduce the trail of paper that's currently in place in terms of HR functions and processes. And based on what we were able to ascertain, it appears that IT and finance, which in typical city, finance and IT usually have significant voice in terms of major system upgrades or acquisition, that those two departments did not see it as a priority, and therefore, once it was presented, it didn't go any further.
It was presented to who? The city manager? Did the city manager at any time ever get involved and go to his departments and say, hey, this needs to get put in place right away?
That I don't know. I know this happened under the tenure of the last city manager who's no longer there. But I knew, though, that that manager did listen to all the parties involved, and there was strong pushback from finance and IT about upgrading the system.
And if memory serves, it was also included in the proposed budget at least 1 year and was cut from the budget during final negotiations. This was prior to my service as mayor, but I do know that it was in the budget and was cut by council at least once as well.
But the pushback you were telling me about was recent, within the last year.
Could I intervene on that, please? I may be able to shed some light that Dr. Campbell cannot.
Okay.
I've been here probably going on 8 years. Probably 3 to 4 years out of the 8, we have put that cost in the budget. It has been taken out of the budget. Our current system is not at a level that will take the integration of the new system, so there needs to be some updates with what we have in place before we can add any additional. Because of the situations we've had with the audit and some other personnel matters, we have not, finance and IT and HR has not had the time or the workforce to bring that up. Stan.
So I think in general, it's been a staffing and finance issue, not so much as in prioritization. If this was a higher priority, we would make it happen, but we haven't been able to get it up to that level.
And additionally, we can do some things within the HR office, but we are a department of 6, and that's all we can do to take care of day-to-day operations.
Thank you for explaining that to me, because I will tell you that that was definitely not what was shared with me. So I guess the communication is not online, but that was not what was shared. So thank you for clarifying that for me. I do have additional questions. So I want to start, first of all, you were talking about ethics earlier. I did have a lot of questions about, your suggestions with the finance department, with the DGDC, with combining departments, and, my questions led to me to format an email to question job descriptions, question salaries, questions how departments were working together. I formatted my email to the city manager and copied the mayor in the email. And then the frustration is you're sending an email and you talk about ethics. If you are, let's say my email, which it wasn't, it was with the intent that you are finding some wrongdoing or you are suspect some fraudulent activity or anything like that. The frustration was I sent this to him, the mayor sends a response, rightfully so, to CC it to the HR department, but the next thing I know, every single department head that I was questioning salaries and descriptions, my emails were CC'd to all of those department heads. And not only that, I run into a department head, I'm gonna ask a question so that I can see how that department head feels about the situation, and she says, we're not allowed to talk to you. We've seen your email. So I'm like, why can't you talk to me? Why can't you answer the questions? Why do we have a study when we cannot dig deeper or ask questions? Why is nobody allowed to ask the questions? So, you know, when you're asking and requesting information and it has to do with employees, can that not be assigned a number so that it doesn't go to every department head where those questions are coming from, and then they're not responding back to you out of frustration that you have asked all these questions about their department?
And council, can I inject purely for a point of procedure? Councilman White has to exit, and to excuse him, and just in the event of a vote or something like that, I would like to be able to excuse him according to process. And so council, I'd entertain a motion to excuse Councilmember White until, so that he can go and handle something and then come right back. And so I'd entertain a motion from council to excuse Councilman White from any votes during the time of his absence.
So
So
moved.
moved, Mr.
All right,
Mayor.
is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion is made and properly seconded. Any debate? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion calls. Safe travels. We'll see you in a little bit. Councilwoman Weeks, the floor is still yours. I apologize for the intrusion.
So that was frustrating to me, is inquiring about job descriptions, roles, titles, salaries, and then CCing my email to every single department head, and then me asking that department head a question, and the response is, we've been told we can't talk to you. We can't talk about this. And I'm like, okay, Matt, did you tell the department head they can't talk to me? I can't
No.
ask a question about this?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay.
I wanted the whole board, city council to know. Now, there might have been some questions in there that had to be by specific departments that they would have to be aware of so they would know. But there was no intention for me to say to them, or nor have ever said any department head for clarification that they can't talk to a city council member. That's just not what I do.
My information could have came from the director of the HR department. Every question I asked, her and the finance director could have gotten together. It was not necessary. Again, if I have a question about an employee, a staff member, if I suspected something, my email ethically should not have been passed to every department head. And then the department head should not have been advised, we cannot discuss this with you. We have seen your email and we cannot discuss this.
I would like to interject there. Matt did refer the email to me, and along in his email, he did send it to the department heads, and that was because the HR team may need the support of the department heads in completing the
But not every
information.
department head, just the ones that were specific
Just the
to-
ones that were affected in your email were the ones that got it.
So the HR department does not keep the job descriptions that I was asking for?
Job descriptions are
Okay.
public information, and they are on the internet, so yes,
Okay.
they are there.
So HR department has the job descriptions. Finance department would have any questions I have about salaries, correct? Okay. Again, if I suspected any kind of wrongdoing, which I do not, I want to make that clear, but if I were suspecting wrongdoing or questioning something about a department, my email should not have been circulated to every single one of those department heads, nor should a department head be advised that they could not speak to a council member to answer questions.
Do we know where that suggestion came from?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I have a question, but it's a general question.
And Joe, you're still running the show. I don't want to.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't, Miss Councilwoman Weeks, are you done? Or, I mean, so I can ask a question
Oh,
is
you
all.
go ahead.
Okay. And I saw the email come by, and I sort of skimmed over it, but I didn't deep dive into it, which is gonna be my question. When the email was sent out, was it sent, I'm just asking a question, was it sent from your city email address?
Yes, it was, and I sent it to the city manager, and then I CC'd it out of courtesy to the mayor, because I just really wanted him to know that, hey, I have some questions.
Well, then, my question would be, if that's the case, that it's all public information, and all the emails are public, so there would be no reason, I want somebody to tell me I'm wrong, because this is my line of thinking. There would be no reason for any expectation of privacy in any of that chain, and it seems to me that if I had that question, or a question, me personally, I would have went in person to ask the question, so as to not, if I wanted to ask a question I didn't want to be public information, I probably would have asked it directly, because it's my understanding that any email that goes through the city email system is all public. So is that correct?
Unless it's personnel related, but everything that she requested, yes, was public information.
I just was asking for clarity. I mean,
I just want to state that, again, for the record, my intention as the manager was not to share this broadly with every department head, and I don't know how that happened. My intention was to, as the attorney recognized this morning, to make sure the department heads were aware of the questions so that they could be educated and be able to help you answer the questions that you may have, just to be informed. And also to keep informed the council. I know it's a public record, but in no time have I ever instructed department head to not speak with a council member. I don't do that.
So where did that come from?
I don't know, but I mean, I think the department heads could tell you that I don't operate like that.
So would it be fair of us to be able to ask that department head who told them not to speak to someone?
I
No.
don't think it's the appropriate forum to do
No,
that.
we're not gonna do that.
But I do feel like, I do, from a council manager relations and things like that, my expectation from the department heads is to uphold the most professional demeanor and positive communications as they possibly can. I think they do that. They understand when a city council person contacts them that, they're not directed by that council person, but they should try to do everything they can to answer that question and keep me informed so that I can also help with that request.
Mr. Drew, may I ask a question?
Let's go with,
Please.
I just got a quick comment, Mayor. I also think too, that's been the culture, honestly. The culture has been from way past leadership that you just don't talk to council. But I think there are some department heads now, and even under Matt's leadership, that we're trying to change that culture, but some people just don't feel comfortable because that has just been what has been etch-a-sketched into everybody's head, that we're not a safe platform. So it's up to us to try to change the culture of that, knowing that they do not take their directives from us, but we are a safe space for them to yield into if they need to.
Yeah, because how are we supposed to make decisions if we don't have all the information? And if people feel negative towards talking to us?
I think this is a very timely example. So, Ms. Weeks, I apologize if what I'm about to do, I'm just simply going to use this scenario as an example for something that was discussed a little bit earlier when we were talking about, communication expectations from the manager, to the council. Distributing an email internally, I get that. You don't need to overshare, you don't need to make things over the top, because you're not trying to inflame things unnecessarily. But, Mr. Durham, to the conversation we were having earlier about a records request in preparation for a retreat comes in, would that be a reasonable expectation that the manager, again, if this is a wrong question, y'all shut me down. But we just had this conversation, is that something that the manager probably should chime in and include the rest of council? Again, I'm looking for examples, and I know that this is a hot one right now, and I apologize if I'm inflaming things.
Just from my perspective, this is something really, it's a style type of thing also, as to how the manager wants to share information. Manager may direct you to department heads, or he or she may answer that question directly. Yeah, typically, if that type of thing comes in, and again, all of these things are gonna be discussed at, we're gonna talk about the organizational structure, we're gonna talk about the pay class plan. And if there are specific questions about that, obviously, those can be responded to.
Yeah.
And who you're sharing with, that's more of a,
It feels a little bit like you're damned if you did, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because on one hand, it's absolutely something that is going to be discussed. This question came up to try to manage, we all have to do time management.
Yeah.
This question came up, here was the response, FYI. Maybe don't say, here's who asked it. But I can see a reasonable response there. But in furthering our earlier conversation about facilitating communication, what's the best practice? Where do we cut it off? What's that fine line? How do you balance that?
yeah, I think that's the issue for us, is that fine line. How do you balance that type of communication, that request? And again, those types of requests, it's specific. There is a draft study or study that's under review and evaluation. You want to have some process. Again, I'm not second guessing or second guessing anyone on this, but how do you manage those questions as they come in? And again, knowing that we're going to discuss this at the review. And again, like the initial statement I made, a lot of that is just a style type of thing. Could Matt direct all of those questions to the HR director, or could he respond to them himself, or, those are gray areas to a certain extent. Yes, ma'am.
I would just like to say, for me, unfortunately, this was a style that was set up before Matt got there. When I first came on council, I requested some information with the then city manager. And the information that I requested to him, which was regarding something that I wanted to know regarding my district, he also sent it to everyone. And I did not like that. And the reason why I didn't like it as an individual and as a city council is because I asked that question. I wanted to know that information. And if I felt that I needed to ask Councilwoman Jamie or Councilwoman Brandy, then I would have asked her. I would have asked them, or Mr. Boyette. But yet, the question that I asked him, the information that I wanted, he sent it to me, but he sent it to everyone else. And whether they read it or not was not important. But I didn't feel comfortable with him sending that information to everyone. And I think this is a process that we have to, really take a look at and see what really needs to be sent and what really doesn't need to be sent. And I know that our emails are a matter of public record, and any email that we send that has Goldsboro NC on the end of it, anybody can pull it and anybody can have it. I understand that. But at that time, that was my communication with my then city manager. It was not you.
Is a problem with municipalities really all across the country right now. When you were talking about our salaried versus our unsalaried, or if someone will call it exempt versus non-exempt, I did have a question, and I don't know if Matt can answer this, or maybe the HR department can answer it for me. As far as our staffing and our salaries, do we have a policy put in place for at-home work or telework? Do we allow at-home work? Because one of the department heads that I went to see to ask questions, honestly, was never in our office, never. So I just want to know, what is our policy for at-home work and telework?
So we do have a telework policy. It stemmed from COVID, because there were some employees that, of course, felt more comfortable working from home. That policy was allowed to be extended, so it is in place as a permanent policy. It is left up to the discretion of the department head, based on the functions in that department, whether they can allow or will allow their employees to work remotely. And the policy says it is at the discretion of the department head.
Okay, I would like to see that that policy, Matt. So you're leaving the discretion of telework and at-home work up to the department head. What if that's so if the department head is constantly working from home, are they reporting back to you and you're the one that's allowing them to work from home?
Yes, and there's not a ton of that going on like it used to be during COVID for obviously reasons. But there are still some areas where it may benefit the person to be working from home at least a couple days out of the week in certain circumstances. It's a case-by-case basis.
If I may, I think one of the most recent examples of that would be Kelly, whenever he was working from home because he was unable to, due to his injury, to work.
That was due to an injury, that right?
I get that. Who sets that policy? Does the council review that policy? Do you, maybe you guys did, the former council?
Let me stand corrected. It is an agreement that was put in place.
Okay.
Administrator, I think it was like an administrative agreement. So it's not part of the personnel policy, but it is an administrative agreement that the manager at that time put in place.
And frankly, I haven't really signed off on a lot of those that I can think of, because most people have come back to work much more so than they've,
So, and again, this is my ignorance. I'm just trying to learn. So how would you even know if they're working from home? They let you know, or?
They're supposed to run these things by me, but I don't think we have a lot of that simply because of the fact that our operations dictate that, most of our positions are those that require boots on the ground kind of thing and being there present.
Other questions about the study at this stage?
I mean, I'll be happy to give you a report of those people that are, if you want that information. And it's a handful of people, if you're interested in that.
Next question, what positions were you recommending? And when you looked at the finance department, we're top heavy.
Yes.
What were you recommending?
We stopped short of recommending specific, elimination of specific positions, simply because we felt that the finance director, in consultation with the city manager, were in a much better position to make that call. I know that they've caught up on those back audits, but I don't know what the process was or is, so that you don't get back in that situation in the future. So that has to have some impact on what the staffing level needs to be. But we are very confident in saying, at a minimum, we believe you can reduce the staffing in there by 4 or 5 people.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, you cut out. What did you say?
4 or 5 people.
I said, we feel pretty comfortable that you could reduce staffing in there by 4 to 5 people and still provide the traditional services of the finance department. It's top heavy. You've got a director, you've got a deputy director, and you've got an assistant director, all in one department.
Ms. Weeks, do you have more, or we have other?
I do have more questions.
Can I come back to you and give some other members a chance to ask
Sure.
questions? Ms.
I
Jones?
apologize.
Yes.
Oh, excuse me. Let's go back to Ms.
Well,
Matthews.
this is actually expounding and about the question that Ms. Weeks had about the being top heavy in the finance. So that would go with that. Not saying that the county is our greatest role model, but they do handle things, really well. And they only have 12, in the entire finance only have 12 people. And I realize that we have 20 people in our finance. Are we looking to, now that we have our audits up to date, everything is going well, are we as a council going to take a look at not them losing their jobs or their position or anything, but are we going to take a look at scaling that amount of staff back, because it is quite a lot.
Quick point on that, the finance department for the city of Goldsboro also includes water billing, utilities billing, whereas the finance department for the county of Wayne does not. That
Okay.
being said, the county of Wayne is obviously much larger. Your point remains,
Right, it
certainly
is
remains
larger.
valid within the context of Mr. Campbell, but I just wanted to point that fact out there on the table, just to ensure folks do recognize that the utilities billing component of the county would effectively be the water districts, which is much more people. So, go ahead. Your point does-
And we
your
did
point
take
does
in
remain.
consideration they're doing the billing for the
Thank you.
utilities.
Yes.
But it's still too many, the head count is still too high.
Yes.
Right.
We're talking about the head positions. It's top-heavy compared Raleigh. I mean, we've got more top-heavy positions than that Raleigh. I mean, I'm comparing our larger cities and not the finance positions, Mayor, that you were referencing.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Let me, if I can, let's see if we can focus on some of these questions. I mean, questions about the actual report, the study. And then if this study is recommended in some form or fashion, there will be other questions come up. The comparison between Wayne County and other cities, and whether or not we're top-heavy in one particular area. Those are discussions that we can have later on. We've got somebody online right now who prepared this study, and I think, I believe the important thing for us right now is to ask those questions that are related to the development and presentation of this study. Okay, Brandy?
Hey, Dr. Campbell, and Ms. Dove, this is for both of you guys. I like a lot of the recommendations for us. So is this something that, and I think you put it in phases too, as to how we can implement them in phases, or I might have been looking at something else. But what do you suggest, like, is this gonna be an upcoming budget that we wanna try to make these implementations right now? Or can we, as a board, say, okay, we like the condensing of the department, so let's check that box and then do it that way? Will we have another time to look at that before the implementation? Is this a 26, 27 goal, or like what's the goal of implementation?
Well,
Can I take that
specifically,
question?
well, go ahead.
I think, we're going to have some time to review all these things and make sure we're talking about apples to apples comparisons. I would like some general opinions from the city council on some of the proposed mergers. And from a manager's perspective, I have to look at it from operations standpoint. Because just because it's recommended in the study doesn't mean that operationally we're going to get a lot of juice out of the squeeze, so to speak. It makes sense on paper, is what I'm trying to say in some cases, but that doesn't mean that it makes sense in reality. And so we have to look very closely at those things.
So I guess to speak to that, thank you, City Manager, is what is our realistic timeline? Because some studies come through, we hit go really fast. And this is one of those things where we got a lot of people kind of depending on, like, what do we plan on doing? So I just wanted to know a timeline.
I think that depends on how fast you all want to move. There are
Okay.
some things included in both studies that we could probably implement as soon as possible. There are other things that will be July 1st timeframe because it needs to be included in the budget. And there are some other recommendations that may be a year or two out.
Okay.
So I do think we're going to have to piecemeal it, depending on our finances and just where we are as a team as far as moving forward.
So my recommendation is you would give Kelly and I and even HR time to really kind of drill down on this. We haven't had that yet.
Last thing, I don't want to put you on the spot right now to answer, Ms. Dove, but I would love to hear from you, especially of what some of those things are that you think, like, we could go ahead and go on.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go back to,
Just from a procedure standpoint, I haven't dissected that information yet in the full summary. I mean, I've certainly gone over the executive summary, and just from a procedural standpoint, the reason I haven't deep dived completely into it is my understanding that that's the manager's role to decide how to take this information and then decide how he wants to run his organization and that we've hired a manager, and that's the manager's responsibility and his staff's responsibility to go through that, figure it all out, make a decision about it, and then come back to us and say, you know, to my council members, this is what I think, to move forward. And it's almost like I'm maybe defending the situation, but we haven't had a manager that's an actual manager in some time, a year or so, however long it's been, and the present person is in an interim role. So, and I might think I mentioned this yesterday, it would seem to me that once we as a council choose our permanent manager, then I would assume that manager's priority, number one, would be taking this information and figuring out how that manager, he or she, wants to run their organization that we hired them to do. So I just haven't dived that far into the whole report yet, because I'm depending on ultimately the person that the council places that responsibility on as the professional to come to me as the elected official. If I'm supposed to be doing the magic three things, setting a budget, setting policy, and hiring a manager, at this stage, none of that comes into play at that. So I'm behind on some of what is being discussed here because I just haven't dived that far into it. So am I accurate with my line of thinking? Doesn't mean that somebody can't ask questions, but I mean, we're not at that point. I think the cart's before the horse.
Other comments? We've got to start the civic lesson at 10:15.
Mr. I promise I'm going to yield the floor. This is not a question, just a comment. The truly actionable piece of this is the salary study and the impact on the budget. That's what finance and the manager need direction on. The structure of things, let's be honest, that ain't happening today. There are going to be some changes, but we don't even know exactly what changes are being recommended by the manager. Would it be amenable to council to focus on the salary study piece so that we can give the manager and finance some directions as they start building out our budget?
I would, and even for those watching at home, all the questions I am asking are concerning for the salaries. Everything I'm asking is straight from your study. My next question I have for you, salary related, the 3% COLA, is that in addition to what we have already agreed upon?
What do you mean, what you've already agreed upon?
I can answer that question. It's basically a $1.2 million plus fringe benefits. We estimate to be about $1.6 million for total salary compensation recommended changes based on market studies, based on an overall 3% cost of living. But we also need to, in the fairness and equity of this, and we'll talk about that too, is bring back that COLA for the police and fire, because as he mentioned before, there was a 2.9% CPI. And generally speaking, as a manager, I've always tried to recommend that the COLAs keep pace with the CPI. So I hope that answers your question, but that's what the cost implication of that is, if that's what you're asking.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
One
sir.
of the things that I think you've indicated that we've got the salary issue here that will impact the budget going forward. And then we have administrative organizational changes that are being proposed that will have to be considered by the manager. But at the end of the day, there are budget implications that are associated with this. So there's a budget process that you're going to have to go through. One of the things you can do to respond to other questions, concerns, organizational structure is to have some kind of work session, which you can spend more time going into more detail about this study. Because I think where you are right now is, again, trying to understand this, if I can, and there's a need, obviously, to spend more time on it. Would that be something that this board would?
We can do an additional work session. We can work with the clerk and work with the board to get something scheduled on the structure. I do think that we need some form of consensus for or against, do we allocate, or are we directing the manager and the finance director as part of their budget preparations to expect the 1.6 to be part of the budget? Am I correct in that?
Yes,
That
sir.
you need some sort of guidance on if that money should be expected and built into the budget as we go into budget planning.
But see, that was my question.
Right.
Part of my question was saying, we're approaching a budget season. There may be things that we can go ahead and press go on as it relates to the money, and we need to prioritize those things versus the whole thing. I mean, I support the recommendations and I like it and would love to see us move in that direction. I just don't know if we can press go on all of that in this upcoming season. So what can we do? And let's consider and prioritize those things. So that was what my question was about.
So at the end of this day today, the finance director will be giving a presentation to include some of those costs, including some of the financing that we talked about yesterday for the capital, and you'll see the impact on that, because I don't blame you. It's hard for you guys to make a decision without understanding what those financial impacts are, and I'm not trying to put you in that position to ask you to do something. So the finance director has put that together for us, and that will be sort of towards the end of the day.
Ms. Jones?
First of all, I'd like to thank you so much for your report. It was excellent. There are a lot of things up there that I really, really like, but there are two areas that we'll talk about later with the structure. But I did want to say that I am in agreement with the 1.6 and that we can move forward with that, you know, if it's the consensus of the council. But like I said, there are some structural things that I had some questions for, but I will hold those.
Okay, and I think it's important for us to continue to have those discussions, but as I indicated earlier, their budget implications are coming up. There is a budget process, which is going to be talked about this afternoon. Matt just alluded to that, and whether or not is this something to be done all in 1 year, phase it in over a 2-year period. So those are all discussions that you'll have. Okay? So one of the things from here we talked about was the potential for a work session on this in the future, so that will be duly noted in the notes. Okay? Sir, thank you so very much.
I actually find this frustrating because you said this was a retreat for us to learn and to grow together. And we have so many questions. I have so many questions. I have more questions about you, for you about the DGDC department and the travel tourism department combining together, about this MOU that I was talking about yesterday with the DGDC. I have a lot of questions, but I feel like when we come to meetings that it's rush, 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 and we are made to hush and not ask any more questions.
No one is making anyone hush. Let's be clear on that. There is ample opportunity outside of meetings as well to get answers and to pursue questions, and we're implored to do that. The meetings, there's a limited amount of time, and we've made sure that everyone has access to Dr. Campbell. The report has been released. We've committed to doing an extra work session. No one is being implored to hush. I don't think that's a good message to send to the council or to the public. In this particular moment, we do have an agenda with a lot of things on it, but what we just committed to doing was setting another conversation to be had publicly.
Yeah, I guess when you have a department head coming to you and saying, hey, we're not supposed to talk to you and we're not supposed to talk about this, then you're triggered a little bit to say, hey, what is being hid? You know, what don't they want us to discuss? What don't they want us to know? And again, that's just me. That's just me. I'm just one council member, but I'm just saying, when somebody says, hey, we don't answer your questions, and then, again, I appreciate my time that I had with you and that you gave all of us to ask the questions.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Taylor, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, because I kind of wanted to hear the questions Beverly had to ask him about the merging the two departments. I know that we're on an agenda and a tight schedule, but I mean, he's here to discuss it, right?
It's council's agenda.
Okay.
So let's look at this. The next thing is another conversation with Civic Plus that's scheduled for 10:15. They're also, originally it's for 10:30. They need to do it at 10:15, right?
Right.
They're waiting online as well. Council, we can amend this agenda at the will of council. Are there things that you want to remove that you want to do at a later date to facilitate more time with this, if Dr. Campbell is available as well, later this afternoon?
Mayor, my recommendation would be that we just bring Mr. Russell back to a follow-up meeting so that he can answer all of our questions.
Yeah, that's certainly what was discussed a few moments ago about doing a work session
Yes,
for it.
that's.
Okay, so work session including Mr. Russell. Okay,
Got it.
noted, all right.
I would suggest special call, because even in a work session, things tend to get, because we're on a
Right.
time limit, so I would request a specific meeting for this particular topic, not to put it on the agenda at one of our regular council meetings.
And I would also request in advance of that, any particular concerns that you have as individual council members, to please come see me, including their information of department heads saying they can't speak to you as individual council members, because I need to make sure, I tried to make it very clear, they can speak and should speak to them when the council member's asking a question.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Laura, it's all on you.
Oh, Lord.
So you'll let me know when you want to get back together?
We will, we'll be in touch. We'll
Okay.
try to
Thank
do
you.
that sooner than later, obviously.
All right, I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Uh-huh.
You got it?
Good morning, everyone. So we have Ms. Eaton with Civic Plus that's going to be coming online to do a short training with you, and then I'll follow up a little bit after she's finished.
Okay, where do I need, she needs to set me up here.
Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure we get her online. I'm trying to find my,
The email.
I apologize for the delay.
Yeah,
Just
that
one second.
email.
I'm trying to find the email that has the Civic Plus training in it, and then send it to this computer. I've already, logged in and got my, whatever.
We should have had one. You remember doing this training?
But this was, now it's actually not just a demo. too. I want to get away from the iPads and just do laptops that, or even just computers that stay at the.
So council, while we're waiting for Ms. Snyder to join us, I'm going to pass out some agendas for you. This is the current agenda template that we have. Matt's going to pass them out for me. What we'd like for you to do is to review this agenda template and let us know if there's any changes in the order that you suggest, because we really need to finalize this. We can't do the agendas in Civic Plus. We need to set up final agenda. So if you guys can review those agendas, let me know if you recommend the changes to the order. Once y'all agree on all those, then I can go ahead and set that this is the final agenda.
Laura, give us just 1 second. I think everyone's trying to finish getting logged in, and then we'll be able to focus on the question.
Miss Laura, I'm logged in, but I have a blank screen. Am I supposed to be blank at this point?
I don't know where I am.
I'll get you there in just a second.
I do have, Mayor, I do have a suggestion whenever it's time to speak about it on the agenda order. Or should I have directed that to you since you're running the show? Okay.
All right. For those who are getting logged into Civic Plus, there were a few different emails from the clerk with specific links to the city's account within Civic Plus. Go back to your email. If you haven't already created an account with Civic Plus, then you'll do that. If you have, then just simply go to Civic Plus's website, and where it says login, try to log in. If you don't remember your password, you can always just click reset, and it will automatically generate an email that goes towards you.
For you, click just to get back to the home.
And I can also reset your password from here if you need that.
Do you want to just do that?
I can.
All right.
Just let me know if there's anybody that needs it to reset.
Click Civic Plus right there. Just a moment. And click sign in. Over there on sign. Oh, that's.
See, I'm already signed in.
Okay. All right.
Lord have mercy. I signed in and saved my password because I purposely saved my password so I
get it.
would have to remember it.
Oh, I get it. I don't know either.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to.
You're in a different spot than I was. Yeah, just do that. Just click forgotten password. All right, so then go check your. Okay.
Okay, so
All right, now check your email, your city email, because they're going to
my
send you.
city email is not on here.
Do you have it on your phone?
No.
Can you reset me, Madam Clerk? I done tried 2 different ones. I ain't know.
Jesus. See, I did all this, so I wouldn't have to go through this.
Refresh it and see if it sent you one. Oh, well, stay at your email.
Testing, testing. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Can you hear us?
I can.
All right.
My apologies. I was in the Zoom that I had sent over in my invite, so that's my fault.
Okay. Yes, we were getting messages that said I'm in, ready for y'all, and then I'm glad we're coordinated now. So for this conversation right now, do we need everyone signed into Civic Plus, or can we just follow along, watch, and then it'll look familiar when we do get signed in?
Should be able to just follow along, but it's entirely up to you. If people
Perfect.
wanted to try to log in, they certainly could.
Perfect.
But we can, if you guys, my plan was to record it, so if you guys want to record it on your end, I don't have that control since it's not my Zoom, but if you guys want to record it, you can then always like re-watch what we go over as well.
Sure, and just to be advised, this is a recorded session. This is live streamed as well as part of a city council meeting. So, yeah, it'll be recorded, and that way council will be able to refer back to it. That also takes some stress off of the moment. If you're not logged in, don't worry about it. We'll follow along, and then we'll be able to resolve it.
Yep.
No,
Absolutely.
mine, I had already set mine up at home and now it's not working.
I don't know.
You log in?
Yeah, I just logged in. I'm just at my account page. Yeah, that's it
All
right
right.
now.
Are we set to get started? Go ahead and share my screen.
Recording in progress.
Perfect. Am I good to go ahead and get started?
Yes.
All right, awesome. So let me go ahead and I'm going to share my screen here. All righty. Well, thank you all so much for joining. My name's Eden Snyder, and I'm an implementation consultant at Civic Plus. I've been working closely with Laura to implement this new agenda and meeting management tool for you all. So the first thing I wanted to kind of run through, what we'll be talking about is really just an overview of the board portal that comes with the solution. So I'm going to be walking through how to log into the board portal, and then I will also be kind of doing an overview of the board portal, and then time allowing, we'll kind of wrap up at the end, and I will also show you guys what the public-facing portal looks like. So that is what we have on our agenda for today. Is that screen share coming through?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So the first thing I wanted to touch on was just how to log into the system for the first time for those of you board and council members that have not done so yet. So I'm going to go ahead and I'll drop this in the chat. I know a lot of you are not on your computers, so I will also share it in a wrap-up email to Laura, and she can share it with you. But there is a specific URL that you're going to go to get logged into the system. And so that is goldsboro.nc.boardportal.civicclerk.com. Again, I don't expect you to memorize that by any means. And when you come to that for the very first time, it's going to look like the login page that I have pulled up currently. And so what you're going to do is enter in the email address that you would have provided to Laura at some point in time. There will be an account that has already been set up for all of you. So I am just going to enter in, we'll go eden@fake.com because I don't want it to try to log me in here. You'll enter in your email address, and then you will click continue. Now that's going to populate a password field, but since you haven't logged in yet, we need to set up our credentials. Now the easiest and the best way, most consistent way that works for people is to actually just use the forgot your password link. So again, entering in that email address, clicking continue, and then that's going to populate this forgot your password link right here. Now, once you click that, it's going to send an email to your email that you entered, and you're going to just follow through those steps to set up your credentials. Now, once you actually have your password set up, you're going to go back to that first URL, which again is that goldsboro.nc.boardportal.civicclerk.com. And at that point, you're going to do the same thing, but you're going to actually use your password to get logged in. So that forgot password method, definitely the best way for getting in for the very first time. Now, once you do get logged in, it's going to look something like this. Now, of course, we have some tests in here, our council retreat meeting. So, you know, this is kind of what it's going to look like when you get logged in. So before I kind of show you what an actual kind of agenda looks like, we'll talk about the electronic voting. I do want to just do kind of an overview of the system. Now, it's pretty straightforward. There's really just kind of a few things to access in here, but I'll start with what we see upon login. Upon login, you are on the Agendas tab, and you can see the tabs down at the bottom of the screen. So we have one for agendas, one for minutes, and one for notes. The fourth tab, this is not a piece of the solution that you currently have as part of your scope, but maybe in the future it might be used. So for now, we can ignore that media tab. Now, on the Agendas tab, you're going to see some tiles, and each tile is going to represent a different agenda. This page will fill as more and more agendas are published, but the one in the top left corner is always going to be the one that's most upcoming. So typically when you're logging in for a meeting, you know, the next meeting, it's probably going to be the one in this top left corner. So on the Agendas tab, that's what you're accessing. If we click onto a tab, we're going to talk about this green button here in a moment, but if we were to just access this test agenda from the first If you wanted to take a look at the agenda, you can click on that card, and that'll bring you into a view of the agenda. Now, the first page is just a line item view, so you can see all of the sections, how it's broken up. You can see all of the items that have been added onto the agenda. If you are interested in taking a look at an item, you can always click into the item here and be able to see a little bit more information. Now, it'll list out any attachments up for the item. There is a place for you to take notes within the system, and that is tied to your account. So if you're someone who wants to take notes in the system, you're welcome to do so. But we'll just give you a little bit more information. If you're interested in going back out to that line item view, there is an agenda details button up here at the top. And if we click on that, that'll just bring you right back out. Now, alternatively, if you prefer to actually be able to review the document itself and not so much the broken up version from the system, you will also be able to view those at the very top. So there's going to be a button for the agenda as well as for the packet over here on the right-hand side where you can actually click in. It'll open up another tab, and it'll take you right into that specific agenda. Now, this is one I had used for a previous training, so I'd shown some of the annotation tools here. But as you can see, if you do annotate this agenda, it saves and stores in the system, so you can come back to that. Up in the very top left, there are some annotation tools if you click on Annotate. So a text box, if you want to enter in some notes, you can draw arrows. There's an approval or a deny button that you can add if you want to track things in that manner, but a way for you to view the actual document too. If you do end up taking notes in here, there is a save button in the top right where you can kind of save your work, and it'll just close out this window, bring you back to the agenda. So that's kind of the agenda overview. I'll show you this a little bit more in action once we get into what it'll look like for you guys to vote and whatnot, but just wanted to give kind of a general overview. If we go back out to agendas, it's going to take us to the page where you can see all of the options for what's been published currently. The next tab we have is our minutes tab, and if we go ahead and click on that, that's just going to show you any minutes documents that have been published. So I went ahead and published one so we could see what that would look like. If you click into the minutes that have been published, it's going to look very, very similar from when we were looking at the agenda, but again, you can download the minutes document. Or you can even see roll call from that meeting would have been tracked as well. So a way for you to view that information. So that's kind of a general overview. Notes is hard to show. This would basically pull any of your previous notes. It's not going to pull from annotations on the document version of the agenda, but if you had taken any notes from a previous meeting within the actual item, and again, just as a refresher of what I'm talking about, if we go into an item, I mentioned that notes field, it would pull those notes there so you could refer back to some previous notes that you had taken in your portal. So I'll kind of pause there. That's just sort of the general overview. The next thing I want to talk about is what does it look like when you're joining the meeting for your electronic voting. But I'll pause here and see if anyone has any questions.
So, council, does everyone understand how you'll be able to have clear, consistent access to the agendas as they're developed, as well as past agendas right here in this database, accessible to you 24 hours a day at your fingertips? Maybe that's a positive spin on it, but that's certainly the intent, is to make it so that everyone has one place they can go and have their past agendas, their past notes, if they choose to do it that way. Obviously, you can still download the packet and have it if that's your preferred method. Knock yourself out. Does anyone have any questions at this time? All right.
All right.
Keep going.
Oh, sorry, I was a little muffled. Did someone have a question, or are we good?
No, we're good for now.
Okay, awesome. I will keep going then. So the next thing I want to talk about is this green button that you're going to see. Now, these won't always be present. This is something that will be turned on by the individual who is going to be taking minutes during a meeting, and it's going to allow for you to actually officially join the meeting. And so that's why we see it on this one and we don't see it on this one. So I have two monitors up in my setup, and so right now I have the board portal version shared, and then on my other monitor I'm going to be doing and completing the tasks that Laura or whoever from the city would be completing to get these things set up. So let's talk about joining the meeting. So we're at our council retreat. You're logging in for the meeting, and there's going to be a green button that becomes available for you where when we go ahead and click on that, you're going to be able to track your own role. So you can mark yourself as present and voting, or if there are instances where you might be present but not voting, maybe you're an alternate or something along those lines, that is an option as well. I'm going to go ahead and mark myself as present and voting, and I'm going to go ahead and click Save. So far, that's the only difference in clicking in, is that we've now marked ourselves as present. And so that's going to actually show for the individual who's taking minutes. I'll just kind of give you a sneak peek in the corner here. It actually has updated that a few of you are in here and marked as present. So that's awesome to see. So the next step is really just kind of following along. So again, the access is the same. When you're in the meeting, you're going to be able to click into items. I did create a sample item that actually included some attachments so we could see what that would like. So if I click into that, this will give you a little more information. So it's the same view. It's telling us that there are a few different attachments. If you want to access those, you can click on them and they'll open up in another tab. So, you know, we have our agenda memo document. If you want to view the fire escape map that they had uploaded as an attachment, you can preview that as well. So really quick and easy access as you're moving through the agenda to see anything that was included in the packet in that way. Now, the next thing that might happen during the meeting is you'll start to see some things populate down at the bottom here, and I'm going to go ahead and do that on my end, where the person running minutes, you know, taking track of the meeting is going to be setting items that are being discussed as current. So now we can see that the current item down at the bottom says sample item. That's just the name of the item. So if we look here, it's this sample item that I created. Is just going to be marked. So that way, if you happen to be looking at something else, maybe you're looking at a document on another item, you'll still have, you know, a good idea of where we are in the meeting, tell you what item we're on. If you click on details, it'll take you directly into that item. So lots of quick access as you're navigating to hopefully make things easy for you guys. All right. Now, the next thing that's going to happen is you're going to be asked to vote on things when a motion has been made. So that's something that Laura, or again, whoever from the city is managing the minutes module, will get set up. So I'm going to go ahead and prompt a vote for us. So what that's going to look like, again, I have the board portal pulled up. I'm going to go ahead and mark our start vote option. So I'm going to send out that vote. And automatically within the portal, no matter where you are going to be prompted to vote for the current item. Now it's going to tell you the item name in the pop-up so we can see we're on that sample item. And it's going to tell you what the motion is. So the motion was to approve the item. Now you have an option to vote yes, no, or to abstain from your vote. Awesome, I love seeing people in here voting. That's amazing. I can see that on my other monitor. So I'm going to go ahead and mark myself as yes. I'm going to click save, and that is going to push through to that minutes module automatically for the individual who is taking minutes. So they're going to have a in real time response to the minutes and to the votes that are incoming. And so it's really as easy as that. The nice thing about the voting is you don't have to keep track of where you are and click back to access it. That pop-up is going to tell you exactly when it's time to vote on the item at hand.
So yes, I'm sorry, I'm foreshadowing here. Is there a way that the screen can show voting in real time? As votes are tabulated, that vote in progress right there, that's what I want to pop up. Just like if you're in the State House or in Congress, as people are voting, I want it to populate. So I want to be able to say as the chair, as the mayor, you know, it's time to vote, you know, we'll now have 15 seconds for voting, you know, please conduct your vote. And as people vote, I want it to be able to be up on the screen in real time. Is that a thing?
Yes, so what I've pulled up now, this is a display page that the city will be able to display in the chambers that will show that. So once I go ahead and I mark this item, I'm going to mark it in the system here as passed. This will automatically update and it will show the votes that came in. So it's going to list out anyone that voted yes. It's going to list out the final vote with those results. So yes, this is going to be an option that they have to display in the meeting.
While the vote is being taken,
it is not going to show the final vote until they mark it as passed or failed, but it will say that there is a vote in progress.
I want there to be a way, and again, I'm purely just emulating, we can have this conversation about how it works in the system. I want there to be a way that folks can see how votes are happening in real time. Again, I'm kind of taking my lead from that little light board that you see if you're in the State House or in Congress. As people are voting, I want it to be able to be up on the screen in real time. Is that a thing?
Yes, so what I've pulled up now, this is a display page that the city will be able to display in the chambers that will show that. So once I go ahead and I mark this item, I'm going to mark it in the system here as passed. This will automatically update and it will show the votes that came in. So it's going to list out anyone that voted yes. It's going to list out the final vote with those results. So yes, this is going to be an option that they have to display in the meeting.
While the vote is being taken, the, State House or in a US House, where that as people are voting, they're going from white to red to green, and it's just open. Everyone can see how people are voting in real time.
Right, so currently this is all the system offers. I do know that there are some updates coming to this piece of the system later this year. But as it stands right now, it will only show the vote results once they have been marked as passed or failed in the system. Again, it's in the meeting. This is a display page that can be projected into your chambers so that that can be shared with the individuals at the meeting. But it's not going to show, the actual intention behind showing the final result is so that if there's not going to be the opportunity for someone to look up at the screen and see what someone else voted before they mark their vote. As I believe the intentional, the reason everything is shown all at once it is marked as passed or failed.
Okay. All right.
So right now, that's not a functionality that the system offers, the in real time as people are voting.
Okay.
I think we can walk through how to do that internally.
Okay, we'll figure out a process for doing that, because we want the people, again, just taking a lead from other bodies, I think you want to be able to see how folks are voting as you're going. I don't know, maybe I'm putting too much into that, but I think that's something that folks are going to want. There were other questions. I'm going to yield the floor. Councilman Matthews, I saw your hand up, and then Joe, I'm going to give the floor back to you.
Just a quick question. I abstained from that vote, so would that be, I saw a 1-0-0, so would one of those zeros be me? Not counted?
I likely clicked finalize before you guys were done voting, because I didn't plan for people to actually be logged in, so I probably saved the vote before anyone else had marked anything.
Okay.
So in real time, it would be clear to the person running it that they're waiting for everyone's votes to come in, and they can see that on their end, on the back end, who has, processed their vote. And so they would wait until everyone's votes were marked before clicking pass.
Okay. And my follow-up question was, is it a way for council to still old school vote and still use this functional system? So we don't vote here, we still vote old school way.
Yeah, so there is a way, currently the way the system works is on the back end for the clerk or whoever is taking minutes and tracking this information, kind of running the show, it's gonna tell them exactly who's in the board portal to vote. And so they're gonna know if someone has joined or not joined. And so if there is an individual who chooses to not use electronic voting, there is a way on the back end for the person tracking the votes to do it manually as well. And it will still display on that page if they want to. So if you guys didn't want to roll out the electronic voting feature for a little bit, you could pause on that and do that once everyone's ready to.
All right, we may phase something in. We'll work on that internally once we have a good grasp on the full system.
One of the things, if your attorney was here, and I'm not an attorney, but I've been accused of playing all the time, but is, if you're abstaining, if there's an abstention, you've got to indicate why you're abstaining. Is there a direct conflict? Because there's responsibility with all of us to vote on every item that's before us. So
Right. Yeah, the duty to vote's real.
So will there be a comment section for us to put why we're abstaining from the vote?
That's just something to think about. And if your
do
attorney
that.
were here, he would probably say that, because you have to, if you're abstaining from a vote, you have to state the reason. That's be a direct conflict of interest where you got potential financial benefit, and you can't just not vote because it's a hard subject. I'm not accusing anybody of anything.
And so just for those following, exactly what we did for Councilman White earlier today, that is this. We as a council voted to absolve him of the duty to vote on this particular thing due to a scheduling conflict, so he is not present right now. So that's just like when we were voting on the Chamber of Commerce, because I'm a board member there. I disclosed to council, I need to be excused from this vote. Council voted to excuse me from that vote. I stepped back, the vote was held by the pro tem, and moved on. So we have processes in place for that. If you click, what I'm guessing is that if you don't do that legally, if you click abstain, it counts as a yes.
That's correct, man.
Yeah.
That's a point of clarification. It's a yes.
All right.
And that's why I asked, because I was just playing devil's advocate in the system. I didn't want to do a traditional yes or no. But I didn't see it. But she said she clicked finalize before, so it probably would show up as a yes. But there were 3 numbers, so I didn't know if my vote would have failed in one of those 3 numbers, like a yes, a no, and then an abstain.
Well,
Do we have time to do a practice vote again so we can see what it looked like with all of
Yeah.
them?
I can do that with you
Okay.
later too,
Okay.
if
Well, she
Eden runs
says
out of
yes.
time.
Let's set one up and just ask the question, is it Friday? Yes, no,
Yeah,
abstain.
give me one moment to set up that motion here. I'm gonna
Okay.
delete the one that we just did. The others,
So, I know the way we procedurally, if someone fails to vote, yes, it's counted as a yes, if somebody fails to actually physically vote. So is the system, if the person does not press a button to vote, is that automatically going to make it a yes when you finalize and close it out, or does the clerk have to manually fix that?
the clerk has the ability, if they see that someone has not voted, they will mark whatever that person's vote was for them. They would have to mark that vote in the system before they would click pass or failed. Because it just, again, I don't want to go over the back end because I don't want to bog down what you guys are learning, but the clerk has the ability on the back end to mark everyone's vote. Like if someone votes yes and they're like, oh, I meant to hit no, she can change that. They can change that in the system. They have full control. This is just an easier way for like you to be allowed and able to mark your vote in the system.
And we're going to take our time rolling this in. Remember that, you know, me as mayor, I'm not going to steamroll folks and say, you forgot to click it, you count as yes, never
Right.
mind what you wanted. No, we're going to phase it in. We're going to get to where that, you know, everyone's vote is counted as they wanted to represent themselves and their constituents in doing so. It's going to be a kind of a layered phase in.
All right, so I'm going to start another vote. I have a motion set up. Hopefully you all will want to approve the motion that I am submitting. So I'm going to go ahead and start that vote here. We're going to get that pop-up. So the motion was to approve that Fridays are the best day of the week. And so I'm going to go certainly ahead and mark yes on that. And I'm going to go ahead and save my vote.
I hate to be the one to keep asking questions. I have another question.
Give her just a second, and then we will.
I'm just waiting for one more vote.
Anybody else voting?
I know, it didn't pop up.
I can also do it manually if you want me to.
I voted.
You can just pop us in a couple of manual ones so they can see it.
Okay, perfect. So I have everyone's vote in. I'm going to go ahead and mark it as passed. And what that's going to do is update. So we have Charles listed as an abstain. So the abstain is the third number. Brandy was a no, and then everyone else was a yes. And don't worry, I will remove myself from
And
your
I want to,
system.
and I want to clarify on that, Councilwoman Matthews was actually in the process of unlocking her screen because it had timed out and actually did not vote on that one at all.
Yeah, Laura had let me know to just mark some manual ones so I can show
okay,
you the process.
okay.
I marked Brandy's vote.
All right, so we can clarify, that's how that happened. It wasn't a glitch in the system.
Yep.
Okay.
We're not voting on anything. This is a practice.
So it will not show that you voted a certain way unless you vote or the person tracking the vote in the system does.
Right.
So the quick question was, so each time an item is presented to vote on, will that box that we saw, you'll do that and it'll pop up and that's the only time it's there? You control that?
Yes, sir.
And then we vote, it goes away, it pops back up the next time we're ready for a vote?
And we'll
Okay.
roll those in.
Okay.
Okay, Eden.
Yeah. Are we, any other questions on that?
I don't hear any right now.
Okay, awesome. So yeah, that's kind of the voting feature. So in total, that's really the board portal. It's a place for you to access your agendas. It's a place for you to review the items that are going to be on the agenda if you want to kind of get ahead of things and see any attachments that are on it. You can use it for that electronic voting feature, which again is something that if you guys choose to roll that out later, it's an option. It's not a requirement for use of the system. and then just hopefully a way for you to have full access to all of that. The leave meeting button, that'll always be there at the end of a meeting. It does help tell the system that you've just signed out for the night, but I have trained Laura on a way to boot all of you at the end of the night so that you'll be able to join the next meeting too. So if you forget to leave the meeting, not a big deal. The system will kind of leave it for you. So if you see that and are wondering what that is, that's just all it's doing, is it's a way for me to kind of quote unquote sign out of that meeting. But the materials are available even if that button is gone. You'd still be able to access all of your agendas. Now I have about 12 minutes before I do have to jump for another meeting that I have, but I would be happy to go over that public portal. But just before I kind of pivot over to show you that public facing view, I just wanted to see if you guys had any final or additional questions regarding the board portal use.
I have just one question. In the past, we have had a couple issues with leaks of information. The notes that I store in my portal, who has access to my notes other than if I were to give somebody my password?
It would just be you. Those are not accessible to anyone else. The one thing I will note is, and I'm not totally certain of laws in North Carolina specifically, but we have had some, like some states where that would be subject to, some states have FOIA or Public Informations Act. The only other way that those notes would become visible is if it did fall into that category for you all, and then the city can do a request through Civic Plus support to pull everyone's notes. So that is just something to keep in mind on whether or not you want to use those. But again, the only people that would be able to access those notes would be you or someone you shared your password with.
Are you saying it would be public info?
It would be public record.
If the media asked for the public request, you would have to disclose that.
In fairness, and in fairness to that point, if we're sitting here writing notes or sending text messages during the meeting, that can also be
Those are
requested as
also
public record.
public
So
record.
if someone sees me pull out my cell phone, as I've had to do today with work, and says, what was that text message? I have a legal obligation to present that to the clerk for her to look and see, is it a part of city business or not?
Right.
So just, be aware of these things. We haven't gotten called on that, but it is technically a thing.
Always opportunity.
I want the mayor to go a little further on that, because he said if it is city business, so if it isn't city business, then it does not have to be turned over to the clerk. I just want you to elaborate on that so people.
Let them elaborate, yeah.
Can we let her finish?
Yes.
She's gonna wrap us up and then we can continue talking.
Yes.
Just a minute. Go ahead, Eden.
Absolutely. Any other questions about the portal itself? All right.
No, let's see the public side.
Yeah, absolutely. So let me go ahead and open that up. So there is also a public-facing portal. So we've already set this up for you guys. We've added some of your branding and colors and all of that. And it's basically going to show you all of the meetings that are happening. So when you load the page, it always starts with the most upcoming meeting. So right now we do have that council retreat listed in there, and it would tell you if there were any documents published. So before a document is published, it looks a little bit like this, where it's going to show you, the date and time, what's the name of the meeting, what meeting type is it for. You can click through the calendar to see when meetings are scheduled for. And so this is kind of that head and publish. So we can see the difference once I do publish the agenda. So I'm going to go ahead and publish the same way I did to that board portal. I am going to publish the agenda and the packet for the council retreat. So I'm going to go ahead and do that on the back end here. And then I'm going to click a little refresh. And now we can see that there are two icons here for our council retreat. The first one is an agenda posting icon, and if you hover over it, there is transparency letting us know that there are files available for download. So if I click into our council retreat for today, and we take a look, there are a few different things we can look at from here. So the agenda is where you can scroll through just the agenda document as a member of the public. You can also scroll through the agenda packet as a whole if you would prefer. So that allows for you to kind of scroll through there. From there, it's also broken down by all items on the agenda. So if someone from the public is curious about the memorandum for the sample item, they can click on that and gather some information. Although honestly, Eden, the person who created this, didn't fill it out very well, so there's not a lot of information there. But they can see any attachments that get assigned. So there's a fire escape map and then a plan. So really easy to navigate all of those attachments, and then this would just become a scroll on the left-hand side as your agendas get longer, of course. And then they can also download individual documents. Maybe someone only cares about this map, or maybe they want the whole packet readily available to you. Now, over on the left, you have a couple of tabs here, and the two main ones you'll probably find people using are meeting files for the most part, but if you are, maybe your public is more interested in a line item view, it'll show you that as well. And then the very cool thing is that with those motions and votes that we tracked, if we come and look at that on this item, it's actually going to post that to the public here as well, how that vote went. So that is tracked here so that someone could come back and see how people had voted there. Public would be able to place that. The nice thing too is that it can be embedded on a website. An example of that, I can show you Pensacola, Florida, who is another Civic Plus client who has a website with us, as well as AMM Select, which is the agenda solution. And you can kind of see theirs is embedded on their website. So you can actually embed it really nicely and seamlessly on the website too, for ease of access. Any questions about that?
And Eden, so in this public portal, they cannot, the public can search any of our agendas and any of our minutes that have currently been placed on the website. And
so, yep.
Yes.
So there is a search. So if we searched, what's a word we know is going to pop up in here? Let's search for fire escape. We'll just kind of search that. There is a search and it'll show you specific sorry about that. It'll show you specific documents. So fire, we'll just search fire. It's going to actually pull the official documents that it's in. You guys, I've used this clearly as an example on a few of our test meetings too, but these are previous meetings because we did do an import, and so if this word is found on any of the information that we imported into the system, it'll also pull up any of those results too. So it's pulling this. The reason this is broken down granularly like that is because this was an agenda built in the system. This is saying that somewhere in the minutes the word fire is mentioned, but because this was an import from previously built agendas and minutes, it's just telling you that there is one result in this event, but it's not going to break it down granularly. But all of the things that are created in the system will be broken down so you can see specific attachments, specific items to find those searches.
And that's not a capability we have currently. So if somebody wants to go in and see something, everything that's happened with stormwater for the last 10 years, you can now do that. You could not do that before.
Whereas previously, it's been a massive, arduous task for our clerk to have to go back through every agenda for the last 10 years. So there's a lot of efficiency we're aiming at here.
Yeah, I can tell you just from 25 plus years when we used to put agenda packets together and had a big long table, and getting 19 departments to all submit things online, it makes it so much more, and all in the same fashion. It's going to be it's a big step in the right direction for us.
Awesome.
Anything
Well, that
else?
is, yeah.
I think we're good. Does the council have any more questions for Eden? And we can do some separate training, just the 8 of us later. And we do not have to roll out the electronic voting. We are going to go ahead and roll out this agenda management for the next meeting in February. You'll pray for me. I'm new to it as well, so we'll all get through it together, but I think it'll be great for the public. It's going to be very efficient for everybody, department heads and the public.
Yeah.
So I got a couple of questions I was going to ask the clerk, but if we want to go ahead and release.
Thank you, Eden.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for your time. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. And Laura, if there is a compilation of questions that you end up getting, please feel free to send those over to me via email and I can get you some answers, okay?
All righty, thank you.
Awesome. Thanks so much for your time, everyone.
So first meeting in February, we'll roll out the agenda management without the voting piece. Is that what you're saying we're going to do?
If that's council's pleasure, that's up to
And then sort of tackle one thing at a time?
Council, let's get a consensus on that. Do you want to do the electronic voting in February, or do you want to hold off on the electronic voting until we get comfortable with just simply logging into the system and getting the agenda?
I like electronic vote.
I like that. I do, but
I didn't hear what you
let
said.
us get used to it, Larry.
I heard what you said, I just didn't hear what they called.
Oh, I said I like that electronic vote.
But the question was, do we want to do that immediately or just do the
I
agenda?
guess he's trying to get a consensus.
I
think
just
we
need
need to get used to it first before we do the electronic vote.
So I kind of have one towards going towards it. I have one towards holding off. Does anybody else want to express an opinion? I realize we're not taking a formal vote, we're just trying to get a consensus so we can plan.
We could start electronic voting in March if y'all want. Give you a month to get used to the.
You wanna do that?
Let's do the voting in March.
Y'all good with
Y'all
that?
good with that?
Say we'll roll out the electronic voting first meeting in March, but we'll go ahead and get we'll give us a month to kind of get used to the system, log in a few times, or at least once.
I think that's fair.
Is that reasonable?
Mm-hmm.
It's
fine with me.
All right, I've
I
got,
support that, but I don't particularly like the electronic voting at all, but I'm with rolling it out in March. I'm with the group.
okay, so I've got a couple against. I've got, you know, I like the electronic voting, but I also see a flaw in it. But, you know, Councilwoman Taylor, I don't think we're going to really get a consensus right now.
I
so
don't
we'll-
mind about waiting till March, that's fine.
Okay.
You know,
All right.
one of the things that we can do, because I know Councilman Boyer has expressed some concerns about how that vote happens. You know, if y'all want to do, when we start in March, if y'all want to, I mean, we're gonna test this to death. So if y'all want to do, hey, we're gonna start with everybody raising their hands, and then I'll go in and do the electronic vote as you raise your hands. I mean, if y'all want to do that and see how that
sounds
works.
good.
Or if y'all want to all raise your hand and then you push your buttons so you can see who's voting for what, that's completely up to y'all. So y'all can discuss it, decide how
Okay.
you want to do it, and we can test it.
We'll plan on implementing the electronic voting in first meeting in March. We'll get through February. That'll allow us to kind of phase into the system.
The other question for the clerk. So the way that the agenda has always come to us and to the public is the email comes out, that's the broadcast email and says the agenda is now ready. You click the link and it opens up the full 250 pages or whatever it is. Will that email still go out?
There will still be an email that goes out. It goes out through, it's an email I can now send through Civic Plus to the council and the public. And I don't know if it actually sends a link or just say, hey, it's available on our website and here's, I'm not sure how that email looks, but it will go out to the council and the public.
Well, currently, it's a link, and it just takes you directly to the published agenda.
Right.
So, and I assume that's the same email that the public gets as well, that you click the link and it opens up the PDF doc. Or goes to the web link, I'm sorry. If you click the PDF on that, it's simply the front page. But if you click the electronic link, then it opens up the entire agenda. So my question was, is that link still going to be going out in the same fashion it always has?
It's going to be slightly different, but it'll still be accessed by the public and council, basically the same way, through the website, that portal that she showed you online.
And through the website, right?
Yes, sir. That
That'll
portal
be
is on the
embedded.
website.
Yeah, that screen will be embedded in the webpage, our city webpage.
It should have been there already, but it'll probably be there by next week.
Perfect. All right.
Good? You have questions? Yes, ma'am.
Two things. Will we still have access or be able to request like a hard copy of anything? Because like that fire escape plan, if I wanted to hone in on just looking at something visually may be a little difficult. Can we still, would we need to request hard copies or will you still provide it like you normally?
No, well, normally what I provide by hard copies is anything that's submitted after the fact. But if there's something special you want, all you have to do is ask. I'm
Okay.
happy to provide it. But those will also pull up a document, and you can probably see it very easily on your iPad as well.
Second thing that I, just want to throw out there on a wish list, maybe computers that stay at the dais with
Yeah,
the
we
keyboard
were gonna talk about that as a matter, we were
and a
gonna,
mouse.
we were gonna
I'm
have
a
that
millennial,
discussion.
but I still would like, I'm gonna need something.
We're actually hoping to have that discussion with you guys this afternoon
Yes.
for next budget year.
Laura and I.
The only
I'll
thing
vote yes.
Believe it or not, the budget request is drafted. It's gonna be, there's some expensive things coming up this afternoon.
If we could just look at that last agenda item, and then I'm done. I'm finished.
You know,
for the morning.
the efficiencies that you gain here by going away from the paper, though, will over time definitely, pay for this itself. It's just, just in printing out binders and 200 pages worth of documents, so that's.
Mr.
John,
Dur-
did you have a
Well,
question?
no, I was just gonna make a statement, no harm intended, but Laura and I already talked about these iPads. And we just gotta do something. We got to move away from that, so we've already talked about that. For me, I think that's just a need. We got to move away from these right here.
Okay. We
Break.
are ready to take a break, and then we will resume with downtown parking management reset, having that discussion. And we're still on schedule, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Durham, you're doing an absolutely fantastic job keeping us moving along. Council, we had to flip-flop due to some schedules. We have you getting there? No, go ahead. I'm not getting there. You go.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can y'all please lock in this agenda for me? Can you look at this agenda that I handed you? See if you've got any suggestions?
Oh, yeah.
The public hearings,
I
we
do.
discussed moving the public hearings up in front of public comment.
Okay.
Over Kelly's objections.
Because once I get, this is the template that Civic Plus is going to
Yeah.
finalize for us, and I have to get that done.
Yeah, I think some people get off work late and they want to come comment.
Okay, so let's not, that is a specific point. I've heard it expressed both ways, council. And Mr. Durham, if you'd please walk us through the conversation, calling on who and what and when. Public hearings, do we want them to be last, giving as many people an opportunity to get off work and come and be heard? Or do we want to have them at the top, where that folks are able to come straight after work?
Or in the middle.
Or in the middle, or do we want to move public comment? That's really seemingly the last main thing. Floor is yours, you call everyone.
Okay, so, common is the public hearings I held at the beginning of the meeting. Again, you're doing that as a benefit and courtesy to people who've gotten off work and had to take kids by daycare or whatever. They went out of their way. And so, you do that up front, whether it's rezonings or whatever they are, we try to, most places, try to do those up front. Public comment is also up front.
Right.
And again, public's coming out, they want to address you, they have the ability to petition you for whatever it is, so you give them the opportunity at the beginning of the meeting. Typically, is how the way it happens.
Just, am I first, or did I step in front of?
No, I think you did.
Okay. So I completely agree with that, and I've mentioned that to the mayor and people in the past, and I can tell you from two different perspectives. The last public comment, the public hearing items that we had, I had a significant amount of people that fussed that they had to sit there all through as long as they did to be able to get to that item. And I can also tell you from 20 years on the planning commission that there wasn't a planning commission member that wouldn't be in favor of that, because all through the years until COVID, the planning commission sit with the council to hear the public hearing. So I don't know exactly what happens with that now post-COVID, because I'm not there anymore. But I don't know anybody that wouldn't be happy to see the public hearings move up. And I guess we just need to decide as a group, if that's what we're going to do we put public hearings in front of the public comment period, or the other way around? But I'm absolutely in favor of moving it up so people don't have to sit there.
I wanted to, had a chance to speak to Matt about this issue, and there are some subject matter experts in the room right now. I'm looking at 3 of them who have experience with this, and I really want to yield to you guys to share with us a good recommendation of we're only focusing on 2 things. I think the whole agenda needs to be moved around. I don't want to just focus on public comment and public hearing, but I also want to take your recommendation as experts on what this agenda should look like. And I would like to hear from all 3 of you.
So I can comment that I'm used to seeing public comments sort of more towards the end, but I've also seen them near the front. But definitely public hearings, not near the front. As far as and same thing with the consent agenda, because those are usually fairly routine, non-controversial items adopted as one motion. So some of the, obviously new business would be closer first, the way we got it, and old business would be kind of right there at the very end. Or you could flip-flop those, but that's the way I've seen it, just historically, is that the public comments were more after the public hearings. And generally speaking, when you have more people for public hearings on rezoning matters than you're going to have, hopefully, for public comments. Unless we've done something like change the parking around or something like that, which we don't do that much, do we? Sorry.
So can you give it a number? We've got 12 items. Can you give what you think consent agenda and public comment
So I
should
would
be?
have consent agenda before the public comment period. I would have public hearings coming up, those planning stuff. After that, then, like maybe the new business, then the old business, and then the I don't know, let me see here. I'll number it for you. So fine with where 1 is, where 2 is, obviously. Recognitions and presentations. We do a lot of those here, so sometimes that's kind of difficult to gauge, but, I think it's good to have those up front because, we don't want the employees or whatever it is or whoever it is to wait around, so I like that. Then I would have, instead of the public comment period, I'd have the public hearings where the public comment is, and then maybe the public comments right after the public hearings.
So 8 becomes 4, and then 4
Yes.
becomes 5?
Yes. That's just my 2 cents. We yield the floor to anyone else. Kelly's done this a long time, as long as me, and Joe's done it as long as me as well, so. We can disagree. It's all good.
Do you want my real answer or wait?
Your real
Does he
answer.
need
My
this?
real answer?
Does he need-
So, Mayor, thank you for throwing me underneath the bus on that.
It wasn't throwing you underneath the bus. You and I had constructive
Yeah.
debate about this. It's just us kind of poking each other.
So if I could wave one, I say you should add a meeting a month. Because that's where you do your informal work, that you all want to work through issues that aren't necessarily on agenda. Now, if that's a one, and you had all the time in the world, I would say that's the work session meeting only. No action meeting. Staff only. No public conversation. This is your time to work through your issues with staff on the issues informally. That's the one. If you go twice a week, twice a month, I would recommend that you manage your operations at the second meeting or one of the meetings is dedicated to the public hearings only. So the planning items get kind of put into one meeting only.
Which
If
is
you
what
can
we've
manage
done.
it.
That's what we're doing.
And I know that, I just wanted to say
Yeah.
that. So that if that's the case, then you have kind of taken away one of your concerns, right, of public comment, this conflict of time. And if that's the case, I would say that your public comment always goes first, in my opinion. And it's mayor's responsibility to say, if anybody has no comment, we're not gonna take repetitious comments or anything on the agenda. It's just for public comment. You do that pretty well. Then you go into your public hearings, and then the balance. Now, your presentations and such, I have not been in a part of an organization where there are lengthy presentations given at a council meeting like this one. It's your prerogative, but if you had that one meeting extra, you could do it at that time also. You could do your presentations and such, particularly community interest items and such like that, so you could really spend your time on those or listen to those versus having to feel like there's a lot of other stuff coming your way. But I really don't know if I have a feeling in one way or the other in the recognitions and presentations. Usually they're at the first, usually they're after roll call, usually it's public comment, and then public hearings, and then the business, and I agree with that. So I really don't have a problem other than what you're doing now is just move those public hearings up based upon the input you're receiving at the public hearings, the public sitting there, and I agree with what you said, Joe, is probably that is typical, that the public would like to be done and out and respected that the work is done. I respect a lot of staff time behind that, right? And sitting there through particularly long and lengthy planning items. So if you can keep those separated by meetings, you're gonna do a lot of wonders for everybody. Does that make sense what I just said?
So, and, sorry, there was a, go ahead.
I don't know, it's a lot for me to chew on, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and I can slow down a little bit, but I'm trying to make your time.
And then Joe, and then you want Joe?
Generally,
If he will.
I agree with Kelly. I think it's important to have the public comment and the public hearings at the front of the agenda. I think it makes a difference to me how, well, it doesn't make a difference, but I think it's important for those to be up front. The presentations, if you're doing that, I can recall in a past day where they would take forever. And then I got smarter, and you told staff that whoever's presenting, they got 5 minutes, okay? And if they are not done in 5 minutes, they get yanked or something like that.
And that's included in all your public presentations too.
Yeah.
So groups come in.
Groups come in, all that stuff, you need to limit that because that can tie you down. And that'll be maybe up to the clerk as to how those get scheduled on your agenda. Because at the end of the day, you need to be able to conduct your business. And so you're not there until a late hour. So,
Mr. Durham,
those are my comments.
your mic's off.
That's the 1, 2, 1, 2. Am I still there?
You're still off. Give them 1 second to throttle you up.
Can I ask a question
Hold on,
while
let him
he's
finish in
doing
case he
that?
needs to restate anything that can be heard.
Testing 1, 2.
There you go.
Okay, so I can't remember what I said. Okay, so moving recognitions, well, you already got them there, but moving up public hearings to the front of the line is important. We talked about presentations. You need to limit those where those are presented in a reasonable fashion. And the point I was making earlier, those need to be spaced out, so you're not doing 15 of those in one meeting. And also with the public hearings, if you can, I guess you're doing all kinds of public hearings, be it zoning, whatever public hearings required by law, those are all lumped together. I think you recommended for a second meeting.
I believe there's a lot of time that's needed informally.
Okay.
For conversation to kind of come on big
So,
subjects.
but no item would be considered at that meeting.
Right.
Okay, all right, so that's okay. So you're dealing with public hearings, but yeah, that's my take on it. Similar very much to Kelly.
Mr. Kelly, I have a question for you. For clarity, are you recommending, and maybe I misunderstood, are you recommending that we take our public presentations and our hearings and formulate those into one certain meeting instead of having those every single week? So not having those public presentations and public hearings every single week?
Right, that's correct. I would say that you try and make, if you keep the 2 meetings, you do your best to keep all the public-related items as much as possible in one meeting, particularly the planning items, and all the rest of the items that are kind of policy within that other. Obviously, you have to take some action in that second meeting, but if it's not public hearing related, it should be on the first. Let's just say you have 2 meetings. First meeting is just policy discussions and such. The second meeting would be related, you try and emphasize all your public hearings in that second meeting. Does that make sense?
So we're saying
Wait.
we go back to our work.
Well, so what Kelly has suggested, and I'm paraphrasing, so all of you kick in. Where Kelly and I have had some debate is, you're only required by law to meet in a general meeting once per month. Obviously, it is our standard, our practice to meet twice per month. Take the first meeting of the month and make that something akin to what we would think of as a work session or an administrative session. You're not voting on anything, but you're using that kind of as a let's hammer this piece of iron to see where we're going. Your second meeting of the month would be the one where you would actually be voting and taking action on stuff. Where I think you've seen us go, and Kelly and Matt are very much a part of this, we've taken bits and pieces of building these agendas of what he's seen as a practice and what he's seen as a practice in the past. So if you've noticed, all of our public hearings have been the second meeting of the month. That's intentional. Bringing, ordinance things and bringing, internal changes are the first meeting of the month. We've tried to kind of bring some predictability and consistency.
And balance time-wise.
And balancing time, because we were going until, 10 and midnight pretty consistently. So we tried to allow planning to have some consistency and allow ordinance stuff to have some consistency. The purpose of this change right here, kind of going to one agenda instead of having a work session in the same day, work session and then general meeting, is because that was kind of leftovers from a previous time where it worked very differently. Where we are now, things that we were talking about in the work session, we just bled over to the general session and vice versa. So there's really no point in building two different agendas, having to call a meeting to order, adjourn from a work session, and then call a meeting to order at 7 and adjourn. Just combine it to one agenda, because effectively everything was happening the same way anyway. Where I would like us to go, if y'all want my opinion, if you don't, that's okay too. The layout here follows general parliamentary procedure, general parliamentary concepts. You finish your old business before you get into new business. But I would like to move the public hearings up in front of public comment, make them 4, make public comment 5, and then follow down. My logic for that is this. Oftentimes we've seen people come try to speak in the public comment session when they were intending to speak at a public hearing. So for clarity's sake, let the people that are coming for a specific public hearing, which again is only going to be the second meeting of the month, unless there's some truly off-the-wall thing. Public hearings, handle those, all of that is resolved, and then anyone that's coming for any other matter on the agenda, public comment. Where Matt and I differ, and we've had good, healthy debate on this as well, is the consent agenda. I think that public comment ought to be prior to the consent agenda in case someone has a public comment about something that's on the consent agenda. Now, as y'all have seen, things that are on the consent agenda are things that we've already discussed and reached a general consensus or path forward on at a previous meeting. Because as y'all have seen, I'm not putting something in front of council and asking for it to ask questions, digest it, and vote on it in the same meeting unless it's something that's a last minute sort of pressure thing, and even then I'm very transparent about that. So that's how we got to this agenda here, is kind of taking bits and pieces from Matt, bits and pieces from Kelly, and that's how we got to here where we are. So we can move it around, change it. I'm not going to have my feelings hurt too much, but if I were to just simply say, here's what I want to do, I would move 8 right in front of public comment and then roll the rest of the way.
All right.
Yours again. Yes, sir.
Very good. Is there a consensus with that? Everybody okay? Everybody not agree?
I'm in
Anyone?
agreement with that, because that's what Matt suggested, that 8 go to 4 and 4 go to 5.
Does anyone disagree with that? Okay, I think we're good.
Yeah.
Done. Laura, questions?
Yeah.
You good? All right, very good. Let's,
We got
you got another one?
Pro Tem Jones has to exit. She's got to go run a, would you like to disclose?
Appointment.
Perfect. And so I would entertain a motion to excuse Pro Tem Jones from the proceedings until she's able to return, in case there's any votes to come before council. Yeah. So entertain a motion.
So moved.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion's been made and properly seconded to excuse Pro Tem Jones from the proceedings, and any votes that may occur until she's able to return. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes.
Thank you, council.
If the mayor and council are okay with this, let's take a 10-minute break.
Please.
Yeah.
And then we will be able to come back and do the downtown parking management reset. And let me, if I can, introduce someone from the League of Municipalities, Vicki Miller, if you could stand up and say, hey, Vicky's the Director of Learning and Development for the league, so she's here.
All right,
And
then.
has been involved in putting this together.
All right, is 7 okay? We'll get back to, and we will come back from recess at 11:30?
11:30, fine.
All right, we'll stand in
I encourage
recess
people to
until.
go tour the, all the displays, the static displays that are back there. If
Right.
you haven't seen them already, they're
We stand in
wonderful.
recess until 11:30. and call us back to order. It is 11:30. We're sort of in a weird spot right now. We're where we ought to be with the downtown parking management reset. Mr. Durham, give it just a couple more minutes. I'm sure there's probably a presentation that goes along with this. And we have two other councilmen.
No presentation, just discussion.
Just discussion?
Yeah, I'm just going to
Okay.
set it up very quickly.
Okay.
And if you want me to, Mr. Mayor, council, I'll.
Give us
You wanna
2
give it a
more minutes. Yeah, give it another minute, out of respect.
Mayor, I do have the results as part of the
The
packet.
study.
If y'all want to look through any of that,
If you don't mind,
I do have it.
we could go ahead and put that up on the screen, for us to be able to start digesting.
There are a lot of comments in there.
It's in our packet too.
Yep.
All of the
Yeah.
comments.
It was part of the attachments, right?
So it's part of the agenda.
Yeah.
packet. And I'll click through it in case anybody has any questions. I'll
Good
run
idea.
through the clicker.
That's fast.
I think this is it.
All right.
I think
You're exactly right.
That's right.
Yep.
All right, let's
Thank
move forward. I'm only going to introduce the parking issue for you. And I had a chance to review the study, and I commend you for going through this process of having the study. These are challenges, if I can, challenges and difficulties that are impacting and facing a lot of jurisdictions, especially those that are growing. And it will continue to be a challenge. I lived in downtown Raleigh for about 10 years. Got a real good handle on parking issues, and there's got to be some consistent way of handling that. And I know a lot of people will advocate for there should be no parking. Essentially, what you have in place right now is no enforcement of parking. So the floor is really open now for you to have a discussion about parking and what the needs are and what you would like to see in the future. And also, we do have the study that we can bring up pieces of that if you want to talk about that at all. Thoughts?
Matt, Kelly, if anyone would be willing to walk us through the data just to kind of get the conversation rolling.
Kelly, if you don't mind.
Sure.
doing that.
Sure. So the survey was taken, and one takeaway we had is that we think for 880 respondents, from here on out, anything we put out survey-wise, we'll make sure parking is included, so we get a lot of respondents. That was a joke, but that is it's very obviously a very interesting topic for a lot of people. We, as staff, chose not to interpret the data for you. It's there in its raw form. You can see that everything, all the answers to the questions are there for your presentation that we gave, I think, all the comments. We did try, we were unable to break it down by, I thought one of the things that could have been interesting is by, if you owned a business or if you're a resident, what were your results? If there was that ability to break it down further, and we were not able to do that, SurveyMonkey. But you can see all the results, and I think it is up to you all to how you want to use this. But generally, a great response. And there's a lot of information here. So would you like us to step through each question, or would you just like to engage and talk about what you believe it means or what it says?
If I may, Mayor and Kelly, I think just to put this in a little bit more context and perspective, going back since this is a reset, is that, because I don't define this, someone else might, but I don't define the parking, current situation or past as a city initiative. It was brought to us by the downtown merchants who wanted something to do. They wanted, not something to do, they wanted something done about parking. Now I don't know, I mean, I can't say for certain that downtown merchant groups still feels that way, or if they're, or even if the downtown merchant groups through the DGDC mainly are totally representative of the whole merchants. I know they're not. I know they're, maybe they're the representative body, but my point is that I think when we started this, our intent was to, okay, this is what they want, so we'll have the public forum. We had the consultant come in, give us some recommendations. We had the public hearings. So again, it evolved from there. And the previous board said, okay, it seems like the majority want to do downtown parking. And so I felt like it was sort of a grassroots effort. And I just want to make that clear that it's not necessarily, in Matt's opinion, a city initiative. The city said it needed to happen. I felt like it was an initiative coming from the downtown merchants, if that's helpful at all.
One thing I'll point out that was of interest to me was of the 887 respondents, 70% of them were customers of a downtown business, and over 40% of them was a resident of Goldsboro. If your customers are complaining and they're not coming back, you won't have any businesses downtown. And that was over 70%, 630 people who took these votes are customers of downtown businesses. 630 of the 887.
Question 14, it's on page 203 of the agenda. Question 14 was adopting on-street time restrictions to allow high-demand parking spaces to be used by more vehicles. And it was one of those that you're supposed to choose highly supportive, somewhat neutral, somewhat un, or highly un. Just thumb through it if you need to. That one to me is exactly what you'd kind of expect. It's, alarmingly 50-50, although not that terribly many. Yeah, people did. Yeah, okay, sorry. I saw the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now I get. But there were 158 that were highly supportive. There were 200 that were highly unsupportive. There were 124 somewhat unsupportive and 97 somewhat supportive, and then 108 neutrals. That question in a vacuum does point towards being unsupportive, of those survey takers. There's really no way around that. Question 15, adopting pay parking in high-demand spaces to encourage shorter stays and making spaces more frequent, available more frequently. The way that question was asked, the respondents highly unsupportive they were highly unsupportive of having spaces to be shorter stays to make parking spaces turn over. How satisfied are you with current parking availability without any restrictions? 261 said highly, 194 said somewhat satisfied, to only 61 and 75 that said unsatisfied. So those questions do stick out to me. I know that there are still going to be circumstances where that I really do think it makes sense that the sidewalk parking be a regulated parking thing. But I'm also not here to go against the will of the people. We as a council kind of have to decide where we want to go with this. Does this mean that we want to do some form of parking, some form of parking management in a different format if we don't want to just paint with a wide brush? Do we want to tailor it to say that there's more loading zones or some selective 30-minute parking and everything else is unregulated? There's options on the table, I think there's enough people here that said they want something to not say we do nothing, but I think there's enough people here that say we don't want that, to say that we probably have to pivot as a plan. So that's my 2 cents. And Joe, you walk us through this. You call them.
No, I don't. It's about having a discussion right now and bringing it up and trying to respond to any questions if there are any.
Right,
you've got a great study here to get you got the report, which gives you a lot of good data. And so you've got a feel for what the public thinks about this.
After, I sort of agree with what the mayor said in summing this up. After sifting through the data that was collected, as I said before, we're sort of back where we started from, because you've got X amount of people that are in favor and X amount of people that are not in favor. And what do? It's like, I mean, I've been fussed at. Well, let me rephrase that. I've been offered an opinion by numerous people that are on both sides of the issue. And it's ironic that there are business owners that are in favor and business owners that are not in favor. Everybody has a point to make. And I've reached the conclusion personally, after going through all of it, I've reached the conclusion that I feel like we need to do something. There needs to be some sort of regulation in place, and then we have to sort of figure out, in my opinion, how much regulation, to have some basic regulation, but yet try to make the most people happy, because I just, obviously, like it is in Paul's mode, we're dealing with the same issues that we're back where we started from, that the parking was meant to regulate, which was turnover spaces, stop people from parking long-term, et cetera. And as soon as we paused the parking, all of those problems resurfaced again. So again, I feel like we need to do something, but I also want to say that and I've said this before, I think that there's a few more things that we can do downtown that would help some of this. Like I've mentioned about the need for more public parking on the 200 block of North Center Street, because of the shortage of parking there, which is why the manager and the assistant manager brought the plan to us about relocating city vehicles. And honestly, regardless of what we end up doing or making a decision about regulation of parking as a group, that doesn't change the fact that we still need more parking on the 200 block of North Center Street. So I don't want to let that conversation fall to the wayside, regardless of what we as a council decide to do on regulating or not regulating parking. And I rode through the City Hall parking lot, and I mentioned this to Kelly, over the weekend, I guess it was whatever day it was that the snow was going to happen. Was that a week or so ago? Anyhow, there was no one there. City Hall's closed. There were 17 city vehicles sitting in that lot, and we're talking about possibly leasing those 10 spaces. Well, I think we need to look at more than that, because 17 vehicles permanently camped out in City Hall parking lot is a significant number, given the shortage of public parking we have on the 200 block of North Center Street. So I think we have things that we can continue to do to make downtown parking better, regardless of what we decide to do as far as regulation or not. I mean, I think that's a separate thing from improving parking. So I want us to, regardless of what the decision is, ultimately, I know we're not making a decision today on whether or not we're going to regulate the parking or not. We're simply discussing it. But I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that there's more work to be done downtown regarding parking. And I don't want to not make progress in that regard just because we're paused, or even if we as a group make a decision to do away with parking. I want us to continue to make parking better regardless.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Right, okay, so I'm gonna try to make this as sweet and short as possible. So I will have to say that I do agree with the mayor when he says we need to tailor a plan. Because talking to people and looking at this survey, a majority of the business owners say that no, they're not in agreement with it. And we do have some that say yes, and let me be clear when I say their opinions are important and they are valid. But looking at the survey and talking to the people downtown and around town and just anyone I could speak to about it, I find several things that I think we need to work on before we start to enact any kind of plan again, and I'm just going to list those out, and maybe we can have some conversation starters. But one of them is something, we need to do something with resident parking. Some of our residents have places to park at, and they're not utilizing it. Some of our residents don't have anywhere to park, and I think that's very unfair. I want to see if we can look at other cities and how they incorporate no overnight parking. Maybe that will help for the businesses that are saying that when they get up, like a coffee shop, and in the morning there's nowhere to park at for their customers, nowhere to park at for them because you have people parking overnight. And then I hear a lot of people say there needs to be more police presence, and I know we're working on that. But there's some very valid safety concerns downtown because our homeless population has grown so much, and I can no longer go downtown at any given time and not be accosted or approached by someone, and I can see where that can be scary for some people. So I do agree with the loading zones. I have heard valid concerns for people that are doing DoorDash or even just delivery drivers. They have nowhere to just come and park and drop off what they need to drop off. And before we do anything and put any kind of parking plan back into place, we need to, like Councilman Boyette was saying, we need to exhaust all our options with off-street parking and other parking places, so those that do work and have businesses in the 200 block, they have somewhere to park at. But I have, since this parking pause has been in effect, I myself and some of my constituents have also sent me pictures, but I have also rode through, and at any given time, I have always been able to find somewhere to park at. So I just think that we need to look at all these items before we put anything back in place. That's it.
You are advocating for there has to be enforcement.
Well, I'm going to say there needs to be some kind of plan. And I don't think that necessarily means right this second, or in the very near future, until we can get all these. I don't think we should put anything back in place until we can get all these variables together, so we don't have to keep going back and forth, back and forth.
Okay. Others?
I think, it's easier to kind of look at the question as we see it up there, but there is some meat and potatoes in these comments. Like those people who are taking time to elaborate on different things, and we're seeing the same consistency. People want to get out of their car and walk into where they're going to go to, and a lot of times that is just not going to be realistic. And I really like what you said, Councilwoman Taylor. Like I'm all for coming up with something, but enforcement for me should be the last option. Just like that previous parking study that we did, enforcement was their absolute last recommendation. And I would have liked to see the city, I don't want to say do a better job, but do a better job of exhausting those beforehand recommendations. Like that creative walking incentive, like we give, incentives for who's collecting the most miles, because I have to go back to one of the things that they talked about with our new streetscape was making downtown walkable and encouraging people to walk, which gives them an opportunity to visit the other shops. So I don't want us to lose sight of one of the reasons why our change of downtown was so important, but to hear people still talking about safety concerns and lighting, I know those are things we're working towards, but right under that, people are still talking about accessibility, in my opinion, as far as like handicap. And shout out to the Mayor's Council for Disabilities, because I know they were working hard on that, but that's something else that, you know, we might need to beef. I know we're gonna be adding some more. But to think that people, that's right after people just not being able to get out of their car and get into a store, that there's really, you have people saying, I'm elderly and can't walk, like, and this is what's in the comments. So I know we're looking at that chart, but like, there is some meat and potatoes in those comments, and I think the masses have spoken in saying, we don't really think we need an enforcement as far as ticketing and stuff like that, but we do need something.
Something.
Okay.
We need,
It's a usage issue in my, what we have.
Okay.
I think
So how would you, and again, we're having discussion.
Yeah.
So how would you stop me from going downtown and parking my car all day and parking in front of a business which I don't use? Again, just for discussion.
Well,
Because there are, that happens.
But I would assume you're doing something downtown, right? I didn't mean to cut you. I didn't know if you was asking.
Yeah, I could be just parking my car down there, and I'm going somewhere else. But I'm making a point. It may be a bad point, but at the same time, and I'm not advocating for enforcement here. I'm just trying to help you with the discussion. So there are people, and again, there's expectation. I've heard this so many times over decades, that I want to be able to, if I'm going downtown to stop at a store, I want to park right in front of that store. I may be able to walk maybe 1 or 2 parking spaces, but no more than that. I mean, that's a mentality that people have. And so how do you, as you deliberate and discuss these things, how do you deal with that mentality, which is going to be there, which is going to impact what you do?
Just to follow up on that real quick, the reason I asked that is because it is not my responsibility to regulate where people go downtown when they park. I should not be looking out saying, oh, let me see, he parked right there, but where is he going? In my opinion, if you're coming downtown and you're parking, usually we try to get the first available spot. And what's been happening is people are trying to maximize on public parking to make it just for their business. And that is not fair to me at all, especially if I live on top of your business. I live there, I'm a resident there and all of that stuff. So I don't think it's our responsibility to regulate, you know, where people are going and how long they stay there.
Okay.
When they're down.
Yes, sir.
I want to make a comment, but Councilman White was wanting to speak
Okay,
first.
I'm sorry. Councilman.
Yes, I do agree that if we're going to do something, now I've always been opposed to the parking downtown because I felt like we put the cart before the horse and really thinking through it all. But I think, and when studying Raleigh's parking plan and talking to some people in Raleigh's parking office, they have a residential parking plan in Raleigh. And I do think that if we're going to look out for anybody, first it should be the residents who do not have dedicated parking, who have to park somewhere, and because on my off day, I don't want to have to go downtown, whether it be 4 hours, 6 hours, or 2 hours to move my car because I'm a resident downtown. I also think that what Councilwoman Matthews said is true. I look at downtown just like the mall, just to be honest. We all would love to park up front and close to the door so we can get in. I have a mother who don't walk well, right? So you know what I do when she wants to go shopping? I drive her to that front door, put her out, and I go find parking. And then I come back. I make provisions for those. Also, I do think being a disabled veteran and some days having bad days, that handicap parking could be more strategically placed downtown to assist in those efforts for our elderly people who are not as mobile as others are. So I think there's other ways that we could get after this problem without putting in a restriction for the masses. That's just my personal opinion.
Sweet. Okay.
No, I was just gonna say, on a positive note, we do have some additional parking that is going to be opening up, soon. I had asked the owner if I could disclose this morning where that would be, but they asked just to wait on it but I have knowledge that we are gonna have quite a significant amount of spaces opening up, and that hopefully will help us when we are making, solutions, putting together a parking plan.
I agree. So, and I agree with pretty much everything that's been said thus far, other than I don't think that you can have rules if you don't have enforcement. I know it was said that, enforcement should be our last resort. I can't say I disagree with that, but you have to, if you're going to have rules, you have to have consequences for not following the rules. But I will say that I'm pretty much agree with everything that's been said, and to me, I think that we collectively could agree on there's work and improvement that could be made downtown to make parking and everything better, regardless of what we decide to do so far as a rule or for or against something. I just am adamant that I want to see parking improve. Some of the things that each person has suggested is ways to make parking improve that has nothing to do with whether or not we ultimately enforce parking restrictions, more parking, better lighting. And I do know from a police presence standpoint, we all as council members have heard that feedback that person A or person B does not feel comfortable because this happened or that happened, particularly with the unhoused and things of that nature. But I do know, and I know Chief West has spoke to us before, that he plans to, once we're staffed up, to go back to an officer downtown 24/7 like there used to be all through the years until the PD got to a point that there was just an extreme shortage of staff. And I think that will be another positive thing that will help when there's a on-duty police officer downtown 24/7. So again, I mean, we're all talking about ways that we can improve parking, and I want to see us continue to collaborate and figure out and make parking better downtown, regardless of what we ultimately decide to do about whether or not we're going to enforce rules.
And this would be a question for Mr. Livingston or the mayor, on the potential lease that you guys gave us at the last meeting, how many additional parking spaces would that open up for the city employees so that could free up some of those parking spaces for the area that Councilman Boyette was referencing down on Center Street?
Well, I can say that there's 17 city vehicles that are sitting there that are not employees. They're just vehicles that's just sitting there that need to be moved.
The intention is to move those ones that are over there, right there around the John Street, the corner of John Street and Mulberry, where the one building is along through there, and move those across the street. So, and I know the lease is for 11 or 12 spaces, is it, Kelly?
10 or 11.
Okay, so
that would definitely open up 10 or 11 additional customer parking spaces, correct?
Correct.
In reference to Councilman Boyette, what you were talking about, the problem down at that end of the street, that would go ahead and give you an extra 10 or 11 parking spaces right there.
It's a start.
I do agree it's a start, but when we talked about that parking lot, I think the problem we had and didn't go ahead and say, yes, this is something we want to do, it was the terms, right? It was the terms, like we had to go in and restripe it. We had to maintain it as if we owned it. And I think that was a problem.
I think I heard at least
It
you
was.
express that interest that we should share that with the property owner.
Right.
And I've talked to the property owner about that, and so they're waiting. If there's continued interest on that, we would probably talk that further and see if those terms can be reached.
I mean, I don't want to speak for anybody, but I do know that I'm interested in it. I'm just not interested in maintaining it like we own it and don't own it.
And I want to be clear on that. I agree with you. My support
for doing something on that property was that we were basically absorbing it as is, and we would just be parking on it. I'm not in favor of, of totally site prep, paving, striping. Not when we got a 90-day exit.
Right.
And it would
Can I-
just be, I'm sorry.
Because the actual amount of each parking spot, the $60, that is very feasible compared to what some places are paying in Raleigh and other places. They're paying almost $100 and $125 per parking spot.
Well, if I may.
Yes, that's what I was going to tell you. I was researching those, and the ones that I was finding in Raleigh and other areas, they were, the cities were paying $100 to like $150, $125, $150 per parking spot.
And you got a couple folks queued up. I know Councilman Taylor had her hand up, and Councilman Boyette has his, so.
I just was wondering, and because those parking spaces were referenced to leasing, that would just be for city employee vehicles, right?
Right, and if I could take the privilege on clarifying, it does need some striping. It's lacking on clarity on that, and it probably needs some signage to make sure it's clear that it's only for city vehicles.
Right.
Outside of that, I hear what you're saying, condition-wise, we would take a look at that. Those two things are pretty important to make sure it works for us.
There's a difference between striping and full-on excavation and paving. You and I are on the same page. We're talking about striping and signage.
It was just simply trying to make it functional to some level.
Sorry, and then those two other.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to-
Agreed. And so I'm sure Councilman White would be okay with coming back with a dollar figure so that we would have that in front of us to make the final decision. But I agree that just some paint and a sign up is a whole different animal than redoing a parking lot. So, but I wanted to point out that yes, those 11 places will improve, but that's not enough. I mean, we still, if we've got 17 vehicles that are sitting there, I want to see 17 places opened up for somebody to actually pull in and park. And I say that again because we need to improve parking downtown regardless of the rules. And if one of my concerns is turnover, because that is a valid concern that I see with my own eyes driving downtown every day, that there were more available parking places in the managed parking zones when you drive down Center Street or down Mulberry Street or whatever when there was a regulation. Because once the regulation went away and people started not moving vehicles, that's when it clogged back up. But to the point that was made earlier, if you have more parking places, you have more places for people to park, and then that's a way of solving the problem without having enforcement. If you figure out a way to have more parking, physical number of parking places.
Ms. Taylor? Jim?
I was just wondering if, I understand if we have to take full responsibility for the signage, if it says city employee parking only, but if it's striping in it, could we split the cost with the property owner? That's what I was asking.
He's waiting for my phone call.
Yeah, I think you can look into that, but again, we need to be reasonable. $60 for a parking space, to rent a parking space, compared to $125, $150, and even more in other areas. I don't want us to lose out just because we're not willing to negotiate.
That also gives us the ability to have some security for our vehicles, because this would be the city-owned vehicles, not the employee parking, so this would be, there's some opportunity there for kind of being able to secure stuff. I didn't mean to cut you off.
You're fine, that's all I had to say.
Ms. Becky?
Do we ever, I know I asked the question, but I can't remember if some of those vehicles could be take-home vehicles? First thing.
You did ask that. We have not explored that further, but I believe that number is fluctuating to some extent too. I agree with that there is 17 at some given time. I don't know what the real number is, and I had to have a conversation with department heads, but it certainly would move out 10 or 11 of whatever we have at City Hall right now.
Let's let you all actually take a look at that, because some of them are shared within the department. it's not like one person has their one truck that they use every day. Obviously, policy-wise, we could adjust that, but. So let's pull the conversation back, and Mr. Durham, I won't give it right back to you, but let's pull the conversation back. We've all talked around the concept of wanting to see improvement, of wanting to, see something, if anything. On a pragmatic level, what changes? Right now, our baseline is no enforcement. It's open parking 24 hours a day, on street, off street, the same. Can we at least get from council what restrictions, what changes they would see to the baseline right now, and see if there's any form of consensus on that? And if the consensus is none, then we have a consensus. But we need to move this conversation towards a conclusion, in my humble opinion.
Mayor, I think you're making a great point, and I was getting ready to summarize again, we are, and I was testing that with you, that you're not looking for enforcement at this stage. Maybe something that'll come later on, but you're definitely looking at opportunities for improving parking downtown, which could include a number of different strategies, and you talked about some of those. And again, I'm looking at Matt, can staff come up with, as we continue this discussion, those strategies or opportunities or options that may be available for improving parking in the downtown area based upon the comments that have come here today, as well as some solutions that have been offered?
Yes, we have a parking committee that has looked at various types of solutions through that, like that, issuing things such early on, like the temporary parking permits and some of the various things we've had to deal with. So we know there's other issues we've looked at briefly, like residential parking, how we handle that. So yeah, we can look at it and get guidance and maybe offer some potential solutions.
Okay.
Is there any guidance that we want to offer to the manager so that he's not just throwing spaghetti at the wall and hoping?
Could I ask you a couple questions that might get there?
Y'all follow, he's moderating, I'm just trying to kind
Go
of.
ahead, sir.
So what I heard generally consensus over time, and I agree with, continue to monitor, make sure there's access for those with disabilities. I think that's a uniform yes from the group. Is that generally what I heard? One I would like to test is, I heard from a couple, but I'd like to get a little bit more consensus on residential parking in the public spaces, because that feels a little spaghetti-ish right now. Is that an important value of this council to try and work into a parking program?
So that I'll put mine out there, and then just to allow people to kind of get their thoughts together. For me, yes. However, there's no point in having a resident exception from the rule if you don't have a rule. If you don't have a parking restriction, then there's really no such thing as a resident parking permit, because you don't need one because it's open, free parking. So we got to figure out, if we want to go towards a resident parking permit, then I think we have to come up with what sort of underlying program is behind that, because otherwise you're building an exception to a rule that doesn't exist.
I understand.
And again, that could be a part of those are options at this stage. And again, staff not coming back with an actual plan and asking you to recommend it, but again, to further that conversation, here are some options that are available to you. If you want to deal with residential parking, here are some things that you can do. Does that make sense? Ms. Taylor?
So what I've found with residential parking is that is probably the biggest issue with the turnover rate.
Okay.
You have 2 places that have parking lots that were designated for the residents, and they do not utilize them like they should. I guess that's the easiest way to say it. And so what's happening is those residents are parking on the street in front of businesses in certain areas, and then the businesses, especially the ones that open early, they feel like they're you know, they feel like they're being not made as important because customers can't get by to them as quick or as easily as possible.
Right.
And then the cars are sometimes parked there for days when those two places have parking lots. Then you have another place where there is a parking lot in the back, but the parking lot owner will allow some people to park there and some cannot, which is kind of unfair. And then, so where do those people park at? And then if they park in front of the businesses, then the businesses complain, which is a valid complaint, because then, there's nowhere for their customers to park, especially if they're handicapped. So it's just, what do we do about it? And before we go into enforcing and making the businesses suffer because, no one wants to come downtown, the majority of people don't want to come downtown, as the survey suggests, because they don't want to have to deal with moving their cars and such.
Yeah.
So, but how do we get to a happy medium where it works for everyone? So I really think that if maybe Mr. Arnold or Mr. Livingston and, all of us together, someone, we can, even if we have to form some kind of subcommittee to go to other surrounding cities and counties and look at how they do their resident. And especially if we have discussions downtown about bringing in more residents, that's an issue. So I just want to find something that's fair for everyone.
Okay. And I'm not trying to pamper your comments, but it's going to be hard to find. You won't be able to find solutions that'll be agreeable with everyone.
Well, I'm saying fair, not agreeable.
Okay. So, because we all have, of course, you've seen this today with conflicting, we all have different views on
Right.
parking.
Right.
And so, what's best for us moving forward? What's the best solution?
Yeah, and I in no way, want anyone that has a business downtown that has an issue with people parking in front of their businesses, I in no way want them to think that I am not sympathetic to that, because I am. But I do know, too, that I'm also sympathetic to a majority of people that have answered this survey. So, I mean, we have got to come up with some kind of plan.
Okay. And that's what we're, again, not having a plan, but in order to have that plan, you have got to come up with those strategies, what's going to be included in there, what are the types of things. And Matt, there is a working parking.
Yeah, and their
committee.
role is to give recommendations to the city
Okay.
council for things. So they will take the guidance that we've heard today and bring it back to the parking committee and, just kind of give it our best shot. It's something that kind of takes a look at the residential component. And, I think we are already sort of ready to implement some changes with the disability parking. So we're ready to do that. I don't know if Kelly, if you could answer any more specifics on that, but we have been looking at all those things to sort of equidistant that handicap parking throughout the downtown area a little bit more better than we have now.
And I was thinking, too, like, if there's a way we can, while we're looking at that handicap parking, if there's some of these parking spaces that are being utilized long-term by people, maybe if we can make them handicap parking, maybe that would keep people from parking there for days on end. Does that make sense?
They're just finding another parking space.
They'll just find those parking spaces.
I think we're going to have to tailor that handicap to what the statutes say and then what the guidelines are within the parking codes and things like that. So that's probably the best guidance that we have to go from there. They're structured in such a way to, as so many parking spaces, you have a handicap space. And you want to have it there where there's concentrated parking needs so that you have, a chance for everybody that's handicapped to have a reasonable accommodation there to enter
Right.
that business.
And then,
Go ahead.
I would be more than happy to have that committee or someone come back with some solutions that we can consider instead of sort of just talking it around and around. Because I think that, it's my opinion, when we did have the managed parking rules in place, I think that allowed us, hear me out. I think that allowed us to not have resident parking problems, because the managed parking is only whatever it was, 8% of all of the parking. So when their parking rules were in place, the advantage that the residents had is there's no after 5:30 or whatever it was, there's no regulated parking at all, which means that the residents can park on the street in front of or wherever they want to, because it's only regulated parking Monday through Friday from 8 to 5 or whatever the exact number is. So that managed parking, yes, it discourages that resident from being able to park in front of their residence 8 to 5. But the rest of the time, they can pull up and they can park there completely unregulated. If you don't have any regulation at all, then the residents, yes, they get to stay there 24/7, but then that's also doing a disservice to the business community. So again, it's like we're round and around, and obviously we can't figure it out. We need help.
I do agree, but I just put myself in the shoes of the residents. So if I'm off on Fridays and I don't have to get up early to go to Raleigh, North Carolina, I do not want to go downstairs to move my car because it's now in a 2-hour parking place. And I do think that if we were to go back to some type of regulation or restrictions or whatever, we must take the ones who don't have dedicated parking. Those who have dedicated parking, I got it, but the residents who do not have dedicated parking, that we really have to take into account of those residents downtown, because when they bought their residence, parking was not an issue. So it's an issue now, so we have to account for them and try to make their stay downtown as pleasant as possible.
Well, can I ask opinion, since we're talking through this, trying to figure it out? So would it not be unreasonable, in your opinion or the council's opinion, for the resident that you're describing that has no assigned parking place? They live downtown and there's nowhere for them to park with permission. If your opinion is, or the statement is, that person shouldn't have to move their vehicle if they're off on Friday or whatever, the original way it was presented to us by the parking study to start with is only whatever the percentage was regulated. So if I'm off on Friday and I don't want to have to move my car, I just don't park it in that handful of parking places and I park somewhere else. So what do we say to somebody that says that to us?
Well, I understand, but it's just like asking Chris to not park in his driveway when he's off. You would like to have reasonable accommodations to your residents. So we have to take that in consideration. Not saying that you're wrong, but what I'm saying is, if we do that, if we go back to regulation, I'm suggesting that we have on-street residential parking, where it also provides a revenue stream for the city as well, because you're going to charge for the permit for them to park there. And then they will also have easy access to their home, because even though I can park somewhere else and off-street and on the backside of downtown, it's not regulated and you can park anywhere. But when I pull up with groceries or I'm tired after a hard day, the last thing I want to do is to walk an extra couple of blocks just to get to my residence. So I just think that we have to look at it and put ourselves in that constituent shoes.
Well, then I would say that the people that are listening, take that into consideration when you bring us back something.
Because I think if we get that right, and we're going to, we can then choose which spaces that fits. Then you can choose those lower pressure blocks to have your permitted resident parking. There's ways to do this. And we also have to take into account, we know there are other large buildings in downtown that have not been redeveloped that want to be revitalized, and they do not, just geographically, they're landlocked. When they redo their thing, be it a boutique hotel, be it a apartment building, whatever the heck it is, we want we want them to do that. We want to grow our tax base. We want more residents downtown. One of the ways that you deal with safety issues is by adding people. Yeah. So we've got to build the system in a way that it can be expanded. I've talked to Tom Blue in the face on that specific piece. We gotta have something. I don't think that the wide brush approach was ever really destined for success. We need something, but I think it's going to have to be, as hard as it is, tailored, consistent and predictable, but you're going to have to tailor a little bit more.
Okay, we are a little bit over, and is there additional comment or direction to staff at this time? Go ahead.
No, good.
I just had a kind of a reminder, we have the sticky prioritization exercise, we still got to try to work in sometime today, so. And
Yeah, I had that in the back of my mind, I've been talking to you.
Yeah. And the other comment was that, again, our department heads have done an outstanding job putting together the year in review and the best management practice tables. So while we're at lunch or, taking a break there, please take a moment to go look at those presentations. That's it.
And what are you doing as a contest between the presentations?
So we do have a little voting. It's on this to add a little levity to it.
Full disclosure, there's currently backstabbing and competition, not just right over here. It's amongst the department heads too.
So we do have that as well. And I didn't mention that because everybody's done such a good job. I almost feel bad about putting y'all on the spot for that, but I'd rather have you make the judgments than me. Maybe I'm doing the wrong thing.
I'm so excited to find out.
Leading up decisions.
The department heads
yes, sir, I am.
The department heads are going to start striking a deal and say, look, if you vote for mine, then we're going to go split the lunch award or whatever it is. So, I like it.
Okay, just to summarize, Matt and staff coming back with some suggestions, strategies, options for you to consider regarding parking based upon the significant input and feedback that they've received. Okay, so we're going to break for lunch, and we need to start back at 1. So,
I thought it was a working lunch.
is everybody okay with that?
Laura, Matt, what is y'all's vision for this? Are we going to have them coming right here to present to us as a group, or is it walk around and talk?
It's just a walk around, kind of informal kind of thing.
Then we'll stand in recess until 1 o'clock. So with that, we'll pull us back in out of recess. I hope everyone is taking time to look at the different department head booths back behind us. That's impressive. You can be in this role for a long time and then still learn something that you didn't realize. That going and looking at the inspections and the number of building permits on the commercial side and the residential side, I don't care what the 2020 census said. It doesn't make sense.
No.
I mean, our permits are doing this.
That's right, and I was glad he did that, because I look at that data, and it gets put in some of the reports sometimes, but seeing it all together like that on the board it tells a good story.
It really does. It really, really does. All right, so with us being called back to order, council, I'd entertain a motion to excuse Councilmember White. He stepped out. He will be back in just a little bit, so I'd ask for a motion to excuse him from any voting obligations during the time of his absence.
So moved.
All right, motion has been made and properly seconded. Motion has been made and properly seconded. Is there any debate? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. All right. Joe, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. We're going to spend the rest of the afternoon talking about finance, budget, financial management going forward as it relates to this upcoming fiscal year. But before we do that, we want to go back and revisit the priorities. And there was a request to do the voting using the stickies, multicolored stickers, I recall. So I'm going to turn it over to Kelly.
So first, let me apologize for yesterday and the confusion it caused, but I think we have recreated hopefully what you're used to generally. Thank you. And so in front of you, you have 12 stickers. And over here are the 12 priorities that you voted on yesterday. If I recall and look at what you did in the past, and I want to verify if you're okay with this, but you used red for your most important, yellow for second, and third, least important. And what I would ask is that you would take a moment to go ahead and put your dots up on this board. I think we captured generally what you agreed to yesterday. And what we'll do is, once we do this exercise, we'll report out, but you can probably look visually also by the color of dots. We got how many votes. And if you're ready, we could do that. And you can probably just simply do what you did yesterday. You simply on the dot. So, good? Any questions?
Top, middle, priority, but lowest of.
Red, yellow, green.
And one at a time, I assume.
No, you can just all go out of
You can all go, right?
Go for it.
It's a group effort. It's a team building effort.
Can they negotiate?
Yes, they did it last year, so, I mean,
Man, look at what the heck is. Voting priority.
wrong spot. Me too. Me neither. Okay, so yeah, it's fine, so you just, you ask, she'll guide you through the process of that and stuff. Yeah, but if you want to, I'll just let you know. I'm doing well for you, so. Oh, yeah, I'll do the best I can.
I know that.
I know. I think I got messed up on my stickers when I first started.
No, it's good, because y'all are, that shows.
I'm embarrassed.
Well, no, I thought about it. Yeah, I know, several others who did it too. Yeah.
I like the details. I hadn't even filled that out.
Well, it was the first time. This time they kind of, I think in a positive way, we. Right. What's being discussed was, just stating for the record, what's being discussed is that when we did this exercise a little over a year ago, it took probably a good 20 minutes or so for folks to go and put their stickers. And this time it's taking somewhere around 3 to 5 minutes for folks to place their stickers. And I think then to Mr. Livingston's point, I think that shows that we have been digesting and absorbing the challenges and came prepared knowing what a lot of the challenges are. Of course, we also discussed it yesterday morning a little bit too. Yeah. But I'm encouraged by that. Not having seen the results, I'm still encouraged by that.
Yeah, really jump on that pretty quickly. So, Kelly, you will get the results and provide those when? Okay, yeah, okay, I forgot about him. No one took his dice, did they?
No, not about it.
Just testing. Okay, all right. Let's move on. We're going to spend the rest of the afternoon, as I mentioned, talking about the budget for 25-26. And we're going to start with Catherine, who's going to talk about budget estimates, different funding scenarios for 25-26.
Let me try to get myself in order here. I'm trying to get it where I can write notes if you have any questions.
And I will say that I didn't mean to put her after lunch when everybody's like, needing a nap.
Drink a Mountain Dew or something with some caffeine and sugar in it, right? Okay. So, I put together the 6-month financial update as I normally do this time of year. I'm going to run through it fairly quickly. Matt asked me not to, spend a whole lot of time on it because you also have the data available to you that you can analyze, and then, of course, ask me any questions, email me or whatever if you have any questions about it. All right. Okay, so, we do take a look at the general fund collections. As you know, we focus a lot during the actual fiscal year because we're doing budget amendments and we focus on expenditures, okay? So we really want to take the time now to talk to you about revenues now that we have 6 months in the books, because that's a nice point. It's 50% of the year. And you would like to know, as a council, the budget that you approved, where are we at? Are the revenues higher than 50%, meaning we collected more than we estimated? Are they right on target? Or are they less? Obviously less gives us some concern because you might think, well, if I've already spent 50% of my budget and I've only taken in 40%, then I'm in the hole in cash, right? That would be any of us in our everyday life in our checking account if we were like that. So I like to give you this perspective. The comparison first looks at the actual first 6 months, 25 versus 24, And you can see that, you know, so far to date, we've collected about $27 million. In the prior fiscal year, 6 months, we had collected about $25 million, so we're up about $2.6 million in the general fund. All right, the next compares the budget to actual. This is where you're kind of looking at that 50% mark. And I always tell folks, you know, property tax and your sales tax are your two biggest drivers in the general fund budget. Your property tax is at about 73%, which is not unusual because, you know, with the due date of property tax, people try to pay their taxes by December 31, so we do get the vast majority of our tax collections in November and December. And then we have people that, you know, will try to beat the rush to beat the penalty in January, so we will have some significant collections then. And then the cash flow kind of tapers off from February until June. Sales tax is at 25%. And, you know, this is one of those governmental accounting standards things, you know, this is accrual, we have to do it on an accrual basis. So even though this report, in the books, we report what we've collected through December 31 because we accrue back to the prior fiscal year, it only looks like we've gotten 1 quarter. And that's just that, I mean, I don't know how else to explain it, but it's an accounting thing, okay? So rest assured though, and actually I'm pretty sure Matt passes this along in his weekly update, when we do get our monies in on the 15th of the month, I include that in my weekly update, and it shows you what we have collected month to date, year to date, and then I also include like a 10-year thing so you can see even prior months in prior fiscal years. So we are on target to at least collect what we've budgeted. So I think that's a good thing. And like I said, I mentioned those two revenues because they're about 70% of the general fund budget. Utility funds, same thing. We're looking at fiscal 25 to 24 actual. We about 13 million to date. This year, about 12 million last year. So we are plus up in fiscal year 25 about $1 million. Then budget to actual, because our consumption is generally regular consumption, you know, you would expect the revenues to come in at that same rate. So when you look at our water and sewer, they're at about 50%. And you have to remember that we are on the modified accrual basis. And so actually our sewer, water and sewer revenues, this is on a cash basis because that's how we have to do it right now. We have not changed that procedure yet. This is not on a full accrual basis, but we are on target to that 50%. Next, in the stormwater, same comparison, actuals 6 months to date. And because the stormwater fee, we did do a small increase in it, it's been very minor, so that's why the numbers are so close together. So there's almost virtually no percentage difference in that. So it's about the same amount of money as last year. When we look at budget to actual, you should be somewhere in that 50%. We're at right at 49%, so it's on target. The investment income was more. It's more than what we had predicted, okay? And we were trying to be conservative in that, so if for some reason we need to appropriate that money in because there's some additional need that comes up in stormwater, we will have some additional cushion, about $50,000. They're probably, depending on how the interest rates go between now and June, it could be another $75,000 or $80,000 in additional income. If we don't have a need for it, it can go into the fund balance and we can use that on stormwater projects. Downtown, excuse me, in downtown district, looking at that same comparison, again, there's been no tax rate increase, so that's why the numbers, I mean, you know, because we're talking about, you know, 58 million and now we're talking about 80,000, so proportionally it's not that much difference. We haven't had any big changes or increases in there. And then when we look at their budget to actual, we expect them to be in that 70 to 75% range. They're in the 76% range collected. So that's a good positive sign. When we look at occupancy tax, comparing it year over year, again, we've not changed that percentage, so our collections are fairly consistent year to year. We are collecting more than we collected in the prior year. When we look at budget to actual, we kind of expect that, again, to be in that 40 to 50% range, and it is. So we have an adjusted budget of $1.6 million, and we've collected $630,000. But again, the occupancy tax collected is right around that 48% range today. Okay, and so this slide, you actually have a recap where we look at it by fund. And so in 24-25, we've collected $42.5 million. In fiscal 24, we had at this same time about $38 million. So we are plus up cash revenue of about $4.1 million. And we're going to take a real quick look at operating expenditures. So this, I do it at a very high level when we look at the first 6 months by general fund, utility fund, and so forth. And then we break it down into those big categories: personnel, operating, capital, debt, transfers and shared services, and contingency. Personnel generally makes up 65 to 70% of the operating budget. So it is the city's biggest driver. This does capture all the payroll through December 31, so you would expect about 50%. However, there have been some vacancies. So that's one reason you got some lapsed salaries that are sitting in there. So you have to think about that. That's not why that is why we're not completely at a 50%, because there have been some vacancies. I think the number is a little bit higher than it has been in years past because we did have so many vacancies in the police and fire department, in which they have the two biggest payrolls in the general fund. They're probably together about $15 million out of about a $24 million payroll. So let's see, was there anything else? So there's not really, other than, you looking at it. I did not see anything out of the ordinary when I looked at the categories like personnel, operating, capital, and that kind of thing. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary in going through the different funds, so I won't spend any time on that. Let's see. And then I did a recap for you of the expenditures.
Can you go back to that one?
Which one?
That one right there for a second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you have a particular?
Yes, ma'am, I got it.
You got it? Okay, sorry. Sorry, I didn't want to roll through it, but I wanted to kind of be efficient. Okay. So then, looking at revenues and expenditures, the slides here are talking about strictly the totals that were on the previous pages, the revenues and the expenditures, and then the revenues. So if the revenue exceeded the expenditure, it's in green, that's positive. If it's the other way, it's negative. So that means we had more money going out the door than we had coming in. The only one that we have that in is the stormwater fund. And it's not, and you have to remember, this is through December 31. So it's a timing difference that's there. And the other thing is we've got about $6 million, about $6.5 million in debt borrowing that we're working on right now that, as Ted was talking about yesterday, we're going to be bringing it back to council shortly. So when those funds come in, those will be an incoming revenue, and that's probably going to happen in March or April. So the deficits that are occurring because we've allowed the capital, we have such a desperate need for capital, we did not want to stop the departments from getting what they had approved in the budget by the council, because we might miss that opportunity to get that equipment. So we just elected to let them go ahead and spend and buy, and then of course we'll reimburse ourselves in a couple of months with those monies coming back in. So everything is positive, so we have a net positive cash flow. And when we look at the others, downtown, district, occupancy tax, all of those are positive. I also did include those other small funds that we've got, the reserve funds, but they are not significant in any way, shape, or form. There is the exception of the utility development fees. Of course, those funds are coming in. The council has not designated any projects to spend those monies on. So that fund balance in that particular fund continues to grow until we receive direction to spend those monies. So overall, looking at the very bottom at the all funds, we have taken in $4.6 million more than what we have spent through December 31. In the prior fiscal year, we had spent we had $3 million more in revenue than we had in expenses. So, we try to manage our cash flow so that we can maximize our investment earnings, and then, we can be fiscally responsible. I do a quick overview talking about the different types. So, we're here about the budget retreat, which focuses on the annual operating funds, which are the ones that I just went over: general fund, utility fund, stormwater, downtown, occupancy tax. So, those are that we cover. But, I bring to you, because we've had so many capital projects coming up, the city's been very fortunate that we have received a lot of grants and some loans, so those have to be accounted for separately. When we get grants, we're generally required by law to account for them in a special revenue fund. If it is a capital project or we borrow money to complete that project, whether it's a fire truck or a building, we generally are required to keep that in a capital project fund. So that does not impact that budget, the annual operating budget process, but I always like to mention it because it seems like it gets forgotten sometimes, but it is an integral part of the tools that we have to allow council to get the work done that they ask us to do. And then I do this little slide on debt. I really don't want to spend a lot of time on it because Ted spent so much time talking about debt, but I do a comparison of the governmental debt and the enterprise debt. I pulled these slides together really quickly. The total outstanding governmental debt that we have, that we'll be budgeting for in the fiscal 26 in the government, is about $22 million. In the enterprise debt, it's about same thing. It's about $22 million. When we take on this coming debt, the $6 million, you can plus up $6 million between the two of these. The majority of it is in the general fund. And then I broke out what's left owing on the debt by the type of debt that it is: buildings and improvements, rolling stock. The settlement was the police settlement, and then streets. And you can see most of the money in the general fund has been spent on buildings and improvements. And then in the utility fund, the majority of the money had been spent on sewer, and then to a lesser extent to the water, and that refers to the infrastructure, sewer infrastructure and water infrastructure. Pie chart just breaks that out. And then I provide you here a capital project summary, and I break it down. Like, the first one is governmental activities type with the budget, and then how much money has been spent so far. I give you a project summary every month that talks about the budgeted revenues and the budgeted expenses, and then we also provide that information. So actually, you're required by law. The general statute requires us to give you at least an update once a year. At the mid-year time is usually when we do it, but now you're getting that every month. So, but I just put this slide in there just to have that summary information for you. I also provide a capital project summary by the enterprise types. And then we have a couple combined, the Tiger and the FEMA Florence, and I've got to get those closed, and I'm trying to find some time in my schedule to start working on closing that out. The Tiger, we are waiting for the FTA to give us their final approval that they're going to let us de-scope and de-obligate the GWTA. So I can't close the project officially until I get word from them, but those two will be hopefully closed here very shortly. And then I give you a recap of the total budget of all the capital project funds that we have, about $53 million, and we've spent about $18 million so far. And then, of course, we always talk about fund balance appropriations, and this takes a look at fund balance appropriations across all the operating funds in fiscal '25 through 12/31. And I give you a rundown of whether, like in the general fund, that was in the adopted budget, we appropriated around $2 million. We had the PO rollover as one of the budget amendments. I want you to know that, because what that is you didn't spend the money in the prior fiscal year, but it was encumbered. It was a liability. We owed it. It was a contract as of June 30th, '24, but it couldn't get delivered, so we rolled it over into the current fiscal year. So the prior fiscal year will get the benefit of your fund, your expenditure didn't happen, so you actually will plus up your fund balance in the prior year by those PO rollovers. But in the current year, you're going to take it because you expect for that PO to be completed, accepted, received, and put in service, so you're going to spend the money. So that in a number, I think, is important. And then the total of the budget amendments, if there were any in the particular fund. And across all the operating funds, to date, we've spent about $8.2 million of fund balance, or savings, if you will. Okay. I just put this slide in as a reminder. The auditor, I think, has probably talked about it aplenty. Ted has talked about it aplenty from Davenport. This is an excerpt of the general fund of the assigned fund balance, restricted, the committed, and unassigned, just for your information only. And then I give you the legal definition of fund balance from the statute. And then I updated the available fund balance in the general fund to pick up through fiscal '24. And as you can see, I do the chart, and we have we quote call it the LGC minimum, the 8% deal. We have the 10% floor showing in blue. The purple line is the 15% city goal, and then the blue line that goes up and down, that swings up and down, is the city. And then above that in green are the peers. So these are the what the LGC has said are our comparable peers. And so our comparable peers, so they don't have data posted for fiscal '24 yet, because cities are still producing their audits and getting them in. So in '23, our peers were at about 58%. We were at 49%. In '24, we dipped down to about 47%. So I think we are definitely within that ballpark of where we need to be in order to start tackling some of the big projects that we know have to get done. Just a little snapshot there. I think this is my last slide. Yeah. So this slide takes all those operating funds. We look at budget, we look at actual, we look at revenues, we look at expenditures. On the budget column, it should always add up to 0, because we're required by law to give balanced revenues and expenditures. So when you subtract one from the other, it's supposed to be 0. So that's good that it's 0. In the actual column, it's really kind of your cash flow to extent. And if it's in green, it means it's got positive cash flow. So that means we've had more revenues coming in than what we've spent. And then if it's in red, like our all other funds, which is that capital reserve, those couple of capital reserves and the system development fees, all those together show a little bit of a negative. And then we have also percentages, and we also have under and over budget. So, we obviously don't want to see anything that's over budget. So that we don't have any of that situation. We have everything where whatever the budget is, and that's expenditures, right? Because you don't want to spend more than what you have appropriate. So that's when you see a negative on an expenditure line for that, over or under, that's where you don't want to see it overspent. And then you've got your actual versus your budget percentages there. I'll take any questions before I go on to my projections if y'all have any, but that just was a quick update.
Questions?
Catherine, if I may. On one of your very first slides, you were talking about property tax collections, and we were somewhere around 74% if memory serves. And again, most of those are paid in December, with the lion's share of the remaining being paid in January. Do you have any concerns about if we're going to hit 100%?
we never will hit 100%.
Right, yeah.
Right? And the reason we don't is because, the way that we budget, okay, so our property tax collector has a collection rate of usually around 97 to 98%. So we won't ever hit the 100. So even though we don't budget, and we're not allowed by statute to budget 100% of the property tax revenue, we still won't hit 100% of what we budget.
Do you have any hesitation or reservation of us hitting what we would expect to hit?
No.
Okay, good.
No, I do not. I do not. I'm like everybody else, I read the paper and I watch the news, and, everybody's got concern about consumer debt, and they have concern about interest rates. Credit card debt, credit card default are big issues that concern, because what makes you worry is that people's credit, they've spent it out, because of inflation, because their wages haven't kept up with the cost of their providing food, shelter, and so forth for their families. So you obviously worry, well, did they live on credit, and then the credit ran out and now they're cut off? What are they going to do? Are they going to pay their rent? Are they going to buy groceries? Or are they going to pay their taxes? I have some concern like everybody else, but I think for this fiscal year, or the remaining of this fiscal year, I think we're going to be okay. I really do, so.
This is where, when you get to sit in on those, the larger scale economic briefs from the Fed and from the league, in some cases, the league repackages their other things, fortunately. And I just encourage council that we are a product of the macroeconomic influences around us. And when you hear about rate changes and you think, well, that doesn't really affect me, right? It affects those of us sitting on this dais. It's kind of wild how much those macroeconomic influences will impact how we budget and what projects we choose to do in a given year.
Absolutely, that's a great point. It's true.
Back to you.
Okay.
Are we
Other
good?
questions?
Yep.
Okay, hearing none.
Oh. Okay, so that revised presentation that I sent last night, there were. Okay, am I flipping through Matt's stuff here? Okay. And I'm sorry about that. I was literally working on this till like the 11th hour and trying to come up with some things. So what Matt had asked me to do, he said, when Alan gives his brief about what our property tax revaluation, he said, well, let's look at some scenarios. And what if, the tax reappraisal comes up and it's 30% more than where we are or where we were in 2019? What if it's 50%? And then he said, Catherine, he said, I believe based on prior year priorities and what council's conveyed to me so far, I feel like the pay study is very important to them. I feel like streets is very important. So what's in the package is what I took, So I'm like Alan, please don't say this is the gospel. These are just really big estimates, just to kind of give the council a feel for what the range and the costs per penny are, So I told Matt I was not really sure how I was going to present this, so I'm just going to do the best that I can. We can have some dialogue. If you have questions, I'm going to tell you I'm not a walking calculator, so I'm probably going to have to go back and get back with you and tell you, okay, well, here's the revised scenario. So just, bear with me and we'll work through it. And then hopefully we can polish this up, a little bit more, as we get some feedback from you guys, So my first thing was I just wanted, I know this is boring, but looking at the assumptions. So I had to make some assumptions so I could get some numbers and some ratios on the page. And so Matt and I, when we discussed this, he said, well, Catherine, just use the baseline budget in the general fund as your baseline, It's not let's guess about, well, let's cut this, let's cut that. Let's just start. So we're not saying that this is an absolute fixed number, but I got to have some place to start, And so what I did, I took that's $58 million. That's the general fund pot that's budgeted to spend for this year. So remember, all the departments, the public safety, general government, economic development, streets, the environmental services, those things, debt service, MPOs, transfers, those kind of things are what fund the 58 million. Then look at your revenue. What we said is the revenue except for property taxes, we're going to assume is 100% the same. So things that come in the categories of permits and licenses, charges for services, capital returns, miscellaneous income, transfers and shared services, that number's not going to change, okay? And also like our intergovernmental revenue, sales tax, utility franchise tax, this will stay the same, no growth. That total comes up to about 36 million. Now, the base property tax revenue that we're talking about, which is what is going to, be driving that revenue neutral calculation that I have to do, that base calculation is about $22 million. That's the one that we're talking about is doing the changes, and that's what we're just kind of throwing out there. Okay, well, if we have new requests being $1.5 million in the pay study. So between the salaries and the benefits, it's 1.5, 1.6 million. So if we say, what tax pennies is it going to take to fund that new request? So these are the calculations I'm kind of rolling around in my head. And then looking at what were my projected growth scenarios. So Matt and I had talked about, 30%, 40%, and then Alan said, I might be between 40 and 60. And I said, okay, let me do this. Let me say if there's zero growth, and at zero growth, $22 million in property tax, that's at an 82.5 cent property tax rate, okay? So I went 0, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 55, 60, 65, okay? So obviously no growth is not good for us. 65 would be, wow, this is, this is good. Because it means Goldsboro's growing, the value's growing, so that's a positive thing that we want to focus on. And then also, I just reiterated revenue neutral is that the city collects the same total revenue despite the changes in the property valuation. Because like I've explained before, the property tax is just a function of a very simple equation that you're multiplying your appraised value times your tax rate, and that's how you come up with that. But when that part of the equation changes, the revenue neutral, what they do is they say, okay, by law, you've got to tell the folks that your revenue neutral rate, in order to get the same dollars, so in order to get $22 million, does it have to be 82.5 cents if that value went 10%, 40%, 60% higher? Well, you don't. That number goes down, right? Because the equation, the equals at the end, has got to be the same. So they make you show that, and we have to advertise that when we do the budget so the public is aware and they can become informed, they can come and ask questions, speak at the public hearing. And then the third thing are the potential new requests. Now, so I'm putting this in, this is kind of like us talking, and so, if I can fine-tune some of this, but these were just kind of the things that we knew were big things that the council had talked about and expressed concern over. The comp and class study. And then also, because the comp and class study, the 1.6, does not take into account public safety. So Matt asked me, he said, well, Catherine, also look at a 3% COLA for police and fire, so it encompasses every employee in the city of Goldsboro. Street paving, we're going to be required on some things that we're going to have some benefit increases, like possibly in health insurance. Ledgers is our retirement system. That is definitely a given. It's going up for both regular employees and law enforcement employees. And then also the idea of maybe going to a 5% 401k for regular employees. We are at that with the law enforcement. They are required by law to get 5%. So Matt asked me to let's plug in a number and say, well, if we went and added that benefit for recruitment and retention purposes, going from 4% to 5%, well, the total of those three items for increases was about $562,000. I threw in there contingency. We come to the council all the time with new requests that were not funded, and it sure would be nice to have some contingency in the background so that I don't have to keep pulling out of fund balance, right? Because, you know, that's another one of those triggers on the FPIC with the LGC that they can and will, you know, make comments, and I mean, it can be a determining factor, you know, when they're looking at the unit assistance list. So we want to be careful about that. And then also, I wanted to make sure that we put in the new FY25 debt service on the $6 million that we're getting ready to borrow. And then I did a half of year on the FY26 debt service. So this would be anticipation of making one semi-annual payment on the Level A capital that was discussed yesterday that is being proposed in the fiscal 26 budget, okay? Because I think we need to be cognizant, even if we push that half-year payment and we say, well, we'll just make one payment in the next fiscal year, I think it's important to recognize that if you make the decision to buy the capital, we have to have the money to pay the debt service. So I did a half a year on that. So all of those requests come up to about 5.6 million. I'm sorry this is tiny. I know it's very hard to read. Let's see. Okay. It says percent increase. Is there a little laser thing on this?
Should be at the top, little green dot.
Little green? Okay,
And
there we go.
Also, does anyone know, is it possible to turn off the lights for the front row there? Just the front row. I want to say they rewired it when they did the lighting upgrade.
Ms. Gwen, while he's doing that, for a city, is it normal to have that much in a
There you go.
contingency fund?
Well, you can have up to 5%, right, Matt? Isn't that right?
Yes, it's up to 5%, and let me just say that the short answer is yes, it is. That's, and that, remember, that money is strictly set aside that has to be appropriated by the city council. So it wouldn't be used anywhere else without every dollar that goes through there, you guys have to appropriate.
Yeah.
I don't know that we have to use that much per se, but the concept of having at least, you know, 250,000 or something like that. to
Yeah,
come
I
up with
guess
these-
I was looking more like 250. But,
Yeah.
I'm just asking.
I'm amenable to anything. I think if we did, even if we had 100,000, I would love to, because we haven't had a contingency fund in probably 3 or 4 years. It was when we did I think it was a 2 or 3 penny increase because we were trying to get our fund balance up to that 15% level. And so we had to have contingency then. So yeah, I mean, if anything would be fine. I'm just trying to take a shot out there, so.
If I can.
Sure.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
So whatever the figure is that we ultimately agree on to do, I'm 100% behind doing that, because as we've talked about before, we're getting dinged with having to hit the general fund in the middle of a budget cycle, and that I don't want anything to happen that's going to prevent us from getting off the UAL sooner rather than later. So if that contingency fund will allow us to have somewhere to go to whenever we're in the middle of budget cycle and need something, I mean, I would defer to staff to offer the recommendation, but I 100% think we need something.
Well, it'll be something that we discuss in the budget committee meetings, I feel confident. Just having something is so much better. It's like a best management practice, in my view, as long as you don't tap it into it like all the time. It's true contingency for things that come up that you didn't expect.
Okay. So this spreadsheet's a consolidation of a big spreadsheet that's like 50 columns wide, and I tried to give you just the data I thought was important. The first one, which is the most important, is the percent increase of real property. So this is the Allen Lumpkin presentation, and I started out at the top at 0%, and then you see my range through the 65%. The second column, estimated assessed valuation, okay, and you see across the top it says C, revenue neutral. There's a whole other spreadsheet that I have to run all these calculations through, and that's where I pulled the data from. So I started with the assessed assessed evaluation, the estimated, and then I increased it, those 10, 20, so forth, okay? So you could see the dollars we're talking about. And this goes back to that property tax equation where it's the assessed valuation times the property tax, which is the next column, the FY25 current levy, 82.5 cents. That's what equals the $22 million in general fund property tax revenue, okay? The next column, revenue neutral, so when I plugged all these numbers into and we have to use the LGC's revenue neutral calculation spreadsheet, so I had to run all these iterations through to come up with the numbers. And then beside it is the revenue neutral. Now, it's an adding thing. Really, it comes up as 83.2, but it's 82.5 cents. So I don't want you to feel like, oh, we're zero, but it's just the rounding, okay? But the main point that you need to get is that when you look at that fourth column, revenue neutral there, okay? So if we have, let's go and say, if Alan said it's a 40% increase, then that 40% increase there, okay, so you had 82.5 cents, it would equate to almost a 62 cent tax. So you're going from 82.5 to 62, you're going to go down, okay? That's the revenue neutral. That's what's going to produce the same ending on the equal sign, 22 million, okay? So then the next columns that go over from here and then here, okay, so what I did was took what I was given, the numbers I was given, big total. So if the salary study costs 1.6 million, I'm trying to give it to you as how many pennies on the tax rate does that cost, okay? It just seemed like the easiest translator, I think, of that. And then we go across for each possible request, which, the COLA, the 1 million in street paving, contingency, the benefits increases, and I probably should have condensed and put the health insurance, the 401k and so forth, probably should have mushed them together so it wouldn't be so wide. The debt service, and then the totals. So for example, with no increase, the total ads would cost 21 cents. So it would mean that your tax rate would have to be $1.04, going from 82.5 to $1.04 if the council said yes to all of this, right? And that's not meant to be like that's what's going to happen, but it's just to give you some perspective. And then if we go down and let's say in that 40% range, it's 16 cents. So if your revenue neutral rate, I have to look here because I can't see it sideways. If your revenue neutral rate is 61.9, and then you got 16 cents in ads, that tax rate becomes 77.9, it's about 78. And then what that column in the far side is just saying how much different is that from the current tax rate. So it means that the tax rate, 82.5 cents, if you got 40%, you could go to 77.9, get all of these requested ads and still be 4.6 cents below where your current tax rate is. In the best case scenario, if we were at 65, we would have a revenue neutral rate of 0.534, so 82.5 to 534, all your ads, and so your tax rate is at a rent, which means you are about 15 pennies under the 82.5 cents. Does that all kind of make sense? I was hoping it would. Okay, all right, because this slide, I'm just trying to figure out, like, graphically, how can I talk to you about the story, because it's a lot of data. I can't see the line. Okay, so the red is revenue neutral. The blue is all the ads. The shaded items, which are in the legend up here, are all the ads, and this shows you from nothing to, going up. So you can see kind of how the trend kind of drops, so the stuff that you're adding doesn't cost as many pennies when your appraised valuation gets higher, right? Because that math is changing. The first part of that equation's changing. So that's what that slide's kind of intended to show you. The next slide breaks down your current tax levy, the estimated revenue neutral plus the adds, and then the over or under 82.5 cents. So this slide basically does what the table slide showed you. It just puts it in a graphical presentation. And let's see, so the gray is your, can't see that, sorry. That line is your 82.5 cents there. And then your orange line is your estimated revenue neutral, okay, which is that. And then your adds, your revenue neutral plus your adds is this line. So you see, as we talked about, when that, as the appraised value goes up, then our adds cost less. So that's where, you know, if we were at 65% growth, then you can see where you can lower that property tax rate, and then also, you know, figure out what you want to add on and still, you know, have that accomplishment of being able to get that closer to that revenue neutral rate. Okay. Okay, and then this slide is basically, this slide is the same thing. It's just in a bar graph form, and it shows, let's see, here are the different percentages. So you can see the function of the current tax levy, the estimated revenue neutral, and the new request, which is green, right? That's the one that's here. And then the over and under the 82.5 cents. So it just gives you another pictorial review of what it is that you're looking at, of that same data. Okay, and then I had a great suggestion last night to try to look at comparison of other city tax rates. And so it was suggested that I go ahead and take the Stantec entities and use them also in a tax rate comparison. I know this is small. So what I looked at was the city, the county, the tax rate per 100, the county tax rate, the combined rate, the last year they got reappraised, whether they were municipal electric, the effective tax rate. So the effective tax rate, because I know Ms. Taylor had asked me a question, and I didn't have the data at the time, but she asked me about effective tax rate. It takes your sales ratio times your tax rate, and it comes up with what the effective tax rate. So it's like 82.5 cents, but if your sales ratio is super low, then really your effective tax rate, the money you're bringing in, is actually much less. So, and I'll explain why that's important. So we got the effective tax rate, county, city, combined, and then I gave you the sales assessment ratio. And some may wonder, well, you know, why does an electric municipality, why, if they're in electric cities, why does that make a difference? Well, typically, you know, they can take up to 3%. Is it 5 now? Okay, all right, it tells you how long I've been out of the electric stuff. So 5% of their net fixed assets, and they can use and do a direct transfer, you know, because most of the time when you hear transfers to the general fund to subsidize it, or back and forth, that's usually a really not a nice thing. The LGC does not like to see transfers, but they do allow up to the 5%. So they can actually offset, the general fund, they can actually offset some of the cost of doing business of the general fund through a transfer. So typically what you will see is those that are electric municipalities can have a much lower tax rate. So what it is, you're trying to think about, well, what's apples to apples comparison, okay? And so, you know, it's location's a huge thing, right? We have to think about their electric municipality. And then also the sales assessment ratio makes a big difference. So one thing I'll point out that I think you'll see it in the graphs is, let's see here, is it Wilson? Yeah, Wilson, you see they have a sales assessment ratio of 100%. And their effective tax rate for the city part is like 53 cents. Well, they got revalued in 2024. It's just like Alan said yesterday, when they do the January 1 of 25 reappraisal, it's going to be effective for our fiscal 26. So for fiscal 26 for us, we should be at 100% because the appraised value and the property tax value should be the same, okay? And then in Goldsboro, let's see where I can find, there's Goldsboro right there, okay? So we have an effective municipal rate of 55 pennies, and we got an 82.5 cent tax rate. And when you look at that, our sales ratio is 66%. So we aren't getting all those dollars, hence, like he said, it triggered the reappraisal at 6 years instead of the 8 years. Okay, so now this next slide, I think this is my last one here. This is comparing the city tax rate. Okay, so I didn't look at the county rate because I'm just trying to focus on us as a city. And then the effective tax rate, and then the sales assessment ratio. And then in that table below, what you see are those cities that we're analyzing. And I know this is busy, and I apologize, I couldn't. It was just too late to try to make this prettier. But I put the city name, and then in parentheses, the county name, and then the other parentheses is the last time they got reappraised, so you can see. So, I guess if you think about when you look at this, so if you look at sales assessment ratio, for instance, Greenville, they have a tax rate of 39 cents, their effective is 39, and then their sales ratio is like 1. Well, that makes sense. That's why these bars are equal, right? Because they just got revalued. And then here, where it's on the secondary axis, it's mapping out that sales ratio. You see it's at 1, okay? And then Goldsboro, I tried to put it, oh, there it is right there, okay. So you see here is our tax rate, our effective tax rate's there, and our sales assessment ratio is down here. So when you look and you think about the effective tax rate, and I'm not making a comment whether it's too high, too low, I'm just saying this is what the data says. When you look at the effective tax rate, you see there's not a whole lot of difference in the effective tax rate. So you have to kind of keep that in mind when you're looking at this. So, when we get revalued and reappraised again, then our numbers are going to be over here like Greenville's and like Wilson's. And so, it's comparable, I guess is the point I'm trying to make. I'm not trying to defend it. I'm not trying to say what's right, wrong, or indifferent. I'm just trying to give you the data so you can make your own decision and have your own questions. So, that's kind of what I have. I'm willing to talk about any of the slides. Again, I may not know the answer, so I may have to research your question and come back to you.
Ms. Catherine, I do have some questions. I'm going to reserve them and just get with you. And then that way you can take time to explain it.
Yeah.
But could I possibly have a copy of this to review it and before I meet with you?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Yeah, I think we'll have copies of all the presentations. It's already, okay.
Okay. Sure. Okay.
Other questions? Surely you have questions.
All right. I'll just ask about tax rates. So something that I've continually said out loud, and I will likely continue to, is that comparability, that overall cost of living. If a family is trying to decide between Smithfield, Goldsboro, New Bern, Rocky Mount, Wilson, why Goldsboro? Is it? I want our utility rates to be, comparable. I want our tax rate to be comparable. We're not an electric city. We're not going to get into that piece of it. So there's really no reason for me to say I want our electric bills to be comparable because we don't control that piece of it. The ones like Greenville, for example, that are really, really low, and I'm happy, for the homeowners, great, knock yourself out. how are they able to function at that number and why? Any ideas?
I mean, my opinion, well, Matt, you go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, it's economies of scale. That's, as you grow larger, you're able to spread your cost out over a broader base and reduce your overall cost.
I didn't plug in because I'll be honest with you, I mean, this was me like trying to do this like 2 or 3 hours last night when I got home.
It's great data.
Oh, well, I'm glad. Thank you.
Yeah,
I
mean,
appreciate that.
To put it a little bit more perspective, I guess, if you're a small town, a full-service town, and you're having to, and that's why you'll see smaller towns have sometimes higher tax rates because they don't have that broad, and they don't have as much, sometimes they're residentially based, they don't have that commercial tax base. So it really all comes down, especially obviously with the general fund, what your tax base looks like. But overall, to your question, with the larger cities, the reason why is there's economies of scale.
And I didn't pull in the appraisal values and not really knowing their split of residential, industrial, commercial, because, you know, as we've heard for the last 2 days, you know, that industrial and commercial makes a really big difference. Residential is wonderful, but those make a huge impact. And I don't, you know, so we don't know, or I haven't presented you that data here that might say that they might have a tax-based value that's triple what Goldsboro. So that's the other piece of that I didn't have time to really delve into very much last night.
That was one of my questions. Thank you.
Okay. And I'm happy to pull something like that in a presentation, you know, given some time to think about how to organize the data and present it, because I certainly want it to make sense to you.
All right.
Okay?
Kelly, did you have something you were?
No, it goes back up to is that you heard yesterday, the assessor said we're low on industrial. That is healthy communities in North Carolina, that's what carries the weight. And you can go to Morrisville, you can go to Apex, they all have pharma, industrial, Zebulon, that carry that base that helps low property tax for residentials.
Okay. Other questions about finances for next year?
Could I add one thing?
Please.
Okay. So, you know, we had some discussions yesterday about utility rates and possibly that, I forgot living, the tiered rates. Okay, all right. So that tiered rate, so I was talking to my staff this morning and we're working on pulling data because I want to look and see, to present, so we believe that we could do a tiered system, okay? So that's very positive news, especially with the software that we're having to work with. So I want to analyze about 12 months of data and see what I can come up with, because I want to know with our consumption, if the consumption breaks down to, let's say, 50% of the consumption is residential. How much of that consumption's at, let's say, 3,000 gallons a month, 4,000 gallons? Because to me, that's kind of the dial that you're working with. And then if you're trying to get that livable tier in there, you need to know how much is it going to cost. So is the cost, if you went to that livable tier, is that going to take $600,000 away from revenue a year, or is it going to be $6 million? Because obviously what you're doing is you're pushing it to the other rates, you know, because the equation on the end, the equal sign, is going to have to be a certain number, whatever the council determines that to be. So we're working on gathering that data. I will be working with David at Stantec to try to come up with some suggestions so I can bring them to Matt so that we can bring them to the council and the committee, and, you know, to present to you what we think might be an option if you chose to go in that direction. So, yes, ma'am.
I just have a question. Whenever you were talking about if the tier system will the tier system be oranges and oranges to the electrical tier system that they do for Duke Energy?
I am not familiar at
No,
all.
it's not anything like that.
Okay. Thank you. 'Cause I'm not sure. Okay.
It's consumption based.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yeah, well, that is, well, the electrical is also usage-based. So that's what I was, yeah, okay, all right.
Okay.
It will be kind of.
So we're working on a plan, trying to develop something, and if you all have any suggestions, please pass them along to Matt and I so we can kind of consider them in these scenarios. So that's all I have. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The schedule calls for a break, but I suggest we move forward with the next item on the agenda is the budget process calendar and budget workshop. Mr. Matt.
Okay, if we can pull those slides up, please. So I don't know if you'll be able to read a lot of this, but you've got it there in your packet, and this is mostly just for communication purposes this afternoon. Also kind of because this is a new way of going about the budget a little bit. Last year, we were kind of compressed for time. So a couple things we've done, we've moved the process up a little bit time-wise, and I'll go into that with the budget calendar a little later on. But since it's a subset of the Law and Finance Committee, we have a budget work group, for lack of a better term, and what their role is. And this is as much for you that are on the budget committee, which right now is Mayor Gaylor, Mayor Pro Tem Jones, and Councilwoman Weeks. What our role, working with you, staff's role, working with the budget committee, is to fine-tune the budget to make sure that it meets the objectives and goals set by the city council, and also meets the needs of the citizens and meets the needs of the departments. So that's kind of that in a nutshell. One thing that I do want to stress to you that are on the budget committee is you share with your other peers on the city council what you're doing in the budget committee, so that they can kind of come along and understand the finer nuances of the budget and concerns that may be in the budget that you see. But I just don't want to wait till the 9th hour. We just want to do a little bit better with the budget process, and hopefully when the budget comes to a public hearing, we've resolved a good bit of and can justify as a board what those proposed expenditures are. So anybody got any questions about the role of the budget committee?
That.
Yes, sir.
May I, the three volunteers, next week, one of my goals is to have that calendar set for that week of February 24th. So we'll be hopefully getting the calendar to you all and verifying that you're good with that. So.
All right, Mr. Boyette.
Under this method of getting the budget together, when will the council as a whole have opportunity to discuss, not just to pick something like the pavement issue or whatever? Will we have that discussion before the budget committee, or do the budget committee do their thing and then we have that discussion afterwards? Just so I know.
So the basic thought was, and we can change it however, that's why the purpose of today is that, that they would do, along with staff, the yeoman's work, so that the recommendation would come from them. It doesn't mean that there's not any opportunity for the rest of the city council to chime in and make any other changes as it's brought to them. It's just that hopefully the budget is, I'll use this term, at least from the council's perspective, more thoroughly, or they feel like there's more thoroughly been vetted and at least questions were answered. And I don't want you to feel like here's this, several 100-page document and okay, I got 2 weeks to review it. That's not what we want. We want you to have ample time to review it. We want you to have ample time to, like we're doing today, to put your say into what needs to be in the budget. Today, of course, we're focusing on the big ticket items. And why are we focusing on the big ticket items? Well, quite frankly, they make the biggest impact on the budget, and they're the things we have the most control over the cost of. We can't control the cost of fuel. We can't control the cost of a lot of the other things that go into, like cost of repairs and things like that, all these things that continue to go up. But what we can do is we can decide what we want to put in the budget versus what we don't want or don't feel like we need right now, or maybe, we can push down the road a year or so. So that's kind of where we're at with that. So As Kelly alluded to, we have a budget calendar that, you guys have adopted. Today, for example, we're on January 17th. I wish it was June, it would be a lot more warmer out. January 17th, we're doing our council retreat. So one of the next things we'll be doing is getting the budget memo guidance out towards the departments that's coming from the manager. And then they'll be working on their department workbooks and getting those together so that we can start the budget hearings. And that's one of the things that the budget committee will be sitting in on, is those hearings with the department heads. And then you can see what happens after that. The goal is to get the budget, have public hearings in May, and we have almost a whole month between that to formally adopt the budget ordinance and rate resolutions. Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Matt, I appreciate you being willing to do it this way. Certainly the goal from my perspective with the council committees that already existed on paper, but to the best of my knowledge, the Law and Finance Committee really had not been entrusted with any specific work over the last few years, at least in my experience. And the goal with this is truly to get council engaged earlier. There's absolutely nothing stopping a council member from the Law and Finance Committee that's part of this work group from having conversations with other council members. This is not some secretive, highly
That's right.
classified process. There's still ample opportunity for conversations there. I don't want people to feel like they cannot ask questions. You can ask questions, you should ask questions. The whole goal of doing it this way was to get council engaged earlier, as opposed to the April moment where all of us go, oh crap, now we have a 300-page thing to read.
That's absolutely correct. The biggest thing is two words: building trust and having greater transparency. That's what this process is about, and I welcome any suggestions that would further those two objectives.
I could foresee that, so that week of February 24th through 28th budget meetings, I could foresee that during those discussions, if we have some parking lot type items that the budget committee says, we probably should bring in the rest of the board on this or something like that, that there might be opportunity in March to come back with those and have a special meeting of some sort, to capture those. But there's some room in there to do some of those special
And just
topics.
thinking off the cuff here, which is dangerous or whatever, but and again, it could be very dangerous. If one of you as a council member feels like you can't be there and you want to entrust another council member to go in your stead, maybe they can have an alternate or something like that. Just so that we, if you feel that way, if you feel good about that.
Each person, that's their seat to do with what they will.
It is asking a lot of your time, and I appreciate that, the commitment behind that, but I'd rather approach it from this perspective than have to feel like we have to solve everything and have way too many questions in June when we really should have had and I'm used to having a budget adopted by at least the first week in June or even May for that matter. And we can do it if we really can. It's just a matter of making sure we move our processes up and stick to our schedule. Any questions?
Other questions for Matt?
Thank you.
Okay, good.
Would you object to us taking that break that we didn't take a few minutes
I
ago?
would not object, sir, so
Lovely.
that's fine.
Then what I would like for us to do, it is currently 2:18. I would like for us to recess until 2:30, right? Is that correct? Yeah, I'd like to recess until 2:30. Council, those that have not yet gone and done the voting form for the displays, please do it. A lot of work went into those, and there's some friendly competition going on between the departments, and I feel like we're going to need to resolve this so they don't end up continuing that friendly competition. So if y'all would, please do fill out your voting forms, go take a look at them, take pictures, post them on your Instagram, do whatever you want to do. This is incredibly impressive stuff. We stand adjourned until 2:30.
We have, as is seemingly the life of public service, inevitably there are emergent issues that come up that were not planned. Our city attorney has come back to us with something that needs to be discussed, and unfortunately is a bit time sensitive, that we really just became apprised of yesterday. Mr. Lawrence, if you can deliver any kind of briefing in open. As I understand it, it's a personnel issue that would need to be discussed and closed. To do that, since everyone else is in here, we as a council and our attorney, our manager, and our clerk would retire to the other room over there, so we can just not have to move all of y'all and be a little bit more of a secure conversation. And then we'll come back in here after that. But Mr. Lawrence, can you kind of brief us on what's going on?
I'm just going to say two things. It's a potential litigation matter and a personnel matter.
Okay.
So we need to go into closed session to discuss both.
Okay, so with that being the situation, where we are, we have come back, it is 2:30. Council, there's a two-step process here. One, we would need to, if it is the will of council to take this up, which I think we should, our attorney thinks that we should, our manager is nodding his head, believes that we should. First, we need to amend the agenda to add a closed session at the 2:30 mark and to simply move everything else down approximately 20 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever it is. If there is a motion to amend the agenda to add a closed session at the 2:30 mark and just simply bump everything down, I'd entertain that motion. All right, motion's been made, properly seconded to amend the agenda to add a closed session at 2:30. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor of amending the agenda, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. All right, so we have amended the agenda to add a closed at 2:30, and then just bump everything down by 30 minutes for the sake of easy math. And Mr. Lawrence, is it your pleasure that we go ahead and handle this now?
Yes.
Perfect. Then, council, I would entertain a motion that we go into closed session to discuss a matter involving potential litigation and personnel.
So moved.
All right, motion's been made.
Second.
And motion has been properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of going into closed session, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. All right, council, if y'all, council, Ms. Clerk, Mr. Lawrence, Mr. Livingston, if y'all would please just join us back in this room, and then we'll be back in here as quickly as we can. It's behind, but nonetheless, we're certainly still rolling along. So, Brad, we good? We back hot? We're good? All right. Madam Clerk will be, she's right there? I got you. Let me close that one too so they can finish packing up. We'll see. Okay. Lauren, should we ask them to, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
should we ask them to close that one as well so they can pack up?
I'll tell them.
Perfect.
Hooey.
All right, and we are back with our, what previously was listed as a 2:30 event. Mr. Livingston, you're leading this one. It's the budget process calendar and budget work group.
We already did that
Already
one.
did that part. So now we are actually not
We're not
off at
behind
all.
schedule, but we do
Mr.
need to do the priorities there. Just do a summary of that. Kelly.
Perfect. Mr. Livingston, the floor is yours. You tell us where we are.
I'm going to let Kelly kind of go over this since in his exercise.
Perfect.
We will develop a report and everything, including the results of this. But looking at the results, it's very much similar to, I think, in line that came out of the, somewhat similar to what we did yesterday at a glance. It's purely a glance. I have not done the numbers, but I would say the most important top 5 thereabouts are police and fire and general fund CIP, city finances and overall health, violent crime and gangs, job creation, economic development. Even though it's a little bit, that's going to be close with expansion. There's some that are bunched together, but really clearly the 3 that stand out: violent crime and gangs, city finances and overall financial health, police and fire and general fund CIP, and then there might be a second cluster, and a third cluster, probably this grouping over here to some level. So I've not ran the numbers. I've taken pictures. We'll do the assessment, provide the results for you all very soon.
Kelly, for the purposes of creating a score sheet, are you thinking you'll do, red dots have a value of 3, yellow 2, green 1, and then just add them all up and kind of let it out?
Very similar to you did last year, yes.
Perfect.
There'll be
Thank
a point aside for that, yes.
Any other questions on that? Thanks, Kelly. So as Kelly alluded to, we will have a draft, not a draft, there will be a draft submitted to you with all of the notes from this session, the last 2 days, decisions that were made, things that need to be followed up on. So you'll have that. That will be considered by the board. Okay? So we are getting to the end of the retreat. And so the next item on the agenda is council budget guidance and recommendations. One of the things that's always important, and the folks in the room who are managers or former managers, it's always good to get some type of feedback or guidance or direction from city council on where they are, what they would like to see in the budget going forward. Today you've heard, and yesterday too, a lot of heard about the demands for your budget, the capital improvements that are needed. Big item obviously is the pay plan, and then deciding on those things, all those additions that need to be considered for funding, and then how do you pay for it? So that's where we are now. Discussions, comments, questions about that? Not all at one time, so.
I will say that we have written down a lot of the decisions that have already been made, and I don't know that we need to rehash those.
No, I'm just, the point right now is budget.
Right.
We're looking at those budget guidance. Tax increases, we got utility increases. You're aware of the needs that this community has in moving forward. How do you meet those needs? Do some of them It's all the different options that were available to you, revenue neutral number, then as you continue to add the different layers on top of that, additional expenditures, raising that number up.
Question for you. In that, in the MAG review that he did for us, there was, I forgot what page it was, but there was one sentence where he was referencing possible positions that are being paid more than what the average is even now.
Yeah.
And he recommended that, you know, we possibly still give them a COLA, or I've got to go back and reread that. But can we have a list of these positions that are possibly making more than what they're supposed to be making?
And again, that, just so if I can clarify, just about in any paid classification study, if you're trying to get the market, there will be positions who are above that market. And again, there are options as how you do that. Normally you hold those people in place. You don't reduce compensation for them, or you provide them with a COLA or not provide them with a COLA. But all those are recommendations that will come from the manager's office. So we've got a study. We know how much it's going to cost to implement the entirety of that study, and then it's up to the manager to decide, to recommend to you as to how much that will cost. Does that make sense?
It does. It makes sense, and the frustration about that is we're in the midst of a search for a new manager. And so I just have some reservations.
About going forward with that, or?
Yeah, I mean, we're in the midst of a search for a city manager, and you've got your department heads coming before him and him deciding, you know, who's going to be paid, you know, making the decision of this and that, and
if I can clarify, your job as the policymakers is approving money, and the manager is the CEO of the organization. You've got a study. Study's been provided to you. Still questions regarding that study. Get those questions answered, and then deciding on which parts of that study will be implemented. And again, the manager will recommend to you, and then it's up to you to, you know, there's a cost associated with implementation. So we've got to decide how much of this do we want to pay for. Is it a 5 cents tax increase? Is it an 8 cents? I say tax increase because that would be the number above revenue neutral. Am I accurate in saying that? It's a tax increase, isn't it? Yes. Okay, it's a tax increase. Understand where Kelly comes from, Wake County. They had reval last year. And 12 cities, 13 cities. Every city in Wake County raised their rate above revenue neutral. A lot of demand, yeah, you got growth issues. Cary, for example, I think it was like 14, 15 cents above revenue neutral. I'm not recommending that. Do not say that Joe Durham recommended 15 cents, okay? But just the pressures that cities and towns have now in meeting their infrastructure needs, keeping up with the recruiting and retaining employees. You got to pay them. So there are a lot of pressures that are out there. So a call has to be made by, of course, starting with the manager, and then that decision made by you as to what that is. What I'm trying to test a little bit is what do you think that tolerance level would be with with the constituents that you have? Would people be okay with a tax rate increase, or you want to hold it? You can hold it revenue neutral. Not do any of that stuff, right?
I'll speak.
Start conversations.
Yeah, the old adage of what idiot speaks first. There you go. I've been very blunt that I wanted to stay revenue neutral. At a bare minimum, I wanted to remain competitive. And I remain committed to saying that I want to remain at a competitive number. I also want competitive streets. I want competitive employees. I want competitive equipment. I want competitive policing and fire equipment. I don't want us going back to the days where our firefighters would roll up on a scene and their trucks would shut down. That's happened in the city of Goldsboro. It was on the front of the newspaper. It's been 30 years, but I don't want that happening again. So I don't know what number I'm willing to say yes to, but I am willing to say yes to a number that is competitive with our peers, even if that is above revenue neutral, so long as we actually move the needle on quality of life in this city. I'm not willing to do it and us just tell the constituents, you're going to keep dealing with the potholes and you're going to keep dealing with the stuff. We've just got to raise it because our own inflationary pressures have gone up. But if we're going to do it and we're going to actually come up with a plan to help address stormwater, if we're going to come up with a plan to act, and we have with our streets, then as long as it's still in a competitive range, I can be convinced to do a number above revenue neutral. And I promise before I get home, someone is going to blow up my phone. I get it, it's part of the chair, but I'll start the conversation.
And again, I'm not trying to press you to pick a number.
Right.
Just trying to gauge, would it be above revenue neutral?
Mm-hmm.
And again, you've seen all of the needs that this jurisdiction has over the last couple of days. You've named some of those. So can we do half of them, some of them, so you're aware of the costs that are associated with trying to implement that? Mr. Boyette.
I think that because our needs are so great, that we're going to have to decide which of those needs that we're going to move on, because I agree with the mayor that there's some things that we just have to figure out how to do, and that I just don't see any choice of. I'd like to see us figure out what's been suggested to us to get our pay in line for our employees. I'd certainly like to see that happen. And as I spoke to when we got the pavement study presented to us and that information, that was eye-opening, that it's going to take $3.5 million a year investment to just stop us from pedaling backwards. And that's one of the immediate items that our citizens see that would be a needle-moving item, is when I'm driving through the city that I pay taxes in, that somebody's paving the road and I can't drive down it right this minute because somebody's repaving it. And that's a needle-moving item that I think is actionable, and I think that is worth a serious look at. So as I said the other night, we're in the situation to where what do? We're funding at $500,000 a year, and the study says we've got to fund at $3.5 million a year just to stop pedaling backwards. I mean, I couldn't put it into words last time, but I have thought of at least a compromise that I would like to mention for our budget committee to take into consideration at a minimum. And I don't have it in front of me, but Jonathan presented us a list of, and I don't remember if it was the top 10 or the top 20 worst streets in the city, and what it was going to cost us monetarily to fix each one of those streets. And I don't remember what the total quantity of those streets were, but I do remember adding it up on my calculator on my desk, and round numbers that come up to $2 million. So what do? I said, if we just do a little something, we're pedaling backwards. The consultant and the study says if we don't spend 3.5, we're pedaling backwards. Well, I don't know if we can figure out how to spend $3.5 million right this minute with the other things that we're being faced with. But rather than what the manager's original thought process of increasing 500 to $1 million, if we can show the public and show our citizens that for $2 million, we can fix the top 20 or top 10, however many it was, worst streets in this city, never mind what districts they're in, across the city, then I think that's a needle-moving thing, just like we did with public safety. We said to our citizens, the taxes are going to be going up by this much, and this is exactly what we're doing with it, and people understood that because they could see this is what I got for my money. And I think we're in the same situation where we have to make a decision, what are we going to do about this pavement? And if we can't do 3.5, let's consider doing 2 if we can knock out the top 10 or whatever it was list of the worst streets in the city.
Let me just say something here is, I think it's important, is that, when we talked last year, we identified the priorities, and it was public safety, reducing the number or increasing the number of police officers to try to better fight crime. I think we've done that. At that point in time, when we were talking about implementing those, the council asked for us to do a pay and classification study with the rest of the employees because we had issues, and we still have issues with employee recruitment and retention. And these things with infrastructure, it was a top priority. That's why we've brought back to you the issues with the streets. That's why we're looking at some big ticket infrastructure issues with our public utilities. Some of them we may be able to defer. Personally, I think we can defer some things like the water filtration plant for several more years than that. But we can't delay things like the wastewater treatment plant if we're going to continue to grow. But regardless of whether or not you're looking at a pay study with maybe less than 2 or 3% at the top, which may get a bonus or not going forward, which amounts to maybe $20,000 in the grand scheme of things in our pay plan, what we need to know is priorities going forward. And is this pay study going to matter? And if it is, then we say, okay, we're going to commit to this. Or our roads more important, we're going to commit to that. That's what we need to know because, and then we also we're driving around with equipment that's 15 and 20 years old that's costing us more money because we're trying to spend so much money on repairing it, and then we're also not providing the level of service we need because our equipment's breaking down in addition to finding people to man that equipment. And that's why we have to both fund the equipment, in my opinion, and the pay study to be able to have the people there and the equipment to be able to provide the services we need. This is basic government here. It's not anything the city is saying, or at least the manager, I can say, is saying, hey, we really need this, it'd be nice to have. No, we're driving around in 15-year-old garbage trucks that break down. We don't really have any backup plans for those. There's definitely needs. Our leaf and limb trucks, we slowly started to improve those to the one-man, automated trucks. But we have some of those riding around, which have been, they're 20 years old. Some of them, I don't know exactly how old. Rick, how old are those big leaf trucks, the long ones we have with 3 people on them? 20 years old? Yeah.
30 on the trailer.
So I'm just saying that we're not trying to put forth anything to make your job harder. It's hard enough anyway. Just doing the business of government is challenging. And we have not invested in a lot of those things that we've needed to invest over the years. So it's costing money. And I commend you last year you can see the results of increasing the pay with the police department. That has led to direct improvements within getting more people here. Now it's up to us to execute and get on the ground and fix those problems where we can and help reduce the crime. But I'm agreeing with the chief police, we're not going to police the problem out, but we can at least start making improvements there.
Well, I agree. And at this retreat last year, one of the questions that I brought up was, yes, we've had a pay study. Yes, we're talking about having another one. But how many of our employees are not even making what the last pay study said? So, I mean, I agree. We've got problems on all fronts. I've spoke to the problems that we've faced with the capital improvement and not reinvesting in equipment. All I was sort of wanting to say is to the budget committee, that's going to be the one that starts the ball rolling. Me personally, I want to see something factored in and considered other than the minimum recommendation for street paving. And if we can't, and the budget committee doesn't see their way to 3.5, I still would like to see us figure out how to do 2 if we can knock out a whole list of the worst streets in town with $2 million. That's all I wanted to make sure that I was able to say that in front of everybody, because obviously right this minute, if there was a consensus that no, we're not going to entertain that thought, then let's move on. But if we can entertain that thought, then I would like for the budget committee to take that into consideration.
Okay. Mr. White?
I'm in agreement that I would like to see the numbers, just to see if it's doable. Because I do think we need to move the needle on that front as well. But also going back to the pay study, I know when we first started, the gentleman who actually came and briefed us, he actually said that we had 3 years to implement that plan. Am I right? Didn't he say there was a 3-year window to implement that plan? If I'm not mistaken.
It's good for 3 years.
There you go.
But once implemented. So I think what he was saying, if I could,
go ahead.
If I remember, we'll verify this, but I think what he was saying is, once implemented, it should have a shelf life of 3 years. Does that make sense?
Okay, it does make sense, but I was under the understanding that he said, once we do the study, there was 3 years. If you're not going to implement it within 3 years, there's no need to do it. And then we actually agreed upon saying that we're going to move forward because we do plan to implement something within the 3 years. Because we didn't want to commit the money to it if we wasn't going to do it within the 3 years.
I understand what you're saying.
So with that being said, let's take that in consideration as well. And we do know that's a top priority, but we do have that, not saying that they're not important. I know I'll probably be on the worst man list after this, but not to say that they're not important, but we do have to put the priorities in place. And I think we were very effective last year when we were, as a board, was consensus with tackling the police issue. So just know that even though it might not be number one as far as the pay study is concerned, that it is a priority and that we can go back to it because of the 3-year implementation of the actual study.
Good comments, pay study priority, street paving.
I just have sort of a procedural question. You have separate funds, so you have a utility fund, it's separate as an enterprise thing. Is there such a thing as a streets enterprise fund? Does that exist?
Not for streets.
No, okay.
Yeah.
So, but with the water and sewer fund, you bring up a good point, and some of that would be funded out of the utility fund. Some of those salary adjustments would have to be funded out of that. So, and I think that you guys have made the adjustments on that. Catherine, can you address that issue? With the pay study, have we done the allocation to the utility fund?
No, because I haven't got that information.
Mike?
So therefore, that cost of the general fund is going to be, I would venture to say, less than $1 million based on, because the rest of it's going to be from the utility fund.
Because to that point, the 1.6 is organization-wide.
Yes.
Some percentage of that are employees paid out of the utility fund, not out of the general fund. So that is worth noting that that's not, we have been having this conversation as if the whole 1.6 is allocated towards general fund revenues.
I'm asking the question. I don't think they've delineated that yet.
I haven't been given that information yet.
That's right.
It may not make a huge difference, but it's a thing.
It'll make a pretty sizable difference because there's probably in that study, a good third of that is employees paid through the water and sewer fund. So,
Other comments, questions?
I'll make another comment regarding the pay study and that subject matter that we're speaking of and have been talking about, I think one of the reasons that it needs to continue to stay at the front of the conversation as well is, and we discussed this last year, that we have, and like in Public Works, we've got several positions that are open and have been open for going on 2 years now because nobody will come to work for us for that salary amount. And so we have to factor that in as well, because, I mean, that's a concern.
Yeah, we've had a heavy equipment operator. We thought we had it filled because we tried to boost that up, but then they got hijacked in somewhere else, but we've had that open for 2 years now.
Yeah. And that's a concern because it keeps Public Works in a bind, from a staffing perspective, but it also hurts us, productivity-wise.
And I meant to say heavy equipment mechanic.
And
I know those save us more money than they basically cost us, and that's why people buy it, because they know they get somebody in there to fix it, as opposed to having to send things out. They pay their way in salary and then some.
And that's happening in the private sector too. The folks I know in that level of business, the same thing's happening in the private sector. They're cherry-pick their employees away. So if that's going on in the private sector, there's no way we're going to get anybody if we're that far under. So it's just more food for thought, I guess.
Other questions, comments at this stage? Any feedback you want to give Matt, the Budget Committee, before they start their work? Okay, hearing none, we will move on. It is now 3:30, and Mr. Mayor, we're still on time.
You are?
Okay.
Yeah.
So, this is retreat decisions, and we've talked a lot about, just to highlight some of those under the council team building, we talked about roles, responsibilities, and one of the things that was suggested is that we have some type of follow-up with that, be it a work session with council again, continuing that process. With downtown parking, had a good lively discussion about that, and that will Matt and his staff, the parking committee, will come back with some suggestions or strategies as to how to move forward. We just concluded our discussion on the budget. And is there any additional information you need regarding the budget? Heard the presentation, anything else?
There's a big missing cog until we know the actual tax assessor number.
Right.
Now,
Okay.
we can prioritize things.
Right.
But we won't really be able to say, I'm willing to do revenue neutral +3, +4,
Right.
whatever, until we know the actual percent overall valuation increase.
And that's not going to be until
April.
April.
Yeah. But I spoke for you, I apologize. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Then, of course, we already talked about the priorities, presentations on the CIP, public utility rates. Let me ask now, we've covered a lot of ground. And I commend you for, again, as I indicated yesterday, for doing this and for having a retreat and talking about establishing priorities, things that you can focus on in for the future. Is there anything that was missed? Anything else we didn't talk about that we need to address?
And we know we have at least one special called.
Okay.
He's going to need to come in the coming months that is time sensitive as well. Just adding that to the conversation.
And there'll be a report summarizing these things that the actions that you took today and yesterday. And again, you cover a lot. Is there anything else?
Joe, if I may, thinking about the conversation we just had, you all just had about priorities and where you want to put your funds. And I would say where you want to put any funds to increase your service levels or your quality of life initiatives over and beyond where they might be today. So I look at that, your prioritization exercise, and I would say the way you've sent the message to staff is where your predominantly red and yellows are, that's your that's probably where you believe you could support, or your prioritization of where you could see some increased efforts or such. And those, let me just go through that again. It's violent crime and gangs, city finances, overall financial health, police and fire, general fund, CIP and vehicles, community parents and blight elimination, which you've talked about, job creation, economic development. Those have predominantly red and yellow. So if I were sitting in the staff's shoes, I would say that's kind of what you have said are the important pieces that you want to kind of have focus on as we develop the budget. So that doesn't mean we won't come back and consider other things, but that would be my advice to Matt and staff, is those are kind of the important elements you're going to want to look at to add more to if we can, or continue to put forward as top priorities.
Any comments on that? Does that make sense? Since those are the ones that you've established, and thank you for saying that, bringing it up. Okay, anything else? All right, hearing none, we've reached the end of the retreat, and I want to say before I turn it over to the mayor, how much I've enjoyed being with you over these last 2 days. It's good meeting with you, working with all of you, working with staff. You guys have done a great job. I appreciate the work that is being done. I appreciate Matt for providing me with the opportunity, and also Kelly. So thank you much for that. I enjoyed it. Hope to see you again at some point in time in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, we have reached, we've completed our agenda. We even added a couple of things to it. So I'm not going to hold us here. It's Friday afternoon. I know staff have other things that they want to go do. I know these chairs have gotten a little bit worse for the wear. So in our typical format, it is the second meeting of the month. I'm going to begin at the left of the dais with Councilman White. If you have any comments or closing comments, welcome to share. If not, that's also completely fine. Councilman, floor is yours.
Just real quick, I'd like to thank Matt and the staff for preparing this for us. Mr. Durham for coming down and being mediator. I really appreciate that. I thank the council for the positive feedback that was shared here, and hopefully we can prepare a budget and move forward and continue to move the needle for Goldsboro.
I echo those sentiments. Thank you, everybody. Today's information and yesterday's information was extremely valuable. So thank you all for helping us.
Touche. People say that sitting in these seats is the hard job, but sitting in your seat is really the hard job. So I appreciate you working along with us. Matt, thank you for everything that you do. One thing to the people to my left and my right, we really do, I'm going to say it again, have an opportunity to do something special and to show the city that we can work together in unison and it be beautiful, even in our differences. So I am committed to doing my part, and I look forward to working, moving forward.
Thank you. President?
Yes, I just want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank the staff that are here and the other staff that couldn't be here. I thank you for all that you do. And Matt and Laura, I just really appreciate you. Thank you so very much. And council, as always, I look forward to working with you. We had a packed agenda, and we did work through some things. And I will always respect each and every one of you. And I look forward to working with you as a team. Thank you, Kelly. Kelly he does an excellent job. He's quiet. And my dad always said that the smartest person in the room is the silent one. And so, but thank you to my council members. Thank you for such positive feedback and all the conversation and discussions that we had today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
I just agree with everything everyone has said before me, and I thank everyone, department heads, managers, everyone for coming, and I appreciate all you guys.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you to our department heads and all of our staff that took part in this and took care of us and set up the displays out there. It's been a great effort. And of course, special thank you to our clerk for looking after us, and to Kelly and Matt. What a blessing it is to have two veteran folks sitting in those two chairs as Matt and Kelly. I mean, almost 3 decades of experience apiece between the two of them. We're fortunate to have them to help us make the decisions that we have to make. And to just echo on what Councilwoman Matthews said, and it was mentioned down the line too, about us making a difference. And we absolutely moved the needle last year as a group. We made, and as I said from the beginning, I felt like we were going to do good things. We did do good things, and I think this retreat has got us pointed in the right direction, and I feel confident that we're going to do the same thing again this year and be able to show our citizens at the end of the year we got things done, and our city and our citizens are better off than they were before that, and better off than they were before that. That's all.
Thank you. Matt, before I give my comments, what are you going to do with the display winners? When are you going to announce those, and how are you going to do that?
Thank you, Mayor. We'll compile the results, and the idea was to award certificates at a future meeting, hopefully February. And since we do presentations the first week, maybe it'll be the first week in February.
That'll work. Well, it also...
I'd like to get some feedback from because I felt kind of bad about asking y'all to do this kind of thing, but how did y'all's staff react to putting those together? Was it productive, a good event, or?
Good team, though.
Okay.
Well, and you also, credit to you, you said that maybe some of these could be on display around City Hall where we have the vestibule.
Sometimes I have bad ideas, Mayor. That might be a bad idea.
Well, y'all can decide if this is one of them or not, but if you...
Council should do one.
You think council should do one? I don't have a spare fire hydrant laying around or a drone. Well, I do have a drone, but it's not a cool drone. All right, my comments real quick, and I will be brief. I appreciate everyone's participation in this. Again, I am absolutely grateful that folks are able to take away time from their businesses, take away time from their professional commitments. Most of us up here, we're on leave or we've walked away from our business for a day and entrusted it to other people, and that is difficult, and it takes a lot. Those of us that put ourselves in these chairs and are willing to do this, there's a huge commitment, and things like this are part of it, and we do it purely because we like it. We're a little bit crazy, and we like it. Overall, this agenda, the conversation, folks, I love that there was enough consternation, there was enough debate, there was enough liveliness to make it real, but there was enough collaboration to make it effective and to yield some outcomes and to yield some direction. And so, Council, I appreciate everyone's time. I wish everyone an absolutely wonderful rest of the weekend. Again, it's been a busy week for Council. Our Martin Luther King Jr. event Wednesday night, fantastic success. Much appreciation to everyone that had their hands in that. We have the Wayne County Chamber of Commerce's annual dinner tonight, in addition to being here 2 days, all day. So very, very busy week. We are grateful for the opportunity to serve and hearing, yes, sir.
Hey, last thing, since you were shouting out things.
Please.
Lion King Jr. last night, tonight, if you haven't had opportunity to go down to Paramount and see it, kids are awesome. Costumes are out of this world. Please go out and support our kids.
Absolutely. Yeah, please.
Okay, and since we were shouting out, the Dillard Alumni MLK event will be Monday at 11.
Mm-hmm.
So, please come out. I'm just really glad that we're doing more than one event.
Yep.
And I hope that we continue to do more. But please, get a chance. You can sit down. You will have breakfast. And please come out.
Kelly, Mr. Durham. Matt, Laura, please.
So, coming into this retreat, this is my first experience with you all, and I asked a lot of questions about how it's going to go. And I've heard in the past, correct me if I'm wrong, but I've heard in the past, there have been participation by the audience, typically. Look at the audience, right? To me, that tells me there's a lot of trust being built by the community to you. That they are believing in what you're doing, you're listening to them, and what I'm seeing is some things here that I think you all are starting to coalesce around and doing. And so I appreciate the fact that you recognize what you're doing in the community, and you're building community trust, in my opinion. So keep it up, keep positive. You've got a lot of good things going. You got a lot of big things coming in the next 6 months. Stay together, stay tight, work together. You're going to do well. So thank you.
Thank you. All hearts and minds at ease. All right, we stand adjourned.